Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cats and dogs, to the final race of the Esia Endurance Championship for Season 2. You join us from the beautiful Interlagos circuit in Brazil. At present, I am on my own in the booth. I am Clyde Whiting. I have Mr. Sam Boozin running the cameras, but I will shortly be joined by Mr. Pete Bingham and then a little bit later on, Mr. Bill Switzer. So we'll give Sam a bit of a speaking part, as he's the owner and organiser of the championship. Sam, what are you expecting from today's 6-hour race? Yeah, definitely. So, with all the champions already decided, and on a this is a brilliant track to finish the season on. Are you expecting some surprise winners in the different categories for this race, or do you think that the winners will come from the usual form guide, and we'll see the same people on the top steps of the podium? Oh, I'm not sure about that, mate. But for those people that haven't tuned in before, obviously there are four categories. We've got P1, P2, GT Pro, and GT Am. And Sam, could you just explain the difference between GT Pro and GT Am for new viewers?
Yeah, it seems like they didn't hear me before. Sorry guys. It's because in the V8 Clyde don't let me talk. Here we are on my league, if I could say. So sorry for the intro. Yeah, the difference between GT-AM and GT Pro is that the GT-AM is for slow drivers. We want all the slower teams to have a shot at the championship, and if they compete with some what we call pro drivers, they will never win something. So um, we set our rules, which tells you can have one pro driver. A pro driver is someone with more than 2.5k high rating. Um, the leaders for now in the GTM is the Full Send Racing, like I said before, and their pro driver is a real pro driver, so they can bring the first place in the GT. And Yeah, it's the major difference between these two categories.
Excellent. So there you go, folks. That's the difference between your GT Pro and your GT Am drivers. Now, we've just had a message that some of you folks couldn't hear Sam on the stream. He's now turned his microphone on, and you'll all be wishing that he'd turned it off again. So, Sam, Interlagos, one of my favourite tracks on the iRacing service. Not that I'm particularly good around it, but it is a track that seems to have a bit of everything. It's an anti-clockwise circuit. There's overtaking opportunities, and I suppose with the long, fast, nearly straight at the end and going on to the start of the next lap, there's ample opportunity for the faster classes to show a bit of patience in the twistier sections and get their overtakes done on the straight, or do you expect the normal type of multi-class racing where people are just sending it in wherever they think is possible?
Yeah, I wish more patience than we were used to. We told the drivers to be more patient, like I said before, and never hear me except you. It's the last race. All the champions are set or almost set. Um, there's nothing to play with today except have fun, have a good race, and it's a good opportunity to have a cleaner race than we had before. I hope the driver get the message and they will show us they are capable of the best.
Yeah, let's hope they do. From my personal point of view, I'm always fascinated with the HPDs in the P2 class, because not only have they got faster cars in front of them that are going to be lapping them on multiple occasions, but they've also got the slower GT class behind them that they have to manage the traffic. And I think that puts the P2 drivers in a very tricky position sometimes. Whereas the P1s are just basically, concentrating on their own class and lapping everybody, and the GTs are concentrating on their own class and being lapped by everybody. So I'm always fascinated in the P2 battle, and I know yourself and Dom Sori obviously enjoy that class, and it's a shame you're not racing today, but there has been some very, very good racing in that P2 class, Sam.
Yes, I said before, it's one of the category which we saw very close and good racing, at least before event happens in the previous races. Um, it's really hard for P2 drivers to manage all the traffic because, like you said, you have the P1 coming very fast behind you, and you have to keep an eye on your mirrors, and you also have to manage the GT. Um, the P2 is a really old car on iRacing, and the GT can almost keep the acceleration of the P2 on at some corner exits. So it's very difficult to pass something like an LMP1. Just go through at the exit of the corner, maybe a bit of boost, and they are away very easily.
Yeah, I think I've only ever done one race in the HPD, and that was a multi-class event. And I think at some point I was going through the middle in a three-wide situation with two GT cars inside and outside, and then a P1 car behind me. And yeah, that was a very nerve-wracking experience. Just an update on my co-commentators. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing this issue, but it seems like Discord is playing up today, and there's people that can't actually connect to Discord. We've heard that Discord know all about it and they're trying to fix the problem. So if you are one of those that can't get on at the moment, bear with it, keep trying. I'm sure they'll get it sorted out very, very shortly. So, qualifying, Sam. I think we've currently got the GTs out on track at the moment. Must say there's some very, very good-looking liveries out there in the GT cars.
Yeah, correct. It's the GT for the 21st minutes. We split all the categories, so they have only their own competitors on track. Which one is your favorite, Clyde? Tell me.
Oh, I don't know about a favourite yet, mate. I would have to take some time to look at them all. I do like the GTRS, the Racing Spirit #2 team. That's very striking. But yeah, you can tell that, these drivers, these team managers, they either put a lot of time into painting these cars, or put a lot of money into getting somebody else to paint them for them.
Yeah, that's true. It's really, really time consuming painting those cars. I did the V8, as I showed you a few days before with the new spec map. It's really cool because now we have chrome and matte texture on the cars. Not for today because it was a bit short before the race to update all these liveries. But yeah, for next season we'll have, I'm pretty sure, very gorgeous liveries.
Yeah, I'm sure of that. I'm sure the painters out there, once they get their heads around these new spec maps, and we're probably going to see plenty of chrome and plenty of black on cars in all series for the coming season. So again, just for the people that haven't watched before, we get qualifying out of the way, and then we've got a 6-hour race. Now, Sam can correct me if I say anything wrong here. It's a sort of staggered start, so the cars start in their qualifying order in their classes, with a gap between each class, just to try and stop some of the confusion and melee that can happen at the start of multi-class races. But you'll soon see the P1s with their extra speed coming round to lap the GTs and the P2s, and also you'll see the P2s coming round to lap the GTs. So at some point in the race, we will see a big mix of cars all on the same piece of track, all doing different speeds, all with different braking points, and that's where it can get tricky for these drivers. So pit stop, Sam. Rough calculation, what are we expecting for the different classes? How long will they be able to run between fueling?
It's a good question. The GTs, I think it's more than an hour on track. If I'm not mistaken, we can ask the GT drivers in the chat to correct me if I'm wrong. I know the HPD is between 55 minutes to 1 hour, maybe a bit more if you can save fuel. And the LMP1, and I really don't know this car fuel talking, and I know they have tweaked a bit the boost in the recent patch. It's about 40 minutes around this range of time, but I can tell you more. Again, maybe some P1 drivers can tell us more about the fuel.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously we'll get to see it in the race. Get to see whether drivers are running the tanks dry, or whether they're, as you know, in these endurance races, and usually any race sort of over the 2-hour mark, fuel, tires, strategy, they all come into it, and you get different drivers, different cars on different strategies, and sometimes things don't play out until the last 5 minutes, which keeps it all interesting. I think for the P1s, I think that'll be a very interesting race. Obviously, with the championship winners not taking place today, that gives one of the other teams a chance to get on the top step of the podium.
The LMP1 winner is there today. It's the
the LM. They are there. Sorry, I thought you said earlier that he
team.
wasn't there.
Yeah, it's the P2. He's not there.
So okay, so
No problem.
the P1s then. Would you expect? Is it the Surge Rensport team that are the champion?
Yep.
And the few races that I've watched, they've been pretty dominant in this class. Do you see that happening again today?
We saw some battles between them and the satellite racing, and we had a newcomer last race, the Simtech Motorsports, and they shown a pretty good pace also. They were out of the race a bit early at Silverstone. I think these three teams can bring their in today.
Yeah, good call. So currently, like I say, we're in GT qualifying. We've got the GTRS Racing Spirit number 1 team currently sitting on pole position with a 127.662. N-Race Esports currently sitting in second with a 127.790, and Overdrive Performance GT in third with a 127.8 flat. Looks like it's tough at the top, Sam, in the GT racing.
Yeah, it's always pretty close at the top of the GT. It's nice to see the L1 Esports in the GTM bringing the pole for now on the full stand racing.
Yeah, and it's good to see as well. The team that I'm involved with, Phantom Sim Racing, are on the grid. Not qualifying too well at the moment, but I'm sure they'll be able to sort that out in the race. So GT qualifying has just finished. So we'll now wait for the next cars to go out on track. I will grab a quick drink and also go and shout at my co-commentators and see if I can get them on any quicker with this Discord problem.
Yeah, we can see both the Overdrive Performance team just finished their qualification. So it's third place for the GT1, 7 for the GT2, the GTRS still first and race second. We don't see them, but it's the Joker Sim Racing in fourth. The L1 Esports in GT Pro bring the 5th place, and as I mentioned before, the L1 Esports Red take the pole in the GTM. The Full Stand Racing is second, and the GTRS, the Racing Spirit 2, take the 3rd place.
Okay, so it looks like Discord has finally sorted its shit out, and I'd like to welcome Mr. Pete Bingham into the booth. Welcome, Pete.
Afternoon, everybody. Hope you're all enjoying the racing so far.
So, Pete, obviously we're new to this. I suppose what I should do is just offer an apology to all of our race drivers today on myself, Pete, and Bill when he joins us on our horrendous pronunciation of your names. Please feel free to jump on the Discord channel or on the live stream and help us out. Like I say, we do apologise. We're not very good at pronouncing names. So, Pete, we have just finished the GT qualifying, and the P2s are now out. From your knowledge of this series and multi-class racing, what are you looking forward to today?
I'm looking forward to some good tactical overtaking. This track's quite good for overtaking on certain corners, to be honest. With the difference in speeds and the ability to have lots of downforce in certain cars and a lot less in others, that's going to provide some dynamic racing, overtaking, lots of slipstreaming I'm hoping for on that home straight as you come over the crest. I do like this track. This track doesn't like me much. I have raced the HPDs before. I've raced the Ferrari before, so I know some of the dynamics and the handling of the vehicles. Some of them are, in my opinion, easier to drive than others. But then I've not driven a car for the best part of 6 hours before.
Yeah, that's very true. I think that's where a lot of it comes into. Obviously, it's team racing, so there will be driver swaps, but you can still end up doing some fairly hefty stints, and concentration comes into it. Obviously, with iRacing's dynamic track, the track is going to heat up and cool down, so the grip levels are going to change, which means that in turn change the braking points and things like that. So, yeah, I do like watching the multi-class racing. It can be a bit naughty at the start of races, but normally within an hour, the pit stops start to happen. Drivers have sorted themselves out, and things are usually good to go. I've just seen our other co-commentator, Mr. Bill Switzer, has connected to the session, so hopefully he will be in here with us soon. We've got the P2 qualifying going at the moment, and already we're seeing, the quickest P2 car is 5 seconds a lap quicker than the fastest GT car. So I suppose, Pete, that where these faster cars catch the slower cars on the track is going to be all important, because there are some places on this track that you just can't risk an overtake.
Oh, absolutely. If you catch a slower car at the wrong point on the track, or rather the wrong turn, or in a particular formation of traffic, it's going to make for a horrible situation if you're not patient. The fast cars do need to be patient as they come round. The slower cars need to stay on their racing line. If they don't stay on the racing line, it causes confusion. Confusion leads to people thinking that they were doing the right thing when potentially they weren't. I've suffered with it even in the league that we race in the V8 ESC. Driving the supercars, there's people a lot faster than me in that, and you've got to wonder what you do when you're in front of someone who's approaching you at a vast rate of knots. When I used to drive the Kia against the Corvettes, that was a similar situation as well. The Corvettes would just appear in your rearview mirror almost all of a sudden at times, because when they're going down the straights, they're picking up an enormous amount of speed. Round here, it's the HPDs going round corners very, very quickly. And they take a lot of time out in each of the corners, which can be a surprise to some people when they creep up behind them all of a sudden. So they need to the slow cars really should stay on the racing line and let the HPDs, etc., go around them.
Yeah, that's a point that I was going to make as well. Some people struggle with multi-class racing. If you've got a faster car, not in your class, but if you've got a faster class of car coming up behind you, your job isn't to jump out of the way and cause confusion. Your job is to stick to your racing line, and it is up to the faster car to find a safe way around you. And if you stick to the racing line, you are then being predictable, and the faster car knows exactly where you're going. And I think that's where we see a lot of incidents that shouldn't really happen, is either when a slower car tries to jump out of the way to let a faster car through, or the faster car has caught them in the wrong place on the track and is just impatient and probably throws one up the inside in a place that they shouldn't have tried it in the first place. And I think that's where where if you watch multi-class racing, the top drivers in the fast cars, you can see that they have patience. They know the places on the track. They've learnt the places on the track where they can make a quick dive and get past somebody, know the places where they can't get past people, and ultimately, they've got cars chasing them down, but if you lose half a second of your lead because you're stuck behind a slower car and then get past them safely, it's better than losing 5, 6, 7, 10 laps because you've had to go into the pits for repairs. Having said that, I'm sure that we're still going to see the odd incident, especially at the start of the race and through the first stint. But I know race control will be, looking at these and making judgments on what they see is gone on. Now, we do get drivers complaining about race control decisions, which is totally wrong. The decisions by race control are made on what they are seeing and the information that's available to them at that time. Do they always get it right? No, they don't. But all calls are made in good faith and, like I say, with the information that they've got available to them. And it's horrible to see drivers moaning and complaining about race control. Because if there wasn't race control, it would literally be a free for all and the last car standing, and we don't want that. So earlier on, Pete, I don't know whether you've had a chance to flick around a few of the cars. I was commentating on how good some of the liveries look on these cars and how much time people have spent on them or how much money people have paid to get them painted. I think that is, apart from the racing, that is one of the good things about multi-class racing is the fact that you get to see a lot of different cars with a lot of different liveries on, and some of them you sort of look at and go, wow, that's brilliant, and other liveries you look at and sort of wince and go, really?
Yeah, absolutely. The variety you get with multi-car racing is you get to see lots of different types of vehicles, all performing at different capabilities, including the drivers inside each of those different categories of car. And you also get to see the liveries that they've created and the advertising that they're doing for each of their sponsors. Some of this stuff can get quite serious these days as well. So some of these sponsors are real sponsors in esports. As esports and online racing and sim racing becomes more and more respected, we mustn't forget that some real life racers are now in esports and the other way around. Some of the real life racers have come from esports. So I think it's very much a spectacle for everybody, including me. I see some of the liveries that come out on these cars, and I'm wowed by them. Just the time and effort that they must have spent, sometimes even the cost that they must have parted with, in order to get these liveries onto the cars. It's just spectacular.
Yeah, it certainly is, and obviously, you touched on sponsors there, and with the league that we run, we know how important sponsorship is. And as Sam mentioned earlier, he's currently looking at season 3, and don't forget, anybody that's watching, if you want to get involved. As a driver or as a team owner or as a sponsor, just contact Sam. Give you all the details. You can sponsor individual races and get your name or your company or your team plastered all over the broadcast. It's a growing sport. Used to be very gamey when you look at console racing and things like that, but the way iRacing have brought things on, in some of their official championships, you can win a hell of a lot of money. It's good to see a lot of the sort of official championship winners are now getting opportunities in real racing cars. And also if you're in, as Pete said, if you're in the right league or the right race, there are a lot of world-class, full-time, proper racing drivers that use the iRacing service. So, you never know who you might be racing against.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of the leagues I've been in, even like the MX5s, back in the day, there was some famous names knocking about in there as well. This year in the dirt races that we've been doing, there's, if you look just a few places beneath us, there's some names that you'll recognise. I'm not going to mention them because I don't know how much trouble I'd get in, to be perfectly honest with you. But it is fascinating how much sim racing is coming on. There's a lot of platforms that you can participate in. iRacing's probably got one of the most developed, what would you call it, where you can get the most amount of people in the world into it in one format, in one forum at the same time. If you look at the other ones that we've raced in, Clyde, like R Factor and stuff, they're a bit more of a, should I say, a geeks version, because you have to download the mods and pay for the mods to build your repertoire of tracks and cars and liveries, etc. Whereas iRacing makes it all very much more accessible. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's what, in my opinion anyway, that's what iRacing does well and probably puts them, top of the class for, online racing, is the ease of use. So, everything's there for you if you've got a deep enough wallet. It's very, very pretty. They've done a lot of work over the past 12 to 18 months on the visual side of it. The cars always looked good, but now with clouds and weather and different times of the day, the sunset races are absolutely fantastic. And then, for the pick up and play side of it, you can go on at any time of the day and race against people from all over the world. In most of the cars that they have on, there obviously are some that don't get any love. But yeah, I think from my opinion, that's where they stand head and shoulders above everybody else. And then the league racing side, things like this and what we do, I think is second to none. It's so good to race against people that you know what they're going to do on the track most of the time, and a lot of people have made a lot of good online friends through doing things like iRacing. So yeah, it's definitely, if you're watching this broadcast and you're not involved, get involved. There are people of all abilities in iRacing. If you go down the official route, there's a structure that you can go through with license levels and safety ratings and things like that. Or there's the league aspect of it, where you can pick a car that you like to drive and join a league and drive that car all the time, or join as many leagues as you want and drive different cars. So yeah, it is very, very good. We are currently coming towards the end of the P2 qualifying. We've got Masked Devils Esports currently on pole with a 122.814. German Sim Racing Purple with a 122.966. And Trium Esports by, I don't know if that's Cast or KAST, with a 122.994. So we're still seeing that 5-second difference between the P2s and the GT cars. Only 7 cars in P2 by the looks of it, Pete. So we'll have to see how well they get on.
Yeah, there's one team down the bottom there. If you look, Track Friends Racing 269. They don't appear to be setting a time. I'm not sure what their tactic is going to be, or even if they're racing at all. We'll have 6 cars in the next category going forward. I think Brutsy Esports just put in a faster time as well, to go 122.838. And when you look at that, what's that? 0.2 of a second, no, 0.02 of a second behind the lead car. So that's going to be very tight. And when you consider that over those 7 cars that have put a time in, you got just 1.1 seconds splitting them across an entire lap. That's I suppose in this car that's quite a long time, isn't it, Clyde? Because you get round a lap in 1 minute 22, 1 minute 23. Obviously, that's not going to be race pace. They'll have to take it easy. They'll be going through traffic. But 1 second it's an enormous amount of time in a car like this, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Although watching qualifying, it looks like there's obviously a lot of draft to be had down the not straight. So it could be that gap is purely because the ones at the top managed to catch a draft and the ones towards the bottom didn't. I don't know if Sam can tell us, did the Track Friends Racing 269 have a start penalty, or are they just doing something like a start from the pits of their own accord?
They have a start from pit lane penalty, yes.
There you go. So that's why they haven't qualified. But I assume where do they start, Sam? Is it in the pits, or can they take their place at the back of their respective group?
They will start from the pits. They will have to wait all the cars to pass through, and they will have a go from the race control once all the GT has gone by the pit lane.
So just for the viewers and more importantly for me, what is it that's attracted that penalty for that car?
It's a race registration infringement. So we have a registration system to allow us to know who will racing and so on. And
okay, so that's not something they've attracted from a previous race then?
No, it's something for this one.
Interesting. So there you go, viewers. That shows how in depth these communities and leagues can be. Rules for joining, rules for administration, rules for your paint liveries and the advertising on certain cars. We've got it in V8 ESC as well. You need a certain banner on your car, etc. And you can have penalties imposed upon you for those things. Absolutely fascinating, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I obviously need to send some money your way for keep mentioning V8 ESC, Pete. So, please carry on.
Yeah.
I've noticed Mr. Bill Switzer has joined us in the booth. Can you hear us, Bill?
Good morning from the colonies.
Aha, good morning from the colonies indeed, Bill, and good afternoon from us. So, we are currently in the qualifying session. The P1s are now going out. They will be the last class to qualify. Just to put you on the spot, Bill, endurance racing, 6-hour race, multi-class, so 4 different classes. What are you expecting from this race?
Well, there ought to be a lot of passing. There ought to be a lot of working through slower classes and so on. So, from my personal point of view, Interlagos is not one of my favorite places. It ought to be interesting. It's kind of slick out there in spots, and looks like a lot of speed differential. I know these P1s go pretty quick, and of course the P2s as well. So, I have to see how it goes. It'll be interesting. I haven't done much with multi-class, but I'm looking forward to watching this and commentating on it, of course.
Oh, of course. So, for those of you that don't know Bill, he's already said Interlagos isn't one of his favourite tracks. Bill doesn't have a favourite track. Every track is not one of his favourite tracks.
True.
And just to keep everybody up to date, the P2 qualifying finished as pole position for Masked Devils Esports. The Abruzzi Esports HPD AM team took the second spot, and German Sim Racing Purple in third. So we wait for these P1s to get up to speed. Sam, just to bring you in again quickly, what sort of a speed difference is there between the P1s and the P2s?
You're asking a question I don't really know. It depends on the downforce they put on the car, and I don't know if they run high downforce or not. I think maybe we can ask the P1 drivers looking in the chat. Guys, Fury us. So
we asked Sam, our resident expert, and he hasn't got a clue, so we'll just make it up as we go along.
Yeah.
Let's wait until we see a couple of laps put in from the P1s, and then we'll see what the difference is between the P1 and the P2s, and also more importantly, the P1s and the GTs, because they're going to be the first cars that the P1s come up to lap. and judging by the times from the GT qualifying, I think once you catch the back of the pack, you're going to catch the whole pack, because there's not really a lot of difference between them. So we just had the first time set of 1:16.192. So
Whoa.
again, there's another 6 seconds there. So, there's going to be a massive difference between
Wow.
the P1s and the G2s. What do you think, Pete? Do you think tears of joy or tears of dismay for the P1 drivers and their speed over the GT cars?
I think on this track it'll be tears of joy when you consider the types of turns that you've got on here. Dropping down from very high speeds at certain points into very tight turns. The P2 cars, as I watched, were struggling quite a bit on turn 1. So on turn 1, you've got an elevation change on a left-hand turn. You're cresting that hill as you come into it as well, to then dive down to the right. It unloads the car. No matter how much downforce you've got on that turn, when you're going slow, you lose your downforce because it's the air coming over your car that pushes it into the floor. So when you're looking at P1 cars, they've got everything they need for downforce, even at a lot slower speeds, which means they can take the corners a lot faster. So they'll be passing cars very, very quickly on this track. And when you look, there's 6 seconds a lap between them and the P2s. And then you're talking 11 seconds per lap difference between them and the fastest GT 3 cars. That's a light year. It's monstrous. If you were to have these on more open tracks like Spa, I don't think they'd be closing in quite so much without some slipstream.
Yeah, I've just watched the satellite race in P1 with an indecent proposal with the fence. That was quite interesting.
Well, the one thing that I spotted a minute ago, sorry to butt in, the Sorg Rennsport Esports #1 car did his first lap, topped the timing sheets, and then boxed straight away. So they must only go out with enough fuel to get around one lap or something, which is a bit fascinating. So you can imagine how light that car is. And I was watching that satellite racing car when it had its embarrassing moment for a second there, and I think that's what it's down to. There's no weight in the car.
Yeah, and it was interesting, you saying about turn 1. It to me, it's always, whatever car I've driven around this track, turn 1 has always been one of those where you think you can brake that much later, and then all of a sudden the track is disappearing downhill, and it's too late to do anything about it.
Yeah, totally. By the time you know what's going on, your car's already deceived you. And there's no coming back from it at that point. It's just going to spit you into a wall somewhere, or rather, at that turn, straight on usually for me. But I think with the dynamics of these cars, I think you're going to see spins at turn 1, or like the unloading of the opposite corners of the car, which makes it turn a lot faster. So you'll see people catching their car as they enter into that turn.
Another place. Sorry, Clyde. Another place that's really difficult. Amazingly, you kind of laugh, but the pit exit road is really treacherous too. I mean, I've seen more people crash on that road than out on the racetrack. It's amazing because you follow the same thing. You're kind of going downhill, off camber, and just when you think you can get on it, you got another little chicane to go through. So that can be treacherous as well.
Yeah, I think I've crashed a couple of times in pit lane.
Me too.
So that's Sorg Rennsport Esports #1 is back on track, about to start a flying lap, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, we'll try to go on board with them.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Pete was saying there, whether they are just fueling enough to do one flying lap and then pitting straight away. But at the moment, they've got less than 1/10 of a second over Full Send Racing, and even closer behind that in third is the Simtech Motorsports LMP1.
I'm just on board with them at the minute, and what you can see in the side of the car, it's more like a spaceship, isn't it? It's like a missile with a very strangely shaped steering wheel that you would see on some space computer game more than you'd see in a normal car. But you can see that the amount of turning that they can allow the car on a car with no downforce, you want to keep the wheels as straight as possible all the way through the turn. It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. The less turn you put in, the more dynamically your car turns sometimes. These guys just lean it in, turn the wheel, and the car does what it says.
You know,
Yeah.
And he has just parked the car again straight after one lap, so they're only fueling up for one lap.
You know, another amazing thing is you look at one of those, and what I always feature as being dynamically, air friendly with the air. Whoa, boy, there's a guy who took a heck of a tumble. Wow, who the heck is that?
That is Lone Wolf Motorsports number 147.
Wow. That's going to leave a mark. Wow. Anyway, you look at those, and to me, they don't look really aerodynamic, and it's amazing how aerodynamics can fool you. You look at it, and it doesn't really look like it's that slippery, but boy, it must be, because they really fly through the air.
Yeah, and I'm just watching the Sorge Rennsport again. Driver on board, apologies for this, is Dragan Nikic. And that car, I don't know whether you guys are watching it, it just looks so planted. It just doesn't seem to be twitching, stepping out of line or anything. So I don't know, maybe they are running a high downforce setup and, sacrificing the speed down the not straight to keep the speed up through the corners.
Well, that's where you're going to get the time in a car like this, is round all these tight turns down the bottom of the hill here and into this next right-hander. That's probably one of the slowest turns on the entire circuit. Coming around this sweeping left. Oh, I'm not on the same timing as you, so I apologise to all the people I've just deceived, because they're now onto their racing lap. I'll start again, shall I? So, coming up to this turn here, it's a left-hander. You can take this one quite quickly in any car. You can drift out wide there, but not in this car. It's going to be on rails through there. We head up here. This is a less forceful right-hand turn. You keep this turned in. You can go wide here. You don't get any incident points for that. Nice tight turn in there, but you can let the car roll through that one. This one, they'll pick up loads of time through this turn. Got a bit of wheel spin coming out of that one. This was the turn I was meaning before about one of the slowest on the course. And then they roll down the hill here. This one's deceiving because it tightens up on you. And then you come up the hill slightly into this one, and coming out of here is like the whole shot. If you can get that all done without getting any wheel spin onto this not straight, as Clyde described it, that's where you can lose time there, but you're not going to gain a lot because of how the aerodynamics work on these cars.
And again, one fast lap and park the car. One bit that does annoy me on this track is that final left-hand turn before you go onto the not straight. There's a section on the right-hand side which, in my eyes, is off the track. Because you see all cars with all four wheels over the white line. And I would like to see some sort of stinger trap with nails put on the outside of that white line to stop cars doing that.
To be fair, whenever I race this track, I am all four wheels over that line. And when you watch
Pete,
some of the
all four wheels off every line.
Yeah, on every track, including when I'm in the pits. But when you see the professional races, it doesn't seem to attract a penalty to put all your tyres over that line.
No, that's right, and I think some of the motorsport controlling bodies. I don't think, I'm just watching it again and it's really annoying me. I think they need to get a bit tighter on this sort of thing, because those white lines are there for a reason. That is your track. The track runs between the two white lines. And you see it a lot. I'm not a big lover of Formula One anymore, but I still watch it occasionally. But you see it sometimes where, on some parts of the track you get a penalty for doing it, and other parts of the track you can get away with it. In my eyes, I would like to see in all forms of racing, from Formula One down to club racing and sim racing, that the white lines are the white lines, and you have to have at least two wheels inside the track at all times, and then there's no excuses for anybody.
And what do you always hear everybody saying, all the drivers, they say, we want consistency.
Exactly, yeah, and that would make it consistent in my eyes. But racing drivers, real drivers, sim drivers, they will take advantage of every little bit that they can, and if it's not in the rules, then they will find it and exploit it usually.
Yep. Well, it should be like dirt racing, which we all love. The big tires on the edge. You run into that, you destroy your car.
Oh yeah, most definitely, yeah. So just back to the qualifying. You've still got well over 5 minutes left, and we're still in the same order. So Source Sport Esports number 1 is currently on pole position with a 1:16.192. Full Send Racing 187 with a 1:16.270, and Simtech Motorsport LMP1 with a 1:16.286. So, Pete, that is tough at the top. That is really, really close.
Yeah, it's so close now that I'm just going to call them SORG for the want of a more abbreviated title.
Sorry to butt in, but why are these names so bloody long?
I have no idea, mate. I like the car in position 12 at the moment. That's on my side of the easy to pronounce list. But Sorg, they got round to the end of their flying lap and parked it. So they'd obviously not improved. They were a bit wild coming onto the back straight, as indeed Full Send Racing are at the moment. It looks like Simtech Motorsport have just stuck their car in the midst of it all, though, by going second fastest by 1/1000th of a second. Now,
that's amazing.
If that's not tight enough for you, I don't know what you need to go and watch, because I don't think anybody can blink that fast. I'm pretty sure.
That must be something like half an inch.
Yeah, or in this car, maybe a 1/10 of an inch. Who knows? Because they're travelling that fast at those points.
So here's a question for Sam, and one that hopefully he'll be able to answer this time, because our resident expert hasn't been very expert so far. Qualifying, Sam.
Your website, Clyde, the past few days, so.
Oh, here we go. I knew it'd all be my fault.
He's done him.
Yeah.
Are the teams only allowed to use one driver in qualifying, or can all of the team members put in a qualifying lap?
No restriction. They can do whatever they want. They have just 4 drivers maximum for the whole race. That's it.
Okay, so it looks like drivers that are qualifying are either what is classed as the fastest guy in their team, or maybe a hot lap specialist, to be able to get their car up there on pole. So as Pete says, there's 0.02 of a second between first and second. It'd be good if there was 0.02 of a second on every lap between those two guys. And again, they haven't beaten their time, Sorg, and parked the car. So
I think they're just at their limit now.
I think be interesting to see if they all remember to refuel the car for the race, or whether they just get one fast lap in and have to pit.
Yeah, I've never done that.
No, I know what we'd do if we was in it.
Yeah.
Although we could blame Bill and say he forgot to fuel the car.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, what the heck, yeah.
I've done that too many times. It's embarrassing.
So we are almost at the end of the P1 qualifying, and we've got the exciting race to come. You've got to put up with us guys for 6 more hours in the booth, we've got to put up with each other without having an argument for 6 more hours.
That's not happening.
And I'm sure we'll disagree at some point. For those of you watching, obviously us guys, we've never commentated on one of these races before, so if we do get something wrong, please bear with us. Sure, Sam will put us right, or one of the guys on the broadcast or in Discord will put us right. But yes, guys, I'm excited about doing this. I've never commentated for this long. I don't know if my voice will hold out. I'm not allowed to drink alcohol at the moment, so that's not helping. But yeah, before we finish qualifying, Pete, your final thoughts before we start the race?
I think this is going to be fascinating. I think there's a few opportunities for cars to move up the rankings. This being the final race of this season, unless I get corrected by Sam in a minute. The top of the P1s, I think it's 103 points for the top team, which I'll go and research who that is at the minute, and then 78 points for the team following. So I don't know how many points you score, Sam, in order to bridge that gap, but I think that one might be a bit insurmountable, is it?
I think Sam said earlier that all the championships are already decided before this race.
Yes, exactly. We have the GT Pro, the overdrive performance with 26 points, and you can earn 26 points in a race.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be one to watch when we get round to it then. So it's bragging rights, really, isn't it? Last race of the season. Does that mean, Sam, that it will naturally dictate that the point system is altered for the following season, given the fact that the points have already decided the winners before the final lap for so many of these categories?
Yeah, we have an update coming for next year. We'll have more points for races and less space, I would say, between each position in the race.
Yeah, that's good, because as myself and Clyde have found over the years, finding the right point system for the size of the field, the type of the car that you're driving, how much you want to let someone get away, as it were, if they are particularly good, is a very, very fine mathematical balance to strike. And we have failed a couple of times, haven't we, Clyde?
You might have, but I haven't.
Modest, always modest from Clyde.
So cars are going to be gridding shortly. Bill, how do you think this race is going to go?
Well, unlike Pete, the statistic genius, I think it's going to be really fascinating. It's going to be like fruit salad, all these different cars intermixing with each other. Ought to be quite a thrill, and I hope we don't beat each other up for 6 hours. This will be fun.
Yeah, and I like the fact that it's nice to go into the last round with championship still on the table, but in this case the pressure's off and people are just racing for pride and for bragging rights. So we could see some interesting moves, shall we say, when there's not a lot on the table for people. So let's wait and see. Let's say the gridding is coming up. Guys, if it's okay with you, I'm going to keep an eye on the P1s for the start. Bill, if you do the P2s, and Pete, the GTs.
Yeah, on it.
That sounds good.
I think once everybody sorted themselves out, we can all concentrate on the same thing, but we'll just keep everybody updated for the first couple of laps on what's going on in the different classes.
I know this is a really rookie question, but what do we have? GTE or GT3 or both or what?
I think they're all GTEs, aren't they, Sam?
Yeah, it's all GTEs.
Thank you.
And Sam, do you have any individual driver awards?
We also have an individual driver standing, yes.
Excellent.
And also a safe award.
Yeah, I've seen the safe award. Yeah, that looks interesting.
Okay, so the cars are gridding.
How did I get the massive field again?
Let's go through the grid, maybe.
So, P1s, before we start our formation lap, we have pole position Sorg Rensport Esports number 1. Second, Simtech Motorsports LMP1. Third is Full Send Racing number 187. Fourth is Lone Wolf Motorsports 147. Fifth is Satellite Racing. And sixth is Gold Racing Team LMP1. And we also have a car starting from the pits that I can't see at the moment. Over to you, Bill, for the P2 grid.
Okay, car 272 M4's Devil Esports. And second is a Bruzy Esports HVD AM. Third, German Sim Racing Purple. That ought to be Katie's favorite one. Fourth is Triumph Esports by Cast. Fifth is Joker Sim Racing Purple. I'd be perfect on that team. Sixth would be TCR. And seventh is Mass Devils Esports AM.
Okay, and in the GTs, we've got GTRS, the Racing Spirit number 1. They were a tenth faster than N-Race Esports. In third, we've got Overdrive Performance GT1. Then Joker Sim Racing Black, a bit like Bill, that's probably the one for me. Then we've got L1 Esports, German Sim Racing Red after that, L1 Esports Red following that car, all the red cars together apparently. Full Send Racing 412 following that one, and Overdrive Performance GT2 following that one. The cars are pulling away, so I'm going to hand you over to Clyde if he's still about, ready for the start grid.
I'm still here, so just a quick apologies. The car starting from the pits is the P2 team, Track Friends Racing. So now you can see why we give Pete the GTs, because there's so many of them, and he loves the sound of his own voice. So at the moment with the P1s, they're just letting the pace car get ahead. We're just coming around that nasty hairpin bend at the moment. Not particularly tidy.
Yeah, the GTs aren't exactly bunching up back here either yet. They've got a few turns to go through, obviously, before, and I'm guessing they leave a particular amount of time between themselves and the P2s.
They certainly do, and then the same between the P2s and the GT cars.
P2s are beginning to get a little closer together now.
Okay, so we're about to go green, people. Just waiting for the pace car to leave the track. We've got a flasher in the P1s. They're nicely bunched up now.
Just for anybody watching, flasher doesn't mean what you think it does in normal terms.
I was thinking the same thing, Pete.
Pace car's in, green flag is out, and away we go. Great start by the car on pole position.
Okay, P2s are away. It's green for the P2s. Well,
first turn, everything's looking clean so far.
GTs are bunched up now. And the GTs have launched, and the BMW at the front of it, GTRS, the Racing Spirit number 1, has got a small light year ahead of the rest of the field right now. Caught them all on the hop.
Yeah, we've got a great battle between Full Send Racing and Satellite Racing. They're taking it in turns to overtake each other on every corner at the moment. Let's hope this doesn't end in tears.
Yeah, P2, Ibon Fernandez and Mass Devils Esports pulled out a pretty good lead considering it's only the first lap, but back in the pack, we've got a pretty good tussle going.
Yeah, similar thing in the GTs. The pole sitters away down the road. Overdrive Performance Racing GT1 have overtaken N-Race Esports, who started second, and also so have Joker Sim Racing Black. So we've got N-Race Esports making their way backwards at the moment. Everyone's sorted themselves out and they're line astern right now.
Yeah, we've got the Gold Racing Team LMP1 that has just pulled a move on the 2 cars in front and gone from 7th to 4th in one corner. That's the closest battle in the P1s at the moment.
The GT grid is now, or field rather, is now spread out quite heavily. Everybody's taking this very seriously, I think, in terms of not wanting to get tangled up, although turning into turn 1, there's quite a lot of bunching around German Sim Racing Red. They appear to be behind L1 Esports, and that N-Race Esports car appears to be going backwards still and about to get done again.
Yeah, so our flasher is Pedro Gomez in the Lone Wolf Motorsports 147, and he's dropped off the back of the other 2 now. And we've currently got Sorg, have got a 2.5 second lead already over Simtech Motorsport LMP1, with Full Send Racing in 3rd, and the battle's still close between the Gold Racing Team and Satellite Racing.
Mass Devils Esports still in command in P2. It appears that the gentleman behind him, I'll give you a number shortly, is catching up a little bit, so we'll see what happens. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, and the P1s have already caught some of the GT traffic.
I'll get back to the end of my field to see what's going on back there then. Yes, we've already had the back of our little field, or big field rather, sorted out with the P1 cars.
Okay, so all of the P1s look clean at the moment. So
that was a very narrow overtake by Thomas Orthoff. Apologies, Thomas, if I've got your surname wrong there. He was very, very close. It wasn't him actually. It was Christian Pereira of Track Friends making his way through the GT field. He was extraordinarily close to Thomas, going through turn 1.
Yeah, we've got this battle again. Three cars. We've got the Gold Racing Team, Lone Wolf Motorsports, and Satellite Racing, and they are just swapping positions willy-nilly. Don't know if that's something to do with when these guys are using their boost button or not, or just the immense drag that they're getting. But yeah, they seem to be they're swapping positions quite a lot at the moment, whilst the other 3 cars get away.
Okay, Mass Devils is still leading in P2. It appears that German Esports Purple is catching up, though.
I'm just watching this Track Friends racing from the P1s going through the traffic here. And they're not making many friends on track, if I'm being honest. They're very, very close to the leaders. In fact, the leader is passing them now.
Okay, German Esports Purple is definitely catching Mass Devils.
Yeah, we're all bunched up in front of the P1 leader at the moment. There's quite a lot of GT cars in front of him, isn't there, Clyde?
There certainly is, yeah. The back end of the P1 grid is now up with the GTs, so that's going to create some overtaking opportunities for these 3 that are fairly close on track.
And again, what we were describing before about cars staying online, there's quite a few cars coming off the racing line, and what happens there is, if you're in the same category and you come offline and the car in front of you doesn't, the car that's passing you, which is a whole lot faster, is basically facing a giant brick wall in front of them, because they're expecting everybody on racing line so they can choose a line off it. If there's a car parked off it, then they can't go anywhere. That's where the accidents are most likely to come from.
Yeah, I'm currently focusing on satellite racing in the P1s, and they're in the midst of this GT battle.
And we've got one
oh,
just behind that. There's connection.
Yeah, I just saw that. What I was going to say is, the GT cars are racing each other, and that's making it difficult for these P1s to get through. But I think they've cleared it now, and I don't think there was too much damage done on that little bit of contact there. It could be connection because that is the car that's flashing in and out sometimes.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you. Oh, sorry, Bill. Go on.
No, okay. I was just going to mention the P2s are now getting into GT traffic at the end, so we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, and what these guys, I'm assuming, have got in their head is this isn't a 5-minute race. So stuffing it up the inside of a GT car is going to potentially end 2 races that if they left it for just another turn or onto the next straight, there's no absolute desperation at this point.
And that is usually the most annoying thing if you're in the slower class of car, when a faster car just tries to get past you at all costs and ruins both of your races. When, like you say, if they waited another turn, there'll be a straight or a passing opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Flasher is now approaching the lead GT car. If you want to see real quality racing, have a look at that GT car. It's GTRS, the Racing Spirit #1. Stays on his line when faster cars are approaching. Doesn't come off it, although he is staying to the inside here. Oh, that is the racing line. Apologies. And lets the cars pass him. It's good racing.
Yeah, and
Jean-Christophe Pouchard.
there are also, other opportunities that you can take as a slower class to let the faster cars pass, like easing off the throttle early on a straight and things like that. But yeah, it is good to see some of these guys are just sticking to the racing line and making the fast guys go round them.
German Esports Purple is really putting the pressure on Mass Devil Esports for first place, coming down the straightaway. Good battle there.
Yeah, we've got a similar thing going on in GTs. We've got German Sim Racing Red, who are in a wild coloured BMW at the moment, followed by, if I can just get this right, L1 Esports Red, which is Rafael Russo, who's in close company with Harley Horton from Full Send Racing car number 412. Very tasty racing going on at the moment there. They're probably the closest in the whole field right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately with the P1s, I think catching those GTs and obviously the P1s trying to tiptoe round them has spread the field out a bit. The 6 cars, there isn't really I think the closest battle is about 1.5 seconds at the moment, but we know how quickly that can change.
And Triumph Esports, Mass Devils, I guess that's amateur and track friends, having a pretty good 3-way battle at the end of the P2 series. Sorry, it's still a little early. Pardon me.
Now this is very strange. Clearly, Joker Sim Racing Black have had some sort of... Sorry, it won't be them, will it? It'll be GTRS Racing Spirit #1. And now I've just been overtaken for the top spot by Joker Sim Racing Black. So that's Kai Hitchler. Very many apologies, Kai. So I'm going to go and find out what happened to GTRS Racing Spirit 1.
Okay, so in the P1s, Saw currently have just over a 5-second lead over Simtech Motorsports, with Full Send Racing in third. They're doing their best to put some pressure on Simtech. There's then a 4-second gap to Satellite Racing, with Lone Wolf Motorsports 2 seconds back from that, and 5 seconds behind Lone Wolf are the Gold Racing team.
Still the same situation in P2. Mass Devils Esports leading German Esports purple, but really close. German's giving them a heck of a tussle here.
Actually, the change in GTs was during all the passing in the traffic of the LMP1s, and it was a really good overtake by Kai Hitchler. So, good effort, Kai. It'll be a long time before that'll be found by the cameras, so we'll just have to celebrate it off camera. Yeah, it was lap 3, I think. It's way back.
Yeah, there it is on camera.
Good overtake. Positioned his car well, took him under braking, jammed it up the inside safely, and no incidents. All good. Excellent racing.
Okay, I'm just getting word from race control. They're currently looking into the Masked Devils Esport team for a jump start for going too early. So let's see what happens, but that could be a penalty coming up.
Wow. He may lose first place surely because German purple is really putting the pressure on him. The driver of that car is Oliver Kemmerset. German Esport purple, that is.
And if he's likely to have jumped that start, what's the penalty, Sam? All right, there's a variety,
Yeah,
isn't there?
we updated the penalties and so on, and yeah, I have to read the guidelines about this, to be honest.
It
Fair
will
enough.
be some sort of drive-through or stop and go.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know the amount, and I don't want to say something which is not in the rules.
No, that's fair enough.
So just watching the P1 leader at the moment going through. Oh, that was close. P1 leaders going through a little battle with P2s and GT cars. So
That was interesting.
that was a little bit brown trousers.
So it's 30 seconds of stop and hold.
Wow.
Right.
Car in fault for the start, yes.
Whoa.
It's brutal, that.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Note to everybody watching, never jump the start in this league.
You got that right. 30 seconds. Might as well park it. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, we're getting a note from race control now that it was a definite jump start and a 30-second stop and go.
I bet he's happy. Woo, Mr. Fernandez.
And I believe that they're also not allowed to work on the car when you're doing a stop and hold penalty. So that's something that race control do look at. Making sure the tyres are not being changed, or the car is fueling whilst they're doing a stop and go.
So am I right in thinking that that is your number one car at the minute, Bill, in P2?
Well, I have two Masked Devil Esports. One is the amateur, which probably is not him. It's probably the guy that's the leader, which is up. He's pitting right now. Matter of fact, Fernandez is coming in.
So I'm guessing they're not allowed to driver swap during that time either.
No, they're not allowed to driver swap, and it looks like race control have just given them a standard stop and go with no time hold.
Yeah, there he goes. He's on his way.
All the cars reacted to him going early.
Right.
That hurts, though. Wow. Well,
So
there he goes.
Could be interesting there, Bill, to see him try and come back through the field.
Sorry, the Full Send Racing car literally pushing through traffic, as in staying on the racing line and expecting the cars to get out of the way. That was fairly brutal, to be honest.
The P1, Pete, yeah?
Yeah. It was on, what turn would that be? Let me go
Yeah,
back
just
a bit.
watching it back now.
Yeah, very, very close to the back of that Porsche. No, it's a Ferrari, isn't it?
Yeah, I think in my eyes he didn't do anything wrong, but I think he put himself in a bit of danger that he needn't have put himself into.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a risky move, to be honest, and something you don't really need. And that's what I was describing before the race started. Sometimes these very much faster cars can just literally appear. Where you had a Porsche a minute ago, you've now got an LMP1 breathing into the exhaust pipes of your car, and it will lead to a crash at some point. That's almost guaranteed if that behaviour continues.
It's amazing how quickly those LMP1 cars accelerate out of the corner. God, in front of my P2 leader, the guy just absolutely left him like he parked. Holy mackerel, what a difference. And as we know, a P2 car is not a slow car.
No, definitely not, Bill.
I think that's one of the skills, isn't it, in being in one of the faster cars, is it's not all about lap time, it's about how you handle traffic, how you get through the traffic, where you're patient and where you're not patient, because as we said before, you put the nose of your car in the wrong place and you're in the pits for 20 minutes for a repair, or if race control deem that you've done something wrong, a stop and go. So yeah, for the fast guys, you probably see that they're not hitting the lap times that they were getting in practice or qualifying, but they're trying to pick their way through all the traffic, because I think at the moment there is basically traffic everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the fast guys, the LMP ones and the P2 cars, the cars are basically made of paper. If you touch anything with them, they crumple, and it'll affect everything about your car. As I remember from racing them not too long ago back. Whereas the GT cars, I think they survive a bit better. You got less chance of blowing an engine because you've got a bit more about the structure of the vehicle, and that is represented in iRacing. It's not something that's been missed in the creation of these simulated vehicles. Just to give you an update at the top end of the GTs, we've still got Joker Sim Racing Black only just ahead of GTRS Racing Spirit 1, who are either being very patient and playing a very clever game, or are struggling to keep the pace, or rather struggling to get the pace to overtake. And then there's quite a gap back to Dennis Schroeder in Overdrive Performance GT1, who fills out the last of the third of the top three.
Well,
Yeah.
the gentleman, Mass Devil Esports, who had to make a stop and go penalty, is back up to fourth in his class, so it hasn't hurt him too bad so far, and he's moving forward.
Yeah, and we've not got much going on in the P1s at the moment. Florian Kruger for Sorge is currently 6.5 seconds in front. The rest of the cars are still in the same order and obviously fighting their own battles with traffic. Guys, I'm just going to leave you for 2 minutes whilst I go and get a drink.
Sure thing. Not sure what's happened to Stephen Miok, who's currently in 32nd, because unless he's just naturally the last car on track, he's being approached now by German Sim Racing Purple. That's one of yours, Bill.
Yeah, he's the leader of P2.
That makes sense then. So, and then just behind him is the leader of P1, is the leader of GT. Sorry, Kai Hitchler, with Jean-Christophe Bouchard in the Racing Spirit number 1 right on his tail still. I'm going to have a look a bit further back in the GTs if you've got anything to comment on. You've got quite a few cars in close proximity around here, haven't you, Bill?
Yeah, yep, we do. The leader, German Sim Racing Purple, is a bit ahead of the group behind him, but the group behind him is getting a little interesting. Let me move back here.
Yeah, while you're doing that, Sam, if you put your cameras on Rafael Russo, if you can, L1 Esports red car.
Yeah, I'm with them. Yes.
Yeah, he's crawling all over, or being crawled all over by Harley Horton, who I mentioned earlier from Full Send Racing 412. They've exchanged places a couple of times, I think, so that's getting pretty tasty. He's not gaining much toe in that back straight, which is a surprise. I thought they'd pull forward once they hit top revs.
Yeah, back in P2 in second place at Bruzy Esports HBD. Their amateur team is in a battle with Joker Sim Racing Purple, and right now it's kind of got separated a little bit because he's amongst some GT cars, but that's a close battle right there going on in P2.
Interesting. Harley Horton's right on the gearbox of Rafael Rousseau again. I hope I'm saying these names right. It's going to be terribly embarrassing if I'm not. And they're very quickly being approached by one of your cars, the TCR car, the car that I write the team name off.
I'm on him right now. Yep, he's beginning to get involved as well.
Yeah, he showed a good amount of patience there. He knew he wasn't going to be able to stuff that car inside that Porsche and get away with it, so he stayed behind them. They have separated quite a lot. Funny that the Ferrari takes a much more shallow line into that corner every lap than the Porsche behind them. Must be to do with the car dynamic, I expect. What do you think, Bill?
Could very well be, yeah. Front engine, rear engine, maybe, or something.
I think they're both rears, but...
Oh, that's right. That's a mid-engine. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Right, guys, I am back.
Well,
Just been downstairs to get a drink. My living room currently looks like some sort of toy factory, with my wife busy wrapping Christmas presents. And I didn't realise how windy it was. So have you got this wind outside?
Yeah, it's horrendous at the minute. And I think it's travelling your way, so I don't think you've got the worst of it yet.
Yes, that's not good.
So it's what, coming out of the north then, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, making its way south in the UK at the moment.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I'd much rather be at Interlagos.
Yeah, definitely. Even in the winter. Okay. So we've got 3 cars in close proximity in the GTs. We've got Dennis Schroeder in the Overdrive Performance GT1 car in front of Philippe. Right, hang on. Chiaramello. That's the best I'm going to do on that one. In the L1 Esports.
Awesome.
It was, wasn't it? No hesitation. Behind Guillaume Jobard of N-Race Esports.
Oh, nice pass. Masked Devil Esports, the guy that had to do this. Oh, we've had a collision coming downhill between a GT and I believe that's Joker Sim Racing Purple, maybe? Yep.
It's both Joker Sim Racing cars, yes, the GT and the LMP2.
Oh,
excellent.
Nice. Nice.
Joker
Good
Sim
job.
Racing taking themselves out.
Oh,
Yeah.
and he's pulled off the track. He must have some damage. Yep, he's just blinked out. It must be. Yep, he's in the pits now.
Yeah, I think he just pulled off the track right in front of the P1 leader.
Whoops.
So a quick update on the P1 field. There's not a great deal going on. The 101 is now 9 seconds in the lead. Still got a battle going on between Simtech Motorsport and Full Send Racing, who are currently second and third, only separated by 2 seconds. Fourth is Satellite Racing, fifth Lone Wolf Motorsports, and sixth Gold Racing Team. And from talking to Sam earlier on in the broadcast, when the qualifying was on, we're sort of expecting the P1s to start pitting around the 40-minute mark. So it'd be interesting to see how far they can actually go.
Yeah, Sam, have you replayed that incident already?
You're talking about the incident between both Joker cars?
Yeah.
It was just go live, by the way. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So one of the biggest losers in that whole thing was not one of their cars. It was
Yes,
the
it's
GTRS, the Racing Spirit #1, who unfortunately lost a handful of places by bailing out onto the grass, and then almost getting taken out by the P2 car that was involved in the crash. So an innocent bystander. He was in second place, not too far off his class leader, and now he's several cars behind.
And I'm just going to give a quick shout out to Charlie Collins, who on the chat on the broadcast has said you guys are a lot better than the normal commentators. Thank you,
Hey.
Charlie.
We love Charlie. Oh, there's another incident. I don't know what corner I'm on, but it's near the Racing Spirit car yet again. It was just a couple of seconds ago, Sam, so I don't know whether you can focus your attention on that one. We've got a few cars ahead of that.
it was
on the turn.
the TCR car with Terry Taylor and the overdrive performance.
Was that netcode? I think I've seen a little bit of netcode between those two cars. Is it a Porsche? No, it's a Ferrari.
There's no such thing as netcode. Johnny
No,
Brown told me.
Hilarious. I'm pretty sure that wasn't physical contact, but I'm trying to get a better view on it.
We will let race control sort that out.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, Mr. Fernandez and Mass Devils Esports P2.
The GTRS Racing Spirit just spawned, guys. Sorry to break you out. On the pit entry.
I'm going to have to catch up with the live stream at the minute because I'm way behind looking at that crash. It was, in my opinion, netcode, but we'll see what race directions say on that one.
It was a big contact between the GTRS and one of the P2 cars.
My word, I've just found the GTRS car, parking it in pit lane.
Is that the BMW?
It doesn't look like a BMW anymore, Clyde. It looks like it's been in the wreckers yard for a few months.
Just done a 17-point turn at the entrance to pit lane. I think, did he hit the wall?
Yeah, he was passed by the 3 Army Sport and just go through the 3 Army Sport, just stay a little bit on the left, I think. And the GTRS hit the car and took the wall after that.
He tried to become one with it. That was an enormous impact.
There's going to be some repairs on that.
I think there'll be a protest in there somewhere, but I don't know which side will protest.
Not quite sure it'll cut out, but we'll wait and see.
My pit crew could do that. They've done worse before.
You remember?
Yeah, if we get short of things to say, I'll give the viewers a rundown on our Bathurst 1000 race, because I'm sure nobody's heard it before.
No, not several times repeated, no. I'm telling you, I thought the race was 50 laps. Right, so GTRS Racing Spirit #1 car was in second place and is now obviously dashing for the back of the GT field after having 2 of the most unfortunate laps they've probably ever experienced. So, leading GTs at the moment is Joker Sim Racing Black. When my computer finally shows me the car. Following them is L1 Esports. They're not too far behind, to be honest. And Overdrive Performance GT1 rounds out the top 3 of the GT field at the moment. Where are your guys at Clyde?
Not really much going on at the moment. Well, I say that SimTech Motorsport have been caught by Full Send Racing. There's about half a second in it at the moment. I'm not sure whether that was traffic or not. Something I did just notice: the P2 cars, when they're coming toward you from a distance, they look like they should have a passenger on board.
Yes, yeah. But then the LMP1 car is a 2-seat. Oh, no, it's not. That's a central seater, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah. So in some disciplines, they put a pod over that second seat. which makes the car look bizarre. I've seen that done before. Yeah, I don't know. And there must be some rule about needing a passenger at some point.
Yeah, I think that would be good if they put like a crash test dummy in the passenger seat with a look of like sheer frightened on their face or something like that.
Well, let me just jump in here. P2, Mr. Fernandez from Mass Devil Esports, they must have lit a fire under him for having to do a stop and go, because he's back into second place. He just passed the Bruzy Motorsports, so he is flying right now.
Yeah, I think a few of your cars have ended up in incidents as well at the front end of your field. German Sim Racing Purple, they had a bit of a touch before, I think.
There's a good battle going on in the P2s. Car 227.
That's the back of the field, isn't it?
I don't know if that's for position, but it's a really good battle.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's got, that's been going on for a while. That's Triumph Esports by Cast ahead of him, and that's the amateur Mass Devils Esports. Looks like he's setting them up for a pass right now.
And
that is a good battle.
That TCR car that's been involved in a few things, that's not too far down the road from them too.
There he goes. Looks like he's going to put a move on Cast. He's got him. Mass Devils Esport AM has moved into, what is that, 5th or 6th place? Hold on a minute. 5th place in his.
Yeah, just behind that little fight is the leader of the GTs, Joker Sim Racing Black. That's still driven by Clyde. Ooh. Go on, Clyde.
Sorry. Our leader was just passing one of the GT cars. The GT car was coming over and squeezing the P1, and I thought there was going to be tears there. I've just noticed that the car 217 has a 30-second stop and go for causing a collision. I believe that's one of yours, Bill.
217. Yep, Triumph Esports by Cast.
Interesting.
Huh. I see it on my screen too now, yep.
So there's all sorts going on at the moment with GTRS Racing Spirit number 2 car. They've just been off track because they lost control whilst fighting the track for the Phantom Sim Racing car, driven by Michael Muller.
Or Michael Mullard, as we like to call him.
Yep, Mr. Mullard.
I don't know who else is driving for them today. I believe Dave Janssen is, and maybe Jose Borges. The P1 leader, Florian Kruger, has just watched him take 4 GT cars on the start-finish not straight. The speed difference is phenomenal.
Yeah, and the same principle applied to, I'm trying to find him now, he's that far down the road I can't even catch up, your Simtech Motorsports LMP1 car, approaching, what is that, 1, 2, 3, the 4th turn, after the first reasonable straight, it just left the GTs for dead. The overdrive that they've got is amazing.
Yeah, the patience shown by these P1 leaders is unbelievable at the moment. The car in second place is being particularly careful, which keeps giving the Full Send Racing car in third a sniff of getting up behind them. And then they manage to pull away again. They seem to be catching the traffic in all the wrong spots on the track, but then being patient enough to stay behind them and taking them at the right place.
Yeah, just to keep everybody up to speed, we're now approaching the 40-minute mark, and didn't you mention that one of our contingents are all going to start pitting at around about that point?
Yeah, our resident non-expert, Sam, informed me that the P1s are probably going to be pitting around the 40-minute mark, so I'm just concentrating on the leader at the moment. And then I'll update everybody on when he pits, and we'll know then how long he can go before pit.
Yeah, that Phantom Sim Racing car just got shown the nose of the car behind, which is the GTRS Racing Spirit number 2 car. Obviously, with the Racing Spirit number 1 car effectively getting a full rebuild in the pits, they're the next hope for that.
And yeah, the P1 leader is staying out at the moment. He's just gone past a P2 and a GT car and starting another lap.
Joker Sim Racing Purple, which is one of your cars, Bill, is back circulating again after having incidents previously, and is about 2/3 of the way back into the GT field at the moment.
Yeah, my leader is going through some of the GT cars. He just passed a Porsche that's missing the rear end of the car.
I just heard tyres screeching. In fact, that was Triumph Esports by Cast. It's another one of your cars.
Yeah, and they're having a torrid time at the moment because they've now been given a 60-second stop and hold for working on the car whilst on their previous stop and hold.
So for anybody watching that doesn't know about iRacing and the controls for it, when you're in the pits, before you get into your pit box, you've got a number of things that you need to cancel. Otherwise, your pit crew will set about repairing bits or changing tyres or fueling the car, etc., etc. So that will be either whoever's acting as his pit crew at that point in time, simulated obviously, or he forgot to take those checks off before he boxed the car.
Yep, gotta set yourself up a clear button or something so they don't do anything.
Yeah, some people have voice activated versions of that. I'm not rich enough to be able to do that. What about you, Clyde?
I think Clyde has one of those, doesn't he?
What's that, guys?
Being able to say no fuel, and your pit crew will set about not filling your car.
Yeah, I did. I toyed with a program called Sodi for a little while. I've since swapped over to Crew Chief, and yes, you can give it voice commands. Although I'm a very untrusting kind of person, so at the moment I'm not using that part of it. In case it goes wrong, so I can run out of fuel on my own without a secondary program helping me to do it.
Yeah, just for the viewers. Sorry, Bill.
Triumph Esports by Cast is in the pits serving his big long penalty now.
Yeah, but did you spot, Bill, that the car rose up and down when it got into its pit box?
I did notice that, yes.
So I think that Triumph, I don't think their day of misery is at an end just yet. I think they've invited doom upon themselves yet again. I
noticed they came down in a big hurry too, but he might be in trouble again. You're right.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Clyde? Is he going to get binned for that if you see the car go up and down in the pits when you're serving?
That's usually the sign that something is being done to the car. So yeah, let's see what race control have coming for them.
Yeah, so that's Clement Andreu, who's driving the Triumph car at the moment.
Okay, I'm still focused on the P1 leader, who still hasn't pitted. Okay. Currently, they're on lap 31 of their race. They're just about to come on to the start-finish not straight again, so we'll see if they pit this time.
And in P2, German Sim Racing, Purple is still plugging away in first place.
Yeah, Joker Sim Racing Black in GT3 just passed a lapped car, Bruno Oliveira 5, on the outside of a turn, which was spectacular to watch.
Yeah, P1 leader has stayed out again, so perhaps Florian Kruger is actually Mike Taliancic.
Yeah, for those watching who don't know that, Mike Taliancic, we're pretty convinced, has a solar-powered sim car in V8 ESC. He seems to get around without being able to use any fuel whatsoever. And we got another punishment there, Clyde, sorry.
Yes, we have. It's the 217. I've got another 60 seconds for working whilst on their previous 60 seconds stop and hold.
Wow. He might as well have lunch. Wow.
Three courses, Bill.
Wow.
Talking about lunch, I can smell my dinner wafting up the stairs.
Yeah, and on that note, I think I'm just gonna have a moment of convenience. I'll be back in shortly.
Okie dokie. And
Okay.
the P1 leader is coming round again and not pitting again. So they're still going.
Okay, not much has changed in P2. They're a little bit spread out. Let me go. I better check the back of the field.
Yeah, P1s, we've got a battle now between third and fourth place, which is Full Send Racing and Satellite Racing. They've just closed up on each other. I don't know whether that was traffic, but it could be a good battle.
Now we got a closey in the back here with 5th and 6th place Mass Devil Esports Amateur and Track Friends Racing number 269. They're very close together, doing a great job. They're getting closed in by, might be your leader. No.
Yeah, and a shout out on the chat to Mr. Bobby Childs, who's a good friend of our series. So welcome along, Bobby.
Yeah, I read some comment that Bobby's going to be back next year. Hope you come back, Bobby.
Okay, P1 leader staying out again. So on to lap 34 now.
Oh, Track Friends Racing 269 all over the back of Mass Devils Amateur.
So when these pit stops start, it'll be interesting to see whether the drivers are double stinting or whether we'll get a driver swap at each pit stop as well.
Yeah, that will be interesting. Coming down the straightaway, trying to make a move on him. Track Friends Racing on the inside. Looks like he's going into the first corner. Yep, very nice. Well done. He's moved into 5th place in P2. Uh-oh! Just slid off the track a little bit. He's got it back under control. He's all right.
Code brown.
Yeah, just about.
Okay, so P1 leader is about to finish this lap. Let's see whether they're still got some fuel left in the tank. They certainly have. They go again on to lap 35.
TCR is back out on the track after having a lunch break. They show him in 4th place, amazingly. But we'll see after this lap. Maybe we can. Considering he's not doing badly, he's in 4th, behind a Bruzy Esports HPD AM.
Yeah, he might just be waiting for the scoring screen to update.
Yeah,
there.
I was just kind of watching that. Seems like after those penalties, he should be further down than he is, but...
Well, the driver that got the penalties have just disconnected, so I think they may have done a driver swap.
Ooh.
P1 leader staying out again. So yes, we've now got Terry Taylor in the TCR car, and I must admit I'm not sure whether they're allowed to do driver swaps during a stop and hold. So possibly another one coming.
Well, maybe after it's over, but I'm not sure if they can regulate that.
Oh, actually, no, that was the wrong car, wasn't it? It was the 217. Sorry, that's my mistake.
Oh, this is the 214. Yeah. Okay.
We have our first LMP1 in the pits, guys.
Yeah,
Full send
LMP
racing.
leader is pitting.
Yeah, full send racing, is that's entered the pits?
Yes.
So Sorg have stayed out then.
Sorg have stayed out. Let's see if they come in this lap.
Sam, can you educate me? On your timing screen that I've got on my computer at the moment, why did the names change to red?
Because when I'm switching from one car to another, you see red or blue if the car is a lap ahead or behind.
Oh, I see, right.
Yeah.
Just with the same rules as you would see when you were in the car.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Right, brilliant, thank you for that.
So yes, guys, the P1 leader is in. So it looks like they can't squeeze any more than 36 laps out of these cars, about 50-51 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that's GT's starting their 32nd lap, so that shows you the speed difference and the amount of laps that the fastest cars can do over these GT3s. What lap is your leader on at the minute, Bill?
Oh, stand by. I was looking at something else. Hang on a minute.
It's lap 36, and the satellite racing did not pit this time, so they have one more lap of fuel, maybe.
Interesting.
Yeah.
German Sim Racing Purple is on lap 34, Pete.
Yeah, so they're 2 full laps ahead, and then another 2 full laps ahead for the LMP1s, the P1 cars.
German Sim is showing being 3 laps down.
Oh, that's true, yep.
So the P1 leader is now coming out of the pits.
So they'll have a nice new set of tyres underneath them. A full tank of fuel.
We'll see if satellite racing can make it round the full lap without running out.
Was there a driver exchange with that one as well, Clyde, or not?
There wasn't, no. Florian Kruger stayed in the car.
Okay, Sam, I have a question for you. Since you race a HP2, how many laps can they get out of a tank?
It depends on the track and the setup you run. It's pretty much the same for the LMP ones. If you're high down for setup, you use more fuel for the launch of the corner, etc. I did not practice at Interlagos because, yeah, we were sorting out this broadcast for today, and I have absolutely no idea how long.
That's okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just thought you might know.
Yeah, no worries, Big.
Satellite racing and boxed.
Yeah, they certainly have. Just seeing if they're going to do a driver swap. Doesn't look like it. And the Gold Racing team are in as well.
The track fan racing LMP2 just passed the TCR for the 4th position.
Oh yeah, there. Okay. Thank you. Yes, he did. He's moving forward pretty well. That's 2 that he's knocked down.
Yeah, they start from the pit lane, but we know they are faster than some other people.
He started from the pit lane?
Yes, they had a pit lane start penalty at the beginning of the race.
Is that track friends?
Yeah. Yes, the track friends racing, yes.
At the beginning of the race, he wasn't making many track friends because he was forcing some pretty heavy moves on the GT cars. So, I don't know how much extra fuel he'll have used in doing those overtakes. So he might have to pit before the rest of that P2 field.
Yeah, it looks like all the P1s have pitted now.
Yeah, and some of the P2 cars have unlapped themselves from 1 lap just by continuing to drive.
So Florian Kruger in the Sorge Rennsport Esports #1 is back in 1st position. He's currently got a 20-second lead over Satellite Racing.
I was just going to mention that because that's like a postcode difference, isn't it? Or a zip code for you, Bill? That's massive for a P1 car. That's
Oh yeah.
huge.
Yes, it is.
So we've got a battle at the moment for second between Satellite Racing and Simtech Motorsport LMP1. They're in traffic, which has just affected the Simtech car. But the Simtech car is faster than the Satellite Racing car, so we could have a battle for position coming up. The Satellite Racing car is in a hell of a lot of traffic. And the Simtech car just sliced through them.
Whoa! Okay, we got a crash front straightaway. Track Friends, TCR. I don't know who else is there. TCR's pulling. No, he's not pulling. Almost pulled in front of a.
Yeah, there's some embarrassing 40-point turns going on, and he's trying to push him.
Wow.
What's going on there?
Oh, Simtech. Oh, how much damage have you got from that?
It looks
So
like an hardware failure for the track friends because we saw the wheel going straight on the side and it just turned into the wall. And yeah, I hear you, Clyde.
Yeah, the Simtech motorsport team that are in third place got a hell of a run on the Satellite Racing team and then tried to thread the needle between them and the GT car.
Yeah,
the
that
GT car. Sure, I don't know if that's netcode, but there's definitely a collision there.
Yeah, that was Rafael Russo in the second place GT car. I'm just going to replay that myself with a different camera.
Yeah, Simtech car's now pitting. They've obviously got a black flag, a meatball, sorry.
I'm not quite sure what happened on the P2 accident at pit entrance. It appeared that Track Friends Racing, he had his flashing lights on. I don't know whether that was an indication he was pitting or what, but he got involved with TCR and they both crashed in the pit lane.
So if you have a look at that incident again, Sam, but put your cameras on rear chase if you've got the opportunity to do it, and put it onto the L1 Esports red Ferrari. As it comes towards you, you'll see that without anybody touching the vehicle at all, it suddenly spears to its left and into the path of the LMP1 car that was threading the needle, as Clyde rightly pointed out. I don't understand how that's happened.
Yeah, it looks like netcode to me. Although Simtech have done some required repairs by the looks of it, and they're back out on track. But that's probably going to drop them to the end of the P1 fields.
Yeah, and I don't know whether the L1 Esports red car will pick up a penalty for a dangerous rejoin on that.
Yeah, the Simtech car, they've also done a driver swap as well.
And the car still look completely bin on my side.
Yeah, that L1 Esports red card, it's got some missing panels on mine, but...
The Simtech one I was talking about?
Sorry.
All the right of the car is completely destroyed.
Yeah, it is that Simtech car is still carrying damage, but I presume they just went in and did the required repairs to get it back out on track, which also give them the opportunity to get Ronald Stryker in the car. Sorry, Ronald, if that's wrong. No, they're pitting again, so there's still something wrong with that car. The guys need some T-cut, some gaffer tape.
Right, so apologies to viewers. I quoted that the L1 Esports red car that was in the incident was the second place in the GTs. It wasn't. There's another L1 Esports car which isn't red. It's not any colour, apparently, according to the description. And he's still in second place and is gaining on Joker Sim Racing Black. It's been overtaken by a P1 car at light speed.
Okay, TCR 214, after being involved in the accident, is pulling out of pit lane. He's a couple extra laps down now.
Well, anything can happen in endurance racing. That's the fun of it. You can have a massive pileup that takes out, especially when you've got 6 or 7 cars in a field, and you can still end up catching some of those laps back depending on what happens.
And also in that incident, Mass Devils amateur was involved too, which I didn't realize. But he's also in the pits being repaired at this.
Yeah, it was in the incident with the Truck Friend Racing and the TCR earlier on.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so at the front of the GTs, L1 Esports is catching Joker Sim Racing Black visibly now. So I don't know whether Joker Sim Racing Black are setting up for a pit stop, or they've lost all their tyres, or whatever it is that's ailing them, but they are slowly moving back into their clutches.
Yeah, there's either something weird going on my screen, or the SimTech team are playing Okie Kokie at the moment, because there's different drivers getting in and out of the car at the moment whilst it's sat in the pit.
Maybe they're having a little argument in the background about who can drive it safely.
You drive it, it's shit. No, you drive it.
I'm not going out there. You get in there. Well, in P2, German Sim Racing Purple is in command at this point. He's in first place and plugging along. Looks like he's coming in the pits for his first pit stop.
Yeah.
And he's followed by your second place, I think, or is the first place already in there? Oh no, that's one of Clyde's cars. SimTech Motorsports still pitted.
Yeah, he's still in there at the moment. The car's just disappeared. Oh no, it's back again.
Oh, Mass Devils Esports is also pulling in the pits at the same time.
We've still got the Okie Kokie going on. We now have Stander Sonol. Apologies. Was in the car. It's now getting out again. And now they are back in the car, but it's still in the pits.
And a Bruzy HPD is also in the pits, third place. Okay, German Sim Racing Purple is on his way, and no driver change. Still Oliver Kemison.
So I wonder how many laps you can get out of a GT car in this field with a full tank.
Mass Devil Esports leaving pit lane.
DJ's just arrived, so I think there's going to be some GT pit stops soon. You can see that there's people joining now, ready to take over different cars.
Yeah, and it looks like SimTech are doing all the repairs that they can at the moment, and just sacrificing lap.
Yeah, so the viewers watching that have never seen this before, when you pit after you've had an incident of some sort, you get required repairs. In other words, you can't send your car back out until they're done. Then you get a series of optionals which make the car drivable in straight lines, make it look better to the cameras, and give you a full set of steady wheels once again. The required ones are all about making it just go. Is that fair to describe it, Clyde?
Yes, it is. Obviously the required repairs are, I suppose you could say in sim terms, are for safety. And then you get optional repairs that may or may not make your car a little bit better or not. I've had in the past, optional repairs. The car's been running okay, come in, done the optional repairs, and then the next lap it blows up. So, it can be a bit of a lottery.
So, Dennis Schroeder has now taken the lead in the GT field because Kai Hitchler has boxed the number 1 car, or the lead car, sorry, in that. His car is actually 344. I'm just going to watch and see if they swap drivers, and also watch to see if any of the other GT cars box and take their pit stop at this time.
Okay, we're a little bit past 15% of this race finished so far, so got a long way to go. Did I do my math right? 15? Yeah.
So, Kai Hitchler. Is it Kai Hitchler still in that car? Just waiting for my screen to update. It is. So, Kai has now gone out again to do a second stint in that vehicle.
Yeah, and the SimTech car is now back on track. Currently 4 laps down from the P1 leader. And also a lap down from the P2 leader. So that could be interesting watching them come through.
Yeah, definitely. So currently we've got Dennis Schroeder in Overdrive Performance GT1 car leading the GT field. I will assume that all these people are going to cycle through their pit stops, and some will and some won't change drivers.
Yeah, so not much, apart from the SimTech team that have put every driver in the car and out of the car during a pit stop. Not much in the way of driver swaps going on in the P1 field, so it looks like they are double stinting. So we're probably looking at least another 35 minutes before we get some fresh drivers in those cars.
Yeah, we have the Phantom 71. Just up 1 spot.
I missed that one.
Yeah. They passed the German Sim Racing Green.
Yeah.
They are now on the podium on the GT Pro category.
By result of pit stops, though.
Yeah, we have pit stop involved, of course.
Yeah, and you still got Mick Bullard in that car. I'm sure he'll be handing over to Dave Janssen shortly.
Although no other cars have boxed since Kai boxed his car.
I think this is probably a fuel-friendly track, if I'm honest, because apart from that long not straight, the rest of it is fairly twisty. So there's plenty of opportunities to save fuel.
Yeah, the issue that you have with this track is there's some steep hills in it, which you might think you save fuel going downhill, but you don't, because you're still trying to top the car out. So hills just eat up fuel, simple as that. So it will take more fuel to get it up the hills. The thing you can do on this track is coast into corners, because most of the corners are fairly sweeping.
Well, this not straight is one heck of a climb, actually. It's a heck of an altitude change right there.
Oh yeah, you really do drop off a cliff at turn
Sure
1.
do.
And, climb an awful height, actually, when you see a topographical map of this track.
It's true. It's amazing.
Big word.
I know, I'm full of them. University educated, don't you know?
Well, in P2, German Sim Racing Purple, Oliver Chemiset has pretty much things in control at this point, doing a great job. He's got a pretty good lead ahead of Mass Devils Esports, but I'm sure after the penalty for Fernandez, he's not going to give up, that's for sure.
Anybody know what Rafael Russo was saying sorry for?
We just watched it on replay. He went out a little bit contact with the GTRS Racing Spirit 2 on the last corner. He dives a bit on the inside and touched the back end of the GTRS.
Understood.
No,
Cool.
no
Yeah,
big
just
contact
watching
between
that.
them, but
Luckily,
they
the
went off
Porsche
track.
ended up on the grass and not in the wall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've just seen that now as well.
Yep.
So normally, on a normal race, you would say, yeah, the guys in the lead in the classes are doing well and they're going to romp away and win these, but we're only 1/6 of the way through the race. We've still got another 4 hours and 50 minutes to go, and as we've already seen, anything can happen. So it's not all over yet.
Certainly not, seeing as Mr. Happy DJ has just got in the Phantom car.
Oh, here we go. There will be a lot of no wall shouts going on at the moment.
Oh dear, funny stuff. Quite a few GT cars boxing their cars at this point. So the WAS leader, Overdrive Performance, are in.
And we've got a comment in the chat from Bobby Childs that he saw that punt coming. So everybody get your requests for lottery numbers into Bobby.
Yep. He'll do it.
You'll all be multi-millionaires by next weekend.
German sim racing veteran with Sebastian Schudek. I think he's carried on. That name seems familiar.
Oh, I just had the world's longest yawn and nearly broke my jaw.
Oh dear. Funny stuff. Right, Overdrive Performance GT1, who were leading by cause of pit stops, are now leaving pit lane once again.
A bit on board with the Phantom 71 and Deviance.
Should be interesting then.
We can see the car behind on digital mirror.
Yep, so he's got Chris Toms right behind him, German Sim Racing Green. They've also pitted, because I was watching their car whilst it was in pit lane.
Is that a battle for position?
Yes, it is.
It certainly is, yeah.
Excellent.
I think, if I'm reading it right, the car behind, German Sim Racing Green, Chris Toms, has been out a lap, so he'll have slightly warmer tyres, a bit more grip potentially.
Now that rear-facing camera in these cars, I always thought that was a DVD player that they put in, so the drivers could watch Frozen or something like that whilst they were going around.
Yeah.
That's the trouble with these GT drivers; they're just pandered to.
Maybe
I need a heater. There we go. Here's a heater. Oh, I need a DVD player. There's a DVD player.
Heated seats.
I bet they have, yeah. There's probably a cocktail waitress in the back as well, passing them martinis.
It's probably not even them driving it. They've probably got chauffeurs.
So, quick update on the P1s for everybody. We've still got Swords Rennsport out in front with a 32-second lead. Satellite Racing in second, Full Send Racing in third. Now, there's only 4 seconds between those two, so I'll keep my eye on them. 16 seconds further back in fourth is Lone Wolf, and then another 17 seconds behind that, but still on the lead lap is Gold Racing Team LMP1. And the Simtech team that had lots of issues are currently last in class and 9th in the overall standings, 4 laps down from the leaders, but slowly getting their way back through the P2 fields.
All right, update on P2. We've got German Sim Racing Purple in the lead. Mass Devils Esports is in second place. Abruzzi Esports HPD AM is in third. And no, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's in third. And
yeah, you're right.
they're all. What?
It's true. They are third. The
Yeah,
Abruzzi
and they're all on the same lap together, but a little bit spread out. So we're not much exciting going on other than German Sim Racing Purple is doing a magnificent job, nice and smooth. Went on board with him. He's on a Sunday drive. He's doing great.
So in GT at the minute, we have L1 Esports is 1 nanosecond in front of the second place car in that area, which is Joker Sim Racing Black after cycling through the pit stops. There is still pit stops happening here, so I think L1 Esports will have to get out of the way soon, unless I've missed something significant. Although they have just pulled out a gap on Joker Sim Racing Black.
Just to correct, Pete, the L1 Esport as Pete as the Joker Sim Racing 2. So they are now in front of them. I think they passed them between the pit stop, maybe a short one for the L1 Esport.
Oh, there's a mess. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, just watching the P1 leader. He got onto the start-finish straight, and there was GTs and LMP2s and another P1, and he's been patient.
Yeah, that was right where we were talking about just now, actually, with the leaders of the GTs. So that was critical that he got through that without getting messed up with it. Third in GT is Overdrive Performance GT1 car. Bit of a way back, but there you go. Then we've got Full Send Racing 412, Phantom Sim Racing, and occupying almost the same bit of tarmac is German Sim Racing Green.
Yeah, the P1 leader has put another lap on the SimTech car. They're still fighting their way through. They're up to 8th now after passing the Abruzzi Esports HPD team.
And we've got very close proximity racing for the leader of the GTs. He's about to put a move on the inside of the L1 car. Oh, that was close. And that was very personal. But he's done it. So that's Joker Sim Racing Black taking back the lead of GTs. And that is still Kai Hitchler in that car. Behind him is still Philippe. I'm not going to embarrass myself by trying to say his surname again. And the L1, who's laughing? That has to be Clyde.
No, it's me.
Oh, it's you, is it? And then Holger Geiger, who is driving the Overdrive Performance GT1, is quite a few seconds behind, but still on the same lap as the leaders.
Phantom Sim Racing still fighting with the German Sim Racing.
Yeah, I think that's going to go on for a while.
Yep.
Dave's putting his car in all the right places, although he was wide going through that first part of the S's. I can't hear him shouting "no wall." I'm sure I can. He's only in Belgium. It's only across the water. So.
No, you'd hear him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the other things that Dave tends to shout whilst he's in the car, we can't say on air because it's a family show.
The car's broken.
Yeah.
How's that?
Oh dear. Dave Johnson nearly got T-boned by, I don't know who that is, but it's one of your cars, Bill.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, hang on a minute. I'll find out who that is. That's Dave Johnson. Pedro Gomez is one of yours. It was here we go. Pablo Villalba Blanco in Mass Devils Esports AM car. Very close driving, but very well done by everybody and stayed out of each other's way, so that was good.
Yeah, he's after the accident, he's 19 laps down. So
Yeah, and in the chat we've got Chris Pereira, who was driving the Track Friends Racing P2 car,
goodness.
saying that he had problems with his steering wheel and had to leave. So yeah, it's always a bummer when hardware issues cause you problems. But we always say that when you're sim racing, a hardware issue is similar to something going wrong with the car in a real race.
Mechanical failure. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it is just disappointing. So, do you want me to go through the list of cars that aren't currently present? So they must have retired. So in P2 we've got Triumph Esports by Cast. They are no longer in the session. Also, as you've just mentioned, Track Friends Racing 269. In the GTs, well, for a start, all the P1 cars are still in. In the GTs, GTRS Racing Spirit 1 car no longer competing, which is disappointing. And for them, I mean. And then Full Send Racing Car 433, they are also a retirement. I guess it could mean that the repairs take so long that they could rejoin again, yes, sir?
I suppose it really depends on the repairs, doesn't it? I know from our experience with the V8s, you can blow an engine and probably get 20, 25 minutes repairs and then come back out again, which I suppose is worth it in a 6-hour race, unless you're up the top fighting for a podium and you just can't be bothered to do the rest of it.
Yeah, and in an endurance race, you've still got a chance to score points, haven't you?
There's somebody slid on
somebody off the course on the right-hand
first corner.
Yeah, we had 2 incidents. One with a P2 and a GT. Sorry for the name. Ivan Gonzalo Fernandez. On the middle of the track. Yeah, he hit GT. And then we had Stefan Mjok for the Mustard Seed Mavericks GTE cars on the first corner. Yeah.
Yeah, you just showed the replay on the Mass Devil collision there or whatever.
Yeah, that GT car, he just lost it under braking, didn't he?
Which GT car was it, sorry? Right. Yeah, he's back in the field, isn't he? Quite a way down the road.
I think there might be a protest coming with the P2 and the GT.
Yeah, could very well be.
Yeah, Sam just showed that again on the replay with the GT car. So it just looked like he locked up under brakes and the back end of the car went round.
Yeah, that's what I was describing before the race. When your car gets unloaded on that turn, because it then dives down the hill and you're cresting, you've got very little grip. So if you've got anything wrong with your car or your timing's off, the car's going to over-rotate underneath you.
Yeah, just a quick update on the P1s. Still not much going on apart from the Rennsport Esports number 1 has now lapped the 5th place P1 of the Gold Racing team. So 4 cars on the lead lap.
He is absolutely storming, Clyde. I'll tell you, he's really moving.
Yeah, he certainly is. So we've had Florian Kruger driving the car right from the start. So, I think it was Dragan that did the qualifying for him. So we'll see if he jumps in the car next. But, long race and anything can happen. If you have a crash, it doesn't matter that you're 34 seconds in the lead. That's gone.
That's right.
Have we had a punishment there, Clyde?
Yeah, they just have the penalty, the Mass Devil Sport 272 that we saw earlier.
Wow.
Was that the P2, was it, that took out the GT?
Yeah, exactly. It was this incident.
Yeah, that was... Black and white, that one.
He's
Yeah.
not having a real good day. He jumped the start, now he's got the black flag issue. Wow. And he's considerably fast in that class too. That's a shame.
Yeah, quick response from race control on this incident.
For sure.
Good old race control. We just had Bruno Oliveira do a spectacular off track just to get out of the way. It was Dave Johnson approaching from behind, so you can understand it.
He's probably heard him shouting.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Dave will be happy to look back the broadcast later on.
Right. Yeah, he'll be flashing his lights and everything, won't he?
Yeah, that would have been one of them. Get out of the way, mother! Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, he'll have a death grip on that steering wheel. Those eyes will be wide open, boy. Poor Dave. We love him.
Florian Kruger in this leading P1. I've just done a lap on board with him. And he's been squeezed a few times, but it just doesn't seem to fluster him. He must have ice running through his veins or something.
Well, if you're a patient driver in that field, you know that the opportunity is going to come, not right now necessarily, but in the next turn or in the next straight. So an experienced driver who's got good pace, they will be quite, not casual with it, but, calm, calculated. And it's a bit like more haste, less speed, isn't it, if you take my meaning?
Yeah, it certainly is. It's just, some of the overtakes, it's as if the driver in front is not aware that he's coming up behind them, or he's not paying attention to the relative screen, and they go to sort of turn in and then realise that the leader's there. And if I was in Florian's, should we say, seat, I would be not livid, but I certainly wouldn't be able to keep banging in these consistent laps with all the stuff that's going on around me.
You will not fit in his seat, Clyde.
Oh, here we go, people. Here we go.
He might in the P2 car because he can use both seats. But I've just seen, is it Florian, did you say?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, he went past Kai, who's the leader of the GTs, about 4 turns ago. And he literally just appeared at the side of the car. And as a GT driver, sometimes that makes you jump. You're just like, whoa, where did that come from? Because they corner so fast. And he was going on the outside of a right-hand turn, overtaking the GT car. So, as long as neither of you panic at that point, then everything will be fine.
German sim racing purple has just lapped one of his colleagues here, one of the Mass Devils. I'm trying to figure out which car it is.
Yeah,
I can't tell, but
on the weather now, the track is 48 Celsius, so it's pretty hot.
Okay.
Yeah, that is way up there, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think you were talking about the car, but penalty bill, or was it the? No, it was the car involved in the crash before.
Oh, was it? It's Fernandez? Huh.
Oh, bloody hell.
That's right, people. Clyde does really think he's driving these cars, hence the exclamations every so often. If you just bear with him.
The trouble was, I was on board when it happened, and again, it was the leader going past a GT car, and it was as if the GT car just didn't know he was there, and I'm not understanding it. You've got a relative screen, you've got mirrors. Why are they not seeing him?
Because, and it was a bit similar driving the Kia. You look down at your relative screen, you say 6 seconds, brilliant. I've got at least half a lap before, oh my god, why is he there? And that's how it goes. They approach so fast.
I'll give you that, but
go on.
Knowing that those cars are so fast, and the fact that you've already been lapped 8 times, surely at some point you must realise when you look down at your relative and it says he's 2 seconds behind, that means he's going to be with you in the next corner.
You would think. Doesn't work like that in reality. So, in the GTs at the minute, we've got Joker Sim Racing Black still leading that class. Kai Hitchler still in the car, still doing a fantastic job. But right behind him, well, I say right behind him, it's probably, that looks like about a second or something like that, is Philippe Chiaramello in the L1 Esports car. I'm getting good with these names now, check me out. Then we've got the Overdrive Performance GT1 car a bit further back down the road with Holger Geiger at the wheel. And then further back still, we've got Full Send Racing car number 412 with Einar Marinsky.
Yeah, well, I've just seen the second place P2 Bretzy Esports with Marc-Antoine Theobald on board.
Yeah, a Bruzy.
Leader coming up behind him, and he's just run wide, run through that horrible, nasty green stuff, and rejoined the track safely. So well done.
Yeah.
Sorg, Sorg, so Florian rather, approaching Dave Jansen. This is going to be colourful, isn't it? Oh, and a big twitch from Dave. That was Bring Your Brown Underpants time, that one.
Yeah, I think Race Control should look at that. That was a block.
Yeah, definitely. Race Control, get on it. When are you going to get summoned for your Sunday dinner, Clyde?
I've just been given the 30-minute warning.
Alright. Well, I'm just going to go and eat some of mine, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Roger Dodger.
Okay, shan't be long.
Well, now that he's gone, Clyde, are you going to enter the Bathurst 50 again this year?
Yes, but not with Pete.
That's funny.
So, just a P1 update for everybody. Sorge Rensport Esports number 1 currently have a 39-second lead over Satellite Racing. 3 seconds behind them are Full Send Racing, and the final car on the lead lap in 4th place in the P1s is Lone Wolf Motorsports. We've got the Gold Racing team who are currently 1 lap down, and Simtech Motorsports that have got their way through the P2s, currently sitting in P6 overall, but still multiple laps down after their little incident and their repairs.
And in P2, just for an update, German Sim Racing Purple is like a time zone ahead of the rest of the field. He's 5 laps down totally. Abruzzi Esports is in 2nd place in P2, 1 lap in back of German Sim Racing. And in 3rd, we have Mass Devils Esports. He's also 1 lap down to the leader. And 4th, we have Joker Sim Racing Purple, and he's in 4th place in P2, 8 laps down total. Let's see, 3 to head of his class. And TCR is in 5th place, and he's also 8 laps down total, 3 behind the leader in class.
And in Pete's absence, the top 5 in your GT field are Joker Sim Racing Black, followed by L1 Esports. In 3rd place is Overdrive Performance GT1. 4th is Full Send Racing 412. And in 5th place, German Sim Racing Green.
Okay.
So we are getting towards now pitting time for the P1s. So not that that's really going to shake the order up much, but it might see us have a few driver swaps. So, with a driver swap, driver's been sat there patiently for an hour and a half, 2 hours waiting to get in the car, and the leader nearly got squeezed. Yeah, you know, you get in the car after waiting, and you go out, and 2 corners later, everything's facing in the wrong direction. So, you know, we could have a few changes in that P1 field.
Yeah, for sure, all fields, because truly amazing to be able to, there's like, you can't go out and warm up. I mean, when you get in after sitting for an hour and a half, you gotta hit the go button right away, and we'll see how well they adapt to it. It should be interesting.
Exactly. You've got to you know the car, you know the setup, and you know what it's like on fresh tyres, but you've got to adapt to the track conditions, you know, the temperature and things like that. So, you know, that's where these drivers earn their virtual money, I believe.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure Florian will be glad of the rest that he can go and replace the ice that's running through his vein.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I am just totally, I've never really watched much LMP1 racing. I guess that's what they call that class. But I am totally amazed at the amount of power it has accelerating out of the corner. It just leaves the other cars like they're stopped on the side of the road. It's just incredible.
Okay, let's see. No, he's staying out. So on to lap 71. Can't remember how many laps he got out of it last time.
I can't either.
Answers on a postcard, please. I think it was around lap 36, 37.
Yeah, I was going to say 37, but I'd be guessing. I don't remember exactly. I was just watching on the broadcast a GT car turning onto the not straight, and 2 LMP cars came out of the... Sorry.
Oh, sorry, the leader was in a sandwich then. That's all right, he's through.
And, a Porsche is not a slow car, and Porsche GT is not a slow car, and they came out of that corner and they just blew by him like he was not even there. Amazing.
Yeah, speed difference is phenomenal.
Oh.
Leader's staying out again onto lap 72. So if my calculations are correct, he'll be pitting this lap. Currently stuck behind a P2. Showing lots of patience again, and then gets his foot down and away he goes.
Oliver Chemisette in the German Sim Racing Purple, which is in first place in P2, has been absolutely focused. I mean, he just hasn't missed his marks, hasn't really done anything incorrectly. Pete said he had a collision before, but he doesn't appear to have any damage on his car. Oh, he had a pit stop, though, that's right. But he's doing a great job.
Yeah, and for all the the negative press that some of these drivers get, there's been lots of moaning and complaining on Discord and things like that. I know we've only been going an hour and 40 minutes, and we've got a long way to go, but I think there has been some fantastic driving so far, and
absolutely
hats off to these guys and girls. If there's any girls driving, I'm not sure, but you're doing really well. And as I say, my calculation was spot on. Leaders in the pits.
Cool. Well done, Mr. Whiting.
All right, I'm expecting a driver swap. The car's up on the jacks. Driver is out. New driver is in. Dragan Nikic. Just waiting for the service to be completed, and then he'll be on his way.
They sure do have a commanding lead. Wow.
And again, I believe Satellite Racing, yes, they've stayed out, so they're getting better fuel mileage out of their car. And the ex-P1 leader is now coming out of the pits with a fresh driver on board.
By his performance so far, they'll be tugging at the lead again pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, it might just have been my angle, but it looked like he was very, very close to crossing that white line on the pit exit.
Uh-oh.
Don't think he did. I think he was okay. Okay, so the leader at the moment, Satellite Racing. They're now going to come onto the not straight. Let's see whether they pit or not.
Yeah, the tires may be getting a little worn on German Sim Racing Purple. He was a little wobbly coming out of the corner that time. We'll see what happens.
Okay, so Satellite Racing have stayed out again. So they're doing some really good fuel saving. Either that or Sorg oh, that was nearly a disaster. One of the GT cars forced the current P1 leader out wide. As I was saying, I don't know, perhaps Sorg have worked the race back to front and they're just working to their numbers whatever happens, and Satellite are just running it dry every time. I'm not sure, but at the moment that could give us a close battle at the end if Satellite can manage to save some more fuel somewhere.
If they are able to save enough fuel, maybe they will do one less pit stop or a very short pit stop at the end.
That could happen.
It's maybe what they are trying to do.
Could be. Good idea, Sam. Sounds logical.
Let's see if they pit this time.
Or maybe he's on hybrid.
Yeah, he's pitting this time. So they got 2 extra laps out of their car. And that's obviously going to hand the lead back to Sorg Rennsport. So they had I believe it was a 36-second lead at the start of this pit stop phase. So Sorg are now clearing the pit exit. No sign of Satellite yet. They're still in the pit. They've done a driver swap. We have, oh, here we go, Pierre Benoit Lemire. I have no idea whether that was right or not, but it sounded really good to me.
Your French is almost as bad as my English, so yeah.
My French is non-existent.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I can say my name is Clyde and I am 7 years old in French. That's about it.
It's a good start. It's a good start. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll wait for Satellite Racing to get round to the start-finish line and we'll be able to see what the gap is. Sorg managed to pull probably about 10 seconds on them the last pit stop, so whether they are short fueling, we don't know. But again, that is the beauty of endurance racing. You just really don't know the tactics. Okay, just about to cross the start-finish line and 37.4 seconds behind, so not much in it on that pit stop.
Marc-Antoine Thibault likes to use the flashing lights in the Bruce Esports HVD in second place.
I think that is probably one of the annoying things in this car is that light flashing thing. I've done a couple of multi-class events, and yeah, when people start flashing their lights at you, the red mist seems to come down.
Yeah, it is. It's to a lot of people, it's very annoying. I tell you, it's me included.
I think the trouble with it, I think it's a good idea, but I think there's a lot of overuse of it. You know, a couple of quick flashes, like I'm behind you, I'm coming through.
Exactly.
But you do get cars in the same class just constantly flashing their lights behind people. So, yeah.
Well, I'm sure in some cases some people are trying to annoy people, where others may be using it, as you mentioned, for a, you know, I'm closing on you pretty quickly, here I come kind of thing.
So at the moment, just looking at P1s and the P2s, we've still got all 6 P1s running, and the P2 field is down to 5.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, the fellas in second and third place are turning better lap times than the leader, German Sim Racing Purple, but they're still pretty spread out. Nothing's happening yet.
Yeah, and you do find that, especially in these team events. You know, it's you know, you get drivers of different abilities in teams, so you know, things can soon change.
Yep.
Not all teams have put their star driver in from the start, so it only takes, you know, a team to have their star driver in for the second stint, and you know, gaps can start closing up again.
For sure. I think Joker Sim Racing may have a team meeting after the race, because their GT car and their P2 car were side by side, like fooling around, and would have been ugly if they came together. But the P2 guy got through okay.
Yeah, that sort of thing all looks good on the telly, doesn't it? Until it goes wrong.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Leader just got stuck behind a GT car coming up to the last corner, but he's safely through. And the gap in the P1s between first and second is relatively stable at the moment, so not much happening now. We've only got 3 cars in the P1 field on the lead lap now. Lone Wolf Motorsports have gone a lap down, Gold Racing Team are a lap down, and Simtech are 4 laps down at the moment, but I'm not sure whether they've pitted or not for their second stop.
Yeah, one of the most interesting things I can see on that screen at the moment is in the P2s, each of the cars is on a different lap. So you got German Sim Racing Purple 5 laps down, then Abruzzi 6 laps down, Masked Devils 7 laps down, Joker Purple 7 laps. 7 laps down. No, 8 laps down, and then TCR 9 laps down.
Yeah, and if Sam was driving, you'd have Esia in there at 10 laps down.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
You're talking about Dom, I'm pretty sure, not me. Oh, or maybe Dom with 15 laps down, maybe.
I'm surprised Dom didn't do all 6 hours myself. I think he's a bit of a lightweight.
We both are, to be honest, but yeah, he's not available today, as I plan to do the broadcast with you guys, so yeah. He can do it on his own, by the way, so he would be disqualified at the end of the race.
It's not where you finish, it's the taking part.
Yeah, it's a shame he's not doing the race. I'd be announcing somebody I knew, actually. Anyway.
So how is our old friend Dave Jansen doing then, Pete?
Well, at the moment they're in 17th place, I think, and they're doing remarkably well. So they started in 32nd. I think they are the most gaining car in the entire field. So that means they've gained like 15 positions, unless my maths is just suddenly shot.
They are 5th in category, and they have up for 13th position since the start of the race. So yeah, pretty good.
That can all end pretty quickly when Dave's at the wheel, but we'll ignore that.
Yeah, that's true, but at least it's not you in the wall around batters. So
Yeah.
you know.
He does tend to throw it about a bit, so it'll be interesting to see when we get round to the next round of pit stops what actually happens with that car and whether Dave stays in it and makes his way forward or not.
Sam had a little dig at you then, Pete, and you didn't take the bait. Well done.
No, I'm not going to. I'm just going to stride on regardless, you know. German Sim Racing Green are not that much further ahead of Phantom Sim Racing at the moment, and then a little bit further down the road still, about 4 corners further on, is Full Send Racing, car number 412. Then we get into the pointy end of the GTs, which is Overdrive Performance GT1, driven by Holger Geiger. L1 Esports, which is significantly further down the track, to be fair, with Philippe Caramello. And Joker, Sim Racing Black, with Kai Hitchler still leading that class, only just ahead of L1 Esports.
I don't know if anybody else just heard that horrible squealing noise, but I think Sam needs to oil his wheelchair.
Yeah, it's only you who heard that. I have muted myself from the broadcast, so. But yeah, it's my chair. That's true.
I'm hoping to back up to Dave Jansen that he watches the broadcast and feels the love that we had for him just recently.
Absolutely.
So, in the P1 field, just to keep everybody updated, still 36-second gap between first and second. So, Satellite Racing are doing very, very well. The gap keeps changing, plus and minus a second, probably depending on what sort of traffic they're in. But
excuse me, that looks like your leader passing mine there, Clyde, I think.
Yeah, I think it is, mate, yes.
Well, that didn't take long. Wow. God, how that thing comes off the corner, that's impressive. Look at that. He's 100 car lengths ahead already.
So by the end of this race, we're going to be looking at the GT field being down on the P1 field over 30 laps.
Yeah, that would work out about right, yeah.
That's amazing. Totally amazing.
Let's hope the GT guys don't get paid per lap.
Well, there's a couple of teams down the bottom there that owe the league money in that case.
That's all right.
Now, we have N-Race Esports boxed at the minute. I don't know how long they've been in there for.
They are quite a way behind, aren't they, in the GT field? I think
they
they're
are
at least 4 laps behind the next place GT.
Have to get Sam some WD-40 for that chair.
Was not me this time.
Oh, okay. I have to get Clyde WD-40 for his chair.
Just watching the leader go round that nasty right hand hairpin, and there's some tracks leading across the grass. I don't know if that was a car that's made them, or whether they're just in the scenery for this track. Somebody's took a shortcut.
Which turn's that? Sorry.
It's that right hand hairpin. I would try and pronounce the name, but they're terrible on this track. So I believe it is Pinarino.
Oh, right, okay.
They've just got some dodgy track map up. I do believe that's something that the Americans have got right in racing. They don't tend to have names for turns, do they? They just go 1, 2,
You mean
3,
1, 2, 3, and 4?
And then if they add another one, they do 5A.
Yeah,
exactly.
They have more than 4 turns.
Some tracks.
Believe it or not, Sam, yes, we have a few of those.
Yeah, I know. I know
some
few
of them-
tracks with more.
some of them only have 3.
That's right.
Yeah, but when they've got
true.
3, they also have a sign that says what turn for.
Yes, they do.
You must be talking about Pocono.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to jump off for a minute before Clyde fills his gullet. I'll be right back.
Certainly.
I'm still convinced some of these drivers are just not seeing the P1s coming through. Not that I'm sticking up for the P1s, but
Yeah.
you know, you get drivers that are going out wide, and it must be horrible being a P1 driver.
I suppose, but again, when you're looking at a relative screen, you see the 3 cars that are behind you, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're in a GT3 car or a GT car, and the 2 or 3 cars behind you are also GT cars, and one of these guys in a rocket-propelled missile comes flying past all 3 of them, it is a shock to you when that car just suddenly appears to your left or to your right or on the outside of a turn. And also the reaction of those super fast cars, if they are going around the outside of you, they have such a massive amount of downforce. I do get what you're saying. You can see it on your relative, you can prepare for it, you can, not turn in on them and things like that, but they are moving at such a rate of knots. I don't think it's always going to be that situation.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. There's one there, absolutely perfect. The GT car, he's seen the leader coming behind him, and he's just stayed out wide and let the P1 go. But other times you just see, the car that's being overtaken just twitches because they're like, oh shit, there's a leader. And I just can't understand. I get what you're saying with a relative screen, but you've got mirrors as well. Just don't understand how some people are not switched on and seeing it. But then, perhaps that is a a part and parcel of multi-class endurance racing.
Yeah, I think it is, and especially when leaders in the faster classes approach multiple GT3s or GTs that are squabbling for the same position. Your eyes are on the car either in front or behind in your class. Really, you don't give two hoots about the faster cars coming through at that point. You just want to not lose ground as they come past you. So stay on your line, gain the advantage or any advantage you can while those other cars are going past you, and consolidate what position you actually have. So I think that that faster cars are a secondary thought when you're already in your own race, because these guys aren't competing with the other guys, are they? You're never ever gonna, as a GT driver, beat an LMP1 car unless it crashes.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. So you got a couple of 3 cars battling in their class, and a faster car comes up behind you. In my eyes, it's a bit of tough shit, mate. You're going to have to wait till we get to the straight to go past all 3 of us at one go. But a lot of the times that I'm seeing it is just a solo car on its own, and then goes to turn in and then twitches back out again because the leader's overtaken him.
Yeah, totally. And we'll have to watch it and see if we can understand the mentality of it, because I think there's also driving the slower cars, the P2s and the GTs. You wonder what on earth is going on in the head of the faster driver when they're pulling moves on you, and you're thinking you shouldn't be overtaking me there. Why are you stuffing it on the inside there when you could have waited for the next corner or the next straight or something like that? What's the urgency?
That's definitely a complaint that you get from GT drivers or any of the slower classes in a multi-class event. It goes back to what we were saying right at the start with patience. You know, some of the I've not seen any of it really, to be honest, or not much of it in this race, but other races that you watch, a guy in a P1, for instance, coming up to a GT is like, I'm faster than you, I'm shoving it down the inside whether you like it or not, and then collisions happen and toys get thrown out of the pram.
Yeah, totally. You've got a situation right now where Mass Devils Esports AM have been behind Full Send Racing GT car with Inam Marinsky at the wheel for a number of turns, and the reason that they haven't got past is that the GT car stayed on its line, and because in those particular turns there's no advantage for that P2 car, they've had to sit and wait. And I think there's a number of guys in the faster classes who just won't wait. They just see it as their right to pass.
Yeah, it's like, this is my track, move out of the way.
Yeah.
However, I will back that up by saying that the racing today has been fantastic. There hasn't been much of that at all. There's been a lot of patience shown by a lot of drivers.
Yeah, and you look at Dragan Nikic, is it? Who's driving the number 1 car at the minute, or the lead car at the minute. He's shown an enormous amount of patience behind people. And then done what he did a minute ago, and he overtook like 3 cars on the not straight. But gave them miles and miles of room, because he knows the limits of his car. And he knows that he'll be able to pass them in that time frame and get a real good distance beyond them before they have to even react. And I don't know, maybe it's worth some of the teams sharing in that knowledge and that understanding of patience will deliver positions.
Well,
yeah, and I think a lot of the teams would get a lot better results if they showed some patience.
I totally agree.
hello, I'm back, and I just noticed my German sim racing purple pitted. And he's back out.
Yeah, we've just had an apology come up there. I don't know what all that was about.
Yeah, from Mr. Tybalt. I don't know where he is. Hang on, we'll find out.
I think he's the driver of Bruzy. Oh, he's in first place now.
Yeah, he's in the pits as well.
He's in the pits? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Why can't I find him on the timing screen?
A Bruzy Esports, HPD?
Yeah, I found him now.
Yeah, I tried to have a look what happened, but unfortunately my my replay cuts out.
And ironically, so does mine. Yeah, mystery.
Did Sam catch anything?
No, I can't see what happened. I tried to find it, but no, nothing showing red in my thing.
Okay, we've had a driver change in a Bruzy Esports HPD. It's now Ben Llewellyn at the helm.
Right, guys, I'm being summoned for dinner, so I shall be back shortly.
No problem.
Okay, enjoy.
So,
And I
go
failed
on.
to mention that in German Sim Racing Purple, driver change also. Julian Oyen, I believe it is.
Well, we wish Julian the very best of luck in navigating through GT3s and getting overtaken by the LMP ones.
You'll find out soon enough, I guess.
So, in terms of where everybody's ranking at in the GT class, we've got Joker Sim Racing Black leading that category at the moment. And that's still Kai Hitchler. He's an epic endurance racer, apparently. We've got Einar Marinsky in the Full Send Racing in the second place in that category. Holger Geiger still at the wheel of Overdrive Performance GT1. Chris Toms with German Sim Racing Green is in fourth. And then in fifth is Dave Johnson in Phantom Sim Racing. German Sim Racing Red not too far further back with Sebastian Chudek. And then L1 Esports with a new driver Marco Rinko. I'll apologise for any mispronunciations there. Following the German Sim Racing Red car.
It's interesting. Both L1 Esport cars did pit on the hour marker when all the other GT tends to pit a bit later and dry the cars out.
Oh, right, okay, so they must be wanting to turn laps on the freshest tyres they can get.
Yeah,
I'm going to assume.
Might be interesting at the end of the race too, because they will have a shorter. All shorter pit stop, but the last one will be probably more longer than all the other GT cars.
Yeah, could be, yep. Another shout out to Phantom Sim Racing and Dave Jansen at the helm. They've done a really great job today. I mean, as much as we kid him, he's really done an excellent job. Like you guys mentioned before, he's picked up 16 spots. He's in 5th place in class. Real good job by those guys.
Yeah, Mick Mullard did a lot of the overtaking previously because by the time Dave got in the car, it spread out quite significantly.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see how they progress further as we make our way into the race.
So we're a little bit over 2 hours into the race now. I'll tell you that song, Sorg Rensport Esports #1. They're like a machine. God, they are really hammering out the laps. Unreal.
Yeah, they've been, well, they've got like a country mile between them and the next place car anyway.
Yep.
And their, well, I was going to say their lap times. Dragan has pretty much been consistently around the 1 minute 20 mark. A few 1 minute 19s, etc. in there. And then you look at Pierre Benoit Lemire, and he's turning laps of exactly the same. So you're going to end up not gaining any ground unless Sorg encounters an enormous host of traffic or makes some sort of accident or incident happen. 1 minute 17.9 is one of the fastest laps I've seen from the P1 cars at the minute. 116.971 from Florian Kruger. That was just the second lap of the race as he pulled away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, Julian Ogen at the wheel of German Sim Racing Purple got a little exuberant there a minute ago, just about lost the car. He had that baby sideways, so he better get back into focus, otherwise lead in first place in P2.
Quick question for you guys. Tony Klosterman is asking if you already lost your voice. I think
Not
it's
just
more
yet.
because Clyde left, and we all know how much Clyde loved to talk, and yeah.
Tony, if you're listening, we're giving your ears a little rest till Clyde gets back, okay? Thanks for the question, though, Tony.
At the minute, we've got Joker Sim Racing Black, who were the current leader of GTs. They've boxed and are swapping their driver out for Stefan Mienk. I hope that's the right way to say that surname. Which means they've now dropped 5 or 6 positions already in that class whilst they're in the pits. They also pitted early the last time round that the GTs did their scheduled pit stops. So it'll be interesting to see where everything pans out.
Yeah, they're almost 10 seconds behind the L1 Esports. They were in front before the pit stop, so you can see it's more 6 seconds now, but you can see the L1 Esports gain a bit of time, but they will lose it further on.
Yeah, totally.
Well, shame on me. I've just noticed that Masked Devil Esports has pulled into second place. I wonder if that's because Bruzy pitted. I don't know for sure.
Possible. We just had some very, very close racing. Well, Racing Spirit #2 car, Joker Sim Racing Black on their outlap, N-Race Esports and Masked Devils Esports AM, all on the same bit of tarmac, all managed to navigate it relatively incident-free.
Yeah, that was a little tight quarters. I was watching that too.
Yeah, Ben from the Abruzzi Esport lose the car on the first corner and hit the inside wall. So a bit of damage on the front left. He must probably be slower than he should be with this damage.
Okay.
Oh yes, sorry, I've just focused in on that car. The front left corner of it, proper mashed up, and that'll affect his downforce, won't it, Bill?
Oh, absolutely.
these cars are so heavily reliant on all those shapes and curves in order to drive the air in certain patterns over and through different air intakes and over spoilers and various different fins and things like that. That something like that could have a drastic effect on how it handles.
Well, beyond my comprehension, but you're absolutely correct.
You can lose almost 20, 30 km/h.
Sure.
At the end of the straights. So yeah, it's pretty massive when you have damage on the front or on the rear ring.
Yeah, here's me forgetting that this is your car that you normally drive in this one, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of damage. I had the same bit of thing at the Nürburgring. I was caught in an incident, and yeah, the first one I did pit right after the incident, and the second one I waited the end of my stint. Yeah, I was losing half or almost 1 second per lap because of the damage.
Yeah, that's significant as well, especially when, you know, 1 second in these cars is like the difference between one postcode and another in the UK.
Massive.
It's an enormous amount of distance, yeah.
Absolutely massive, yeah.
And we got Sorg Ransport, who took everybody 3 wide on the not straight start finish, still carving his way through the field.
Yeah, that group is impressive. They're very fast. Wow.
Whoa, he just got very, very close to the back of Joker Sim Racing Black, who are busy trying to make their way back through the field after their pit stop. They've got German Sim Racing Red not too far down the road in front of them. There's a couple of, well, Sorg Rensport's vehicle is in between there, cutting his way through. And also the Porsche of N-Race Esports. That's driven by Nicolas Pignot. Apologies for the pronunciation yet again. That car's also got damage, so that's got damage on the same corner, funnily enough. Must be from an earlier incident. I'm sure they'll get that sorted out in the next pit stop. So we've still got quite a few cars on the same 2 laps in GT. The cars that you're watching, Bill, are spread out on 1 per lap, apart from German Sim Racing Purple and Mass Double Esports. Do you think that there's some correlation to being the class in the middle, as it were?
Could very well be. Yeah, you know, they have to do the passing, but yet they get passed a lot. So I don't know. That's a very interesting theory. Probably true.
Might also just be the coincidence of not having as many vehicles in that particular category.
Exactly, that could be it too. But and of course, not being familiar with these gentlemen, you don't know how much difference they are as far as racecraft and ability either. So that's got a lot to do with it as well, as we both know.
Yeah, definitely. And the ability to stay focused over great periods of time driving.
You know, it's really amazing. People, you know, I mean, the sim racing game, you know, it's make-believe and all that kind of stuff, but it's amazing when you're involved in something like this, how much you concentrate and how tired you are when it's finished and how, to be blunt, sweaty and all kinds of things. It's just amazing how much it takes out of you.
Absolutely, and you can argue the piece both ways, right? So, in a car, you've been given all the gear you need in order to perform that task, and in that, I know that they've got the thing that they plug into the back of their helmet, which kind of air conditions the helmet in certain disciplines. Some of them have got air intakes that cool you as you go.
Right.
When you're sat in front of a computer in a simulated sports car, unless you've invested, like I have, in an air conditioning unit to try and keep you cool while you're doing some of these races, you sweat buckets doing this.
Absolutely.
A lot of people who don't do it will probably go, "What? You just sat there in front of a computer, just like some kid playing a computer game." But you're
Right.
not. You're fighting with a wheel which is fighting back because it's got all the force feedback on it. It's wanting to take away all your concentration at every moment because that's exactly what it's there to do. So you are mentally and physically drained. Probably not to the same extremes physically as if you were driving the actual thing, but the elements are still there.
Yeah. Well, of course, the big differences are that you don't have the what should I say, G forces on you. That even though there's motions, rigs and all that kind of stuff, you still don't have the same thing. And secondly, the danger is kind of missing as well. So, but other than that, it's just as stressful. It really can be if you're really into it, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and Sam, if you just put your cameras onto German sim race, there's a whole load of stuff going on here. So we've got the P1 cars passing, and right behind Sebastian Chudek is the once race leader or race leading car of Joker Sim Racing Black, Stefan Mienka, looking to be taking one more position back. Maybe they'll be patient and wait for the pit stops to cycle through, but I doubt it very much. I think they're on a mission, just like any racer is. You want that position that's sat in front of you, so I think there'll be an overtake at any moment now as he lines him up.
Patience and race driving is like an oxymoron. They seem opposite to me. But
Absolutely. Shows his nose as he turns into that fairly tight 90-degree left-hander as they climb up the hill. He's not going to be able to do it in the slipstream by the look of things, but with fresher tyres, he'll be able to reduce his braking distance. Oh, and there we go. He's let him go as he comes into the pits. So Sebastian Chudek boxes the German sim racing red car. And we'll see what happens in terms of driver swaps for that team, if there is one.
German Sim Racing Purple was just involved with a couple LMP T1 cars and a couple of your snarly GT cars, but he's finally gotten through.
Right. So Julian Breuer has taken over the German Sim Racing red car. Just check to see if anybody else is in the pits. Yes, we have. German Sim Racing Green also in the pits with Till Norvig and Phantom have boxed as well. So that they're going back to Mick Mullard in the driving seat of that car. So that's interesting as well.
Yeah, I'm showing on screen the Joker Sim Racing GTE loses 6 seconds since they've rejoined the track. So they are now 13 seconds behind the L1 Esports, so the L1 Esports car is faster at the moment, maybe because the Joker Sim Racing switched the drivers.
I would expect it is that. So we've got where is L1 Esports on track at the moment? They're going through the first few turns of the lap. Full Send Racing are sat behind them, but they are way back now. They're only just passing pit lane entry. German Sim Racing Green, even further back, halfway around the lap, really.
Yeah,
And then Overdrive.
The Joker Sim Racing Black. They are on the second straight after the first chicane. They are second now.
Yeah, so they're easily carving their way back to the front with everybody else dropping off to go and pit. So there's only L1 Esports ahead of them now, and they will succumb to them eventually, I'm expecting. They won't be able to last out there too much longer. That is a pristine looking Ferrari though. That looks like it's got no damage whatsoever on that L1 Esports car if they're approaching their pit window.
Yeah, it's still shiny and everything, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep, spot on. That's got to be an achievement for any of these cars to get to the end of their pit window damage free. And he's not boxing that car, he's carrying on.
This car, it's the one who boxed earlier on the
It's
marker.
true. Yeah, at the same time as the other L1 Esports vehicle
exactly.
as well.
So
Yeah.
they are about 40 minutes before their next pit stop now.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to be interesting as well. And it depends what times that Stefan Mienka can do in this car. Currently he's turning 132s. And if we have a look at L1, that's L1 Esports Red. L1 Esports are doing 131, 132 flat really. So they're actually turning laps faster than the car in second place at the moment. But staggered in terms of their pits. So, do you want to update everybody on P1 and P2 for a minute, Bill, while I go and do something indescribable for a moment?
Sure. In first place, we have Sorge Rensport Esports 1. In second place is Satellite Racing. Third, Full Send Racing. Fourth, Lone Wolf Motorsports, who is a lap down to the 3 that I just mentioned. And in fifth place, we got Gold Racing Team LMP1. And in sixth place, we have Simtech Motorsport LMP1, who's 6 laps down from a prior problem on the track. So that's where that stands. Sorge is absolutely taking control of the race and L1 as well. And in P2, we've got German Sim Racing Purple, who's kind of got it in command. He's doing a great job out there. Matter of fact, he's turning almost the fastest time in his class. Mass Devils Esports is second. Abruzzi Esports third. Joker Sim Racing Purple fourth. And TCR, after all his stuff, is in fifth, but he's 12 laps down total and 6 laps down to the leader in his class. So that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, sorry to cut you, Bill. We have the Lone
What's
Wolf
that?
Motorsport trying to fight with the Gold Racing, and they went off track. They lose the rear after a little cut in the grass at the first chicane.
Okay. Yeah, I'm watching it now. Oh yeah. Yep, he came in there hot on the inside. Whoa, and he lost it trying to go get back on track. Spinning around, got it and going again. Well, no contact there, but I guess a little bit optimistic on that corner for him. Okay, looks like Lone Wolf Motorsports is pitting. Something must have happened on his off-road excursion.
No, I can see the Sorge Rensport Esport also in the pit, so maybe it's
okay.
It's close
All
to
right.
their scheduled pit stop.
Ah, okay. Boy, that went by quickly. Okay. Sorge is now leaving. Sorge Rensport is now leaving the pits. Satellite Racing is still out on course, as well as Gold Racing Team. After that little...
That's interesting, isn't it? Because after that one pit stop from Sorg, they've only dropped 1 place, which means that Gold Racing team must be a lap down now, which they weren't before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they were fighting with the Lone Wolf Motorsport, so they must have lose a bit of time there.
I see. So you got 3 of those P1 cars all on 1 lap down now.
Yeah, well, we had Fulsend have a little tussle with what should I say, an optimistic entry into turn 1, and he kind of went off track, and then trying to recover, he spun the car around, so he lost some places.
Right.
So we're just about 2.5 hours into the race, just a little bit past 2.5 hours into the race now.
Yeah, so that's half an hour over a third of the race distance.
Oop. Full Send just dropped a wheel off back there. Full Send racing 187. But no harm, he's still rolling along pretty good.
Yeah, and behind him is Overdrive Performance GT1 car, which again looks like it's got damage on that left front side of the vehicle. So they've obviously come together with somebody at some point. That's not something that I've seen.
Well, there's plenty of GT cars out there to run into, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, true. I take it that MSM car, Sam, is the only one of the Fords out there. I've not seen another Ford.
Yeah, it's the only Ford left we have.
Was that not a popular car for this class?
I think they had a very bad BOP at the beginning of the season, so
Yeah,
all the drivers left the car behind. One of the 2 teams,
Right.
yeah, left the championship early on, so it's the only one left for now.
Yeah, I think they kind of got the short deal on BOP, Sam. I agree with you. Okay, in P2, there's no changes so far. Recently, anyway, German Sim Racing Purple still leading in his class. Abruzzi Esports in 2nd, Mass Devil Esports 3rd, Joker Sim Racing Purple 4th, and TCR number 214 in 5th.
Okay, I'll run through the GTs. So we've got L1 Esports. A bit staggered in terms of pit stops. They're leading the GTs at the moment. Joker Sim Racing Black, a fair distance behind at the moment, but they are arguably in a better position. They're at the moment getting absolutely mobbed by P2s and LMP1 cars on that not a straight home stretch. Overdrive Performance GT1, behind them by the full length of that not straight. Doing a great job. Dennis Schroeder is behind the wheel there. Then we've got Till Norvig. He's not been long behind the wheel of the German Sim Racing green car. And then we've got German Sim Racing red car on the same lap as them, driven by Julian Breuer at the moment. Then we see the L1 Esports red car. They're obviously sharing the tactic of the L1 Esports car because they pitted at the same time as Sam rightly spotted. And following them is Mick Mullard, about to get mobbed in the same way by a whole bunch of P2 cars at the moment. There's 3 of them. I think they're all on different laps, but they're all sat right behind him and about to make his life miserable, I think.
I'm back and I'm full.
All right.
Isn't it time for your nap then?
Yeah, I think so.
I've got some information from the Phantom 71 guys. Dave entered the pit lane too fast and got a speeding penalty of 40 seconds. So it was not the wall, it was the pit entry for Dave tonight. Sorry, Dave.
I bet there's some swearing going on.
I've not seen that penalty come up on the notice board.
No,
Me either.
it's an iRacing default.
Yeah, that'll just be a black flag
Oh
when it
yeah,
entering too quick.
Got it.
I also see that the Joker Sim Racing Black in the GT lost one place. They went off track. I show it on the broadcast. They just
Right.
lose the car on the first chicane and went a bit wide and cut the grass and so on. So
I
no
think that's-
damage, but they are now 30 seconds behind the L1 Esports, so it's going to be a tough job to get the first place later on in the race.
Yeah, definitely. That must be the first major incident for that Joker Sim Racing black vehicle then, because they've been fairly faultless the whole way through. They've got Mick Mullard, who's back in the Phantom car in front of them at the moment on track, and then he separates them from Harley Horton, who is immediately in front of that Phantom car.
Well, we have a at the back of the P2 field, Mass Devil Esports, a Bruise Esports, and Joker Sim Racing are having like a parade back there, even though they're on the same lap or on different laps. I'm sorry, having a nice little battle going.
Yeah, and I see at the front of my P1 field, the gap is now down to 28 seconds. So Satellite Racing have gained 9 seconds whilst I was eating my dinner.
Yeah, I think that's traffic related, because the Sorg Rensport car, driven by Dragan Nikic still, is he's encountered loads of people. He's going past another GT car at the moment. And you think it's the satellite car would suffer in the same way, but it hasn't.
Yeah, and obviously we've got pit stops coming up again shortly, unless they've just done them.
You've had a couple.
Yeah, not all of them, but some of them have been in.
Sorg was in, and who's the other guy? Satellite?
There's all sorts of mess going on around Sorg at the minute. He's cutting his way through all this traffic. GT cars, other LMP1 vehicles. It's all going on.
And I'd just like to say welcome to Chris Jackson and Tony Kloosterman, who seem to have joined us on the broadcast chat.
Yeah, Tony was complaining. Well, I think he was more stating that he missed your dulcet tones.
Yeah, he said, "What's happened to the voice?"
Yeah, I think he gets upset if he doesn't talk to me every day.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
instead of the voice, he should have said the mouth, but never mind.
He's obviously drunk because he also reckons that Sam speaks very well.
Yeah, I did improve my English speaking, not because of you, Clyde, but probably because of Johnny and Tony during the podcast.
There you go.
Sorry, what did you say?
Nothing, Clyde, nothing.
All I heard was house, cat and slippers.
I have the last pit stop laps from all the LMP1 on screen at the moment. The Sorg did pit on lap 108. The Satellite Racing did pit on lap 110. And the Sorg plays the Full Sand Racing on lap 106. So we have a bit of difference. The Full Sand Racing racing the Porsche, so maybe they are a little bit more fuel consuming, as I know. They consume a bit more, so longer run at the end for them on the fuel. Satellite is pretty good at the moment. They have 2 laps more on the car, so pretty good start for them.
Yeah, I don't think, in all honesty, though, they're doing enough tactic-wise with the fuel saving to cut out a pit stop at the end. Maybe just a shorter stop than the Sorg Rensport team. But whether they're going to get 30 seconds worth less, we'll have to wait and see. But there's still a long way to go, guys. You know, we're not even at the halfway point yet.
Well, Mass Devil Esports, car 272 in P2 has moved back into second place. He still's a lap down from maybe a lap and a half down from German Sim Racing Purple, but after 2 penalties, he's worked his way back up to second place. Not bad. Good job.
Yeah, and unless I'm reading this wrong, there's not that many teams in here where only one driver has done all the laps so far, apart from SK Motorsport, and that's Bruno Oliveira 5, has done all the laps.
Yeah, I think Bruno Oliveira 4 might take over.
Yeah, or 3.
I suppose the other thing that's worth a mention is we've only lost, if I'm looking at this right, 4 cars since the start of the race.
Yeah, we've lost Triumph Esports by Cast. We've not lost any P1 cars, they're all still in it. P2 cars, we've lost Triumph, Track Friends Racing, they're the ones that started from pit lane, I think. And then GT's, the Racing Spirit, GTRS, they're out of it at the minute. I don't know whether you can ever rejoin or not, I'm not really that sure. And then Full Send Racing, car number 433. That was driven by Michael Rugenbrink.
Yeah, so that's good going. You know, we're over 2.5 hours in, and to only lose 4 cars, that means that the level of concentration is good. And also, we haven't had one of those customary big pile-ups that takes out 5 or 6 cars.
No, the opportunity for that has definitely been there. We've seen a few spins and an odd rejoin here and there, which could have caused chaos, but managed to avoid it all.
We have less cars on track, maybe this helps too. We have only 33 cars today.
Yeah, I think that could help, Sam. Although, you know, I was saying earlier, I think the standard of racing has been a lot higher in this race than what we used to. I know I'm not in race control at the moment, but it's typical that the time I'm not in race control, the guys seem to be having a fairly easy time of it.
Yeah, the last 2 race was very busy.
Yeah, we're usually up to sort of 99 protests at the end of lap 1. So, yeah, the guys are having sitting feet up, drinking coffee, I reckon, in race control. So I see we've got Mick Mullard back in the Phantom car.
Yeah, I don't think Dave could take it. And they were in 16th at one point, so I think all the various different pit stops and such have shuffled them back 3 places.
I can see race control asking for incidents because they are not busy enough for the moment. So you must send your complaints to Daniel Taylor by filling the form if you spot something on track.
They're that bored, are they?
Yeah.
I think we've just had an overtake for 21st place. Overdrive Performance GT2 has just overtaken Team Motorsport Dreams, I think. Yeah, it's definitely the case. Oliver Schlabs has been... there's all sorts going on around him at the minute, with P2 cars and LMP1 cars coming through. But he was overtaken by Patrick Vike. I'm going to have a stab at that one.
Now the two gentlemen in P2 that are in 4th and 5th place, a few laps down, aren't holding back. They're both turning the fastest times in their class at the moment, so they're not giving up. They're like over a second faster than their colleagues in 1st and 2nd, so pretty good. That would be Joker Sim Racing Purple and TCR, by the way. I should have mentioned that.
Yeah, they're doing remarkably well, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. And, you know, a pit stop can make a difference. The next pit stop could, you know, shuffle up the order a little bit. Or as one of you gents mentioned before, one slip up, one little off course or something, and things can tighten up in a hurry.
Yeah, you've got a strange situation going on. So you've got L1 Esports red car. If I can find it again. Where's that gone?
He's
18.
past, he's entering the not straight now.
Not yet, he's not. He's still in the turns, I think, in the S's.
Who are you looking at?
L1 Esports red GT car.
Yeah,
And then you got Harley Horton driving the full send racing car.
Yeah, he's just going over the start-finish line now.
Yeah. He's going in the first corner now, LTE1. I believe Ferrari, right?
Yeah, you're looking at the yellow one.
And I'm looking at the black and white one.
Yes, you're right, with the red.
Yeah, there's two L1 Esports cars.
Yes.
I'm looking at the one that's called red.
Come on,
So
guys, almost 3 hours in the race and you did.
They've already
not
lost it, haven't they?
understand. Yeah.
None of them are as professional as me, Sam. That's the point.
Yeah, I know.
So behind is Full Send Racing. Nothing to do with the fight that I'm going to describe. And then behind that is Phantom Sim Racing. So Phantom Sim Racing pitted after both the cars in front of them. They need to unlap themselves almost from the Full Send Racing. And then they can focus their attention on that L1 Esport red car. So I think you're going to end up with some unlapping going on, because Mick Muller is not the shyest of individuals behind the wheel of a car, and then he's going to set off against getting a proper position on track.
Do you think maybe the driver swap that they trouble with Dave's crutches to get him out of the car, you think?
Probably.
I think they've got a hatch, and they literally jack the car up and drop him out of the bottom.
That's brilliant. And in fact, that L1 Esports red car is slower than both the cars behind it, so I think it's going to get swamped in a second. Is there a preferred GT car, do we think?
I'm not sure. I know they changed the balance of performance on this build, I believe, and I have heard some little rumblings that what was the dominant one before that they've killed the BMW.
What, Z3, Z4?
Yeah. No, not the Z4, is it? It's the M5 now, is it?
Oh, yeah.
M8.
M8, that's it.
You're really a poor commentator, Clyde. You
Oh,
don't know the
shocking,
team, you
mate.
don't know the
In fact,
cars.
I think I might just quit and go and have a nice hot car rather than wasting my Sunday afternoon doing this.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, Clyde. You're the best one we have.
I might stay now.
Okay.
I know it was an M something.
Yeah, 8.
And
As
it
they
was
say.
a BMW, Clyde. You're right there.
Exactly. See, they're not real cars anyway.
So just to update you on that last little bit, so the Full Send racing car at the end of the not straight got underneath the L1 Esports red car and was followed through by the Phantom car of Mick Muller. So it was losing a position as well as losing another lap against the lead car, or second in class rather. L1 Esports car that's in yellow that you were all looking at before is a little bit further down the road.
Yeah, there you go. We just got an answer on the chat from Charlie, who said the Ferrari had weight added and the BMW had weight taken away.
Ah, interesting. Thanks for that, Charlie.
Although he could be talking rubbish because he also says the preferred GT car is the Pontiac Solstice.
Good thing we have somebody that knows something. God.
Yeah, to think all the research I did before this broadcast.
I think it was about the same as mine.
So just an update on the current P1 standings, or at least the battle for first place, because they're the only two cars on the lead lap. Satellite Racing have got the gap down to just over 25 seconds now. And the leader is in a whole bunch of traffic at the moment, so that could be the reason, or it could just be that Satellite are quicker in this phase of the race.
Yeah, while you were stuffing your face, we were commenting on the fact that that gap had reduced significantly.
That was very eloquent, Pete.
And wasn't it just, yeah?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it really was.
It's that university education coming through again.
I was going to say that. Yeah.
So the Joker Sim Racing Black team, who were leading the GT field until they had an incident and went off track and did a bit of gardening, trimming the verge, you might say. They're now still in third place. They're struggling to gain any further positions. They are in close quarters with Dennis Schroeder driving the Overdrive Performance GT1 car, who's closing on them now. So from leading their race rather, they're now becoming the victim of another pass. So that'll be interesting to watch over the next maybe lap and a half.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, I see there's an Abruzzi team in here. And Apex are live at the moment with the Abruzzi Sim Racers World Endurance Series.
Do we think there's an absolute link, yeah?
I'm not sure. To be honest, I only noticed it, and I'm not getting at you guys at Apex because you know I love you. But it says Apex Racing TV brings you another exciting round of the Abruzzi Sim Racers World Endurance Series.
Yep.
But at the top it says it's Season 1, Round 1.
Yes, it's the
Whoops.
first round of this series, and it's why also the first Abruzzi team is not here today. So I
Right
confirm
then.
you, Clyde, it's linked.
Sorry to interrupt, but Overdrive Performance GT1, driven by Dennis Schroeder, has just taken Stefan Mienka. I hope I'm saying that name right. That's the only way I'm saying it for tonight. In the Joker Sim Racing black car. So they're slipping back a little bit further. Another position given.
Yeah, the lead at the top is just over 22 seconds though.
But Satellite Racing with Pierre Benoit Lemire, or Lemire, I don't know, is carving his way through that same fight that I've just described. So he's got some traffic at the minute. Whether that'll slow him enough. Although the Overdrive Performance GT1 car did get out of his way pretty quick just then.
Yeah, well, I think end of the second stint, they had a 37-second lead, so that is most certainly coming down.
Yeah, definitely.
Got up a little bit with that fight through the traffic, but nothing too rough there. Although the leader does have a bit of clear track in front of him for a little while.
It is honestly frightening how these LMP1 cars under braking approach the back of all the other cars. It's like you're convinced they're going to hit them because of the speed difference, and they don't.
You know, when the LMPs were qualifying, I was amazed they were doing that one lapping in. Well, some of those guys would go past pit lane, and after the start-finish line, you know, I don't know how godly fast they were going. They stepped on the brakes, and I couldn't believe how quick they stopped as well. Holy man!
Yeah, I think they're doing about 173 miles an hour or something ridiculous at that point. I'm gonna find one of them now and let you know.
The leader's going over the line at 185 miles an hour.
Oh well, I under-egged that one then, didn't I?
Good lord! Whoa.
Those LMP1 cars do look like someone forgot to design them. let's just put all this stuff right in all on these four wheels and hope for the best. That's what they look like. But they obviously deliver.
I mean, it doesn't look like a mad scientist designed that, doesn't it?
I know, it's crazy.
There's a crazy amount of money spent on them as well, isn't there?
Yeah. The conceptualization and all the wind tunnel testing and all that business. It doesn't come cheap.
You know, that big fin down the middle and the back almost looks detrimental to handling. You would think that would prevent the car from turning. You know, that's like a big piece of plywood sitting up there, and when it's going sideways, it's got to have a lot of wind resistance, but obviously it works.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Marco Rinko just had to change his underpants with Berke Sisman bearing down on him onto the not straight, because it looked like he was just going to plough straight into the back of him, but Marco did exactly what he was supposed to and stayed on his driving line.
So you guys will forever call that the not straight now.
Oh, definitely.
I was thinking
straight.
whilst I was eating my dinner, wouldn't it be funny to commentate on a race, say at Interlagos, but use totally the wrong names for corners? So, you know, the leader is now going round Maggots and Beckett's
Yeah, we should make up.
into Bombhole.
We should make up good corner names for him. That's right, exactly.
And people watching the broadcast will be like, what is he on about?
We're not at Brands
They're
Hatch.
probably thinking that anyway, but...
Well, I think we tipped our hand right at the start. We don't know what the hell we're talking about.
Okay, so the H2 Performance Green Fan Club has joined the chat. Welcome.
Of course, our colleague Pete here with his university education has baffled a lot of people so far today. So thank you, Pete.
It's all right. I've baffled myself as well.
And I understand you had your Christmas do last night, Bill.
Nah, it's just one of the, an old people get together. They don't know what day it is. I keep trying to tell them Christmas is about 17 or 18 days away. They don't believe me. So
must be a bit of a nightmare, though.
Yeah.
Medicated pensioners and alcohol on the rampage.
There's a little alcohol flowing at that thing. Yeah, that's for sure.
I think the euphemism they use is they call it a turn, which describes both how they feel and the dances that they do at the same time.
Yep, probably. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Well, I thought
that must be like, oh, look at them dance moves from Vera, and then somebody says, no, she's having a stroke.
Right, interestingly, in GT again, we have German Sim Racing Red closing in on the back of German Sim Racing Green.
Oh,
Multi 21.
Multi 21. Are there any team priorities in that, Sam, that you know of? Porsche over BMW?
I'm not sure they have team priorities, to be honest.
No.
No, not for the last race. They are. Let me check. Yeah, the German Sim Racing Red is 6th. You have only 2 points behind the Volrive performance.
Right.
And the other team is a bit away. They are 9th with 14 points. It's 4.5 points behind the Lithium Motorsport GT in front of them. So. Yeah,
okay.
I'm not sure both of these teams have something to play with and let the other one pass, because they both need the points to get through the team in front of them in the championship. So.
Right, so they end up losing and winning in equal measure.
Yeah.
And again, if they battle each other as well, that will help out Phantom Sim Racing to close the gap.
Yeah, definitely, actually.
Well, we've just passed the halfway point, so we got another half to go.
Yeah, let's high five ourselves as commentators.
All
3
right.
hours, hey, get it.
We're still breathing and taking nourishment. Good. All right. Let's move on.
We're the ones with the real effort here. These guys get to swap cars. We don't get to swap microphones.
I thought Mass Devil Esports in second place in P2 was putting on a charge, but I don't know. He's back quite a ways, almost a full lap behind German Sim Racing Purple in first.
Yeah, and in the P1, the gap between first and second seems to have stabilised now around the 23, 24 second mark. So I don't know, let's say, whether that was just traffic that brought that down so much, or whether the satellite racing team have used up everything that they've got and are now sort of nursing it through to the next pit stop.
Well, Clyde, I don't know if you were here, but when Sam mentioned that, yes, you were here. They went 3 or 4 laps more on their pit stop. Maybe they backed down a little bit and trying to stretch their fuel a little bit, possibly.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I don't think they're going to save enough in this race to cut out a pit stop. But if they can go 2 laps more, 3 laps more, stretch it to 4 laps more, the final fuel stop for them is going to be a hell of a lot quicker. So we could still have that battle for first place at the end.
Yeah, that may be the strategy. They may be short pitting on the last stop. Good point.
I think you've got a car in the pits, Bill.
Uh-oh.
I think it's a scheduled stop. And I think
Yeah,
you got a
we've-
driver change.
It's the
just
leader.
had the
It's
leader.
German Sim Racing Purple, yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
P1
alright, I'll watch
leader's
your
just
week
been
for you.
boxed in.
You are?
P1 leader has just been boxed in by a couple of Porsches. So
Oh, yeah, I'm watching that at the minute. That was quite
might
funny,
give
actually.
Satellite
That was
another
Phantom.
chunk of time.
Yeah, that was the Phantom team and one of the... what are they called? Full something or other.
Full send.
That's the ones.
Oh, just to answer Charlie on the chat, no, we're loving it, mate. We want another 6 hours, not another 3.
Well, what's he said?
He said, I can feel the, oh God, 3 more hours when you said you were halfway there.
German Sim Racing Purple's back underway and no driver change. Julien Augen is still driving.
Oh, right. I thought that was a new name to me, that's all. Apologies, Julian.
I'm the senior citizen, Pete. I get to relive things all the time. You're too young for that yet.
I'll tell you what I'm not too young for is the beer going in senior visit, so I'll be back shortly.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So in the P1 battle, that little bit of trouble that the Swords just had has probably cost them a second. Although I think something's just happened to Satellite because they've gone to 28 seconds. Let me see if I can find out what happened.
My German Sim is right on the back bumper of Mass Devils Esports. They're on the same lap now too, aren't they? Yep. He just passed them. Oh, not yet. Yep, went by him in turn 1. Oh boy, they both turned the wick up now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything with Satellite Racing, no mistakes. Not quite sure what happened to him there. The previous lap was a 121.
Must have missed the driver's change last Mass Devils. David Roig is now driving. And I apologize, David, if I blew that name.
Okay, so I've got Satellite Racing coming through some of the GTs, but unfortunately my replay keeps cutting out.
Well, it looks like Satellite's a little closer, actually, Clyde. I got him at 21 seconds behind. That was probably last lap, though. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so on something weird going on because on iRacing I'm seeing him at 19 and a half seconds behind, and the gap on the stream was up at 28 seconds, but it seems to have corrected itself now. So yes, they are still closing.
Yep. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. You're talking about the broadcast versus what we're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I realise it's a little bit delayed, but
Yeah.
looking at that, they just knocked 10 seconds off on that lap, which obviously didn't happen.
Yeah.
I'll just blame Sam.
As you always do, Clyde. I'm used to it now.
Oh, you don't have a complex anymore, huh, Sam?
No, that's fine.
Right,
I know him.
Good.
I know he blames me for everything he do.
Yeah, pretty good tussle here. P1 and P2 and L and P P1 and P2 and P2. Yeah, there you go. A little play on words
I
there.
see Phantom have now got the gap down to under 20 seconds to the German sim racing green.
That was interesting. German Sim Racing Purple used a pick on both of his GT car teammates to get a little further lead on Mass Devils Esports.
Yeah, the Mass Devil Esports behind the Sim Racing Total is the one who's far behind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. It's gone again.
It's the car well an issue earlier on.
Yep.
The other run is 45th second behind the German Sim Racing, so
Yeah.
bit of gap between them.
Well, he's the one that got jump the start penalty, and also what else did he do? Oh, an accident or something, right? Yeah. Done pretty well.
Okay, so I'm going to ignore the timing on the broadcast at the moment and just go with what iRacing is telling me. And that is telling me that Satellite Racing are now under 19 seconds behind Sorg Rensport Esports and number one.
Okay, P2 Joker Sim Racing Purple has just made a pit stop and he's re-entering the track at this time. He is currently in 4th place in P2. And Martin Ruoff is still at the helm of Joker Sim Racing Purple. Now, who is that from Phantom Sim that's dogging Full Send Racing?
Yeah, you got Mick Mullard in the car at the moment.
Oh, he's a lap down from him. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Full Send have just gone past the Phantom 71 car or whether the Phantom 71 car has just got more pace at the moment and they're going to
Yeah, I'm not
unlap themselves.
The Phantom 71 is behind the Full Send since a lot of time now. And it's good for Mick to just follow the leaders and try to increase the gap over the car behind.
yeah.
It's pretty good deal for now. We don't have safety cars though, so we will not be able to get a wave around or something like that.
Yeah.
We also had the 2 L1 Esports car in the pits. The AM car is currently at the exit of the pit lane, and the other one is already back on track with 3 pit stops.
And I'm back. What have I missed?
Well, there was an almighty crash on the not straight. It's taken 12 cars out.
Yeah, I can smell something that starts with bull.
Ends in dog.
Yeah.
So no, not much has changed since you've been gone. Lead at the front is hovering around the 18 to 19 second mark.
And oddly, Harley Horton has got. Is that Mick Muller still in the Phantom car? Right behind him. I don't know whether he's overtaken him just or whether that was whether he's being caught.
No, according to Sam, Mick's been sat behind Harley for a few laps now.
Yeah, he'd been kind of dogging him, like.
Right.
Sadly, not many changes in P2 at this point. Still German Sim Racing purple. First, Mass Devil Esports second. Abruzzi Esports third. Joker Sim Racing purple fourth, and TCR.
Yeah, and they've all ended up on different laps again. There was a period of time where they were both in like 2 groups, all together on one lap. It was the first 3 cars, and then the following 2 cars were on a different lap. But now they're all split out again.
Yep. I don't know. And back a few laps ago, it appeared that Sports was on the same lap with him, just behind him, but apparently not.
Yeah, I've got P3 in the P1s as pitted. Sam, I don't know whether you can see it, but I'm seeing a big discrepancy between the gap on iRacing and the gap on the live timing screen.
Yeah, that's true. I have the correct gap in the app, but it's showing more on screen. I don't know why. If I switch back to the P1, it's the correct gaps. No,
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
But when I go further down, more laps down in the GT, it tends to show more gaps than it have. I don't know why. You know who made the thing? Maybe I will ask them and report maybe the issue, because yeah, it's a bit weird. But yeah, nothing I can do about that for now.
No problems. At least we know that there is an issue. So at the moment, the Satellite Racing team have got the gap down to just over 16 seconds. So they're still closing in rapidly.
Yeah, there's no real reason for it either, is there? Although it seems to have jumped back up to 25.5 seconds, but...
Yeah, that's not correct.
Is that what you were commenting on just now?
Yeah, it's when... Oh, and our leader is in the pits, just to cut myself off there. Yeah, when the focus on the live timing is on a different category, it seems to screw up the other categories. But Satellite Racing are staying out. Let's see how many laps extra they can get. They've now taken over first position. Yeah,
this is a common feature actually, that Sorg will box and swap drivers or whatever, because Florian's just got back in the car now. And then Satellite will stay out for longer and take the lead for a few laps.
Yeah, let's say it'd be mentioned it earlier. It'd be nice to know whether Sorg have just split the race into segments and they're going to stop on those laps come what may, or whether they are running until it's empty and Satellite are just getting more fuel mileage than they are.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a way to figure it out, or work it out, rather.
I don't really know the rate at which these cars fuel, but any time that you're taking less fuel than your competitor, then you're going to have a quicker pit stop.
Yeah, definitely. And they double stinted with Florian the first time round, and he boxed the car on lap 73 the second time, and Dragan Nikic took over. And they've boxed again on 146 and swapped drivers.
Yeah, so, sorry Pete, just to butt in, this time Satellite are in a lap later, so they're only one lap to the good now.
Ah, right. That's significant actually, isn't it? When you're turning laps at these speeds.
We've got a driver change coming up for Satellite with Patrick Pelchat getting back in the car. Sorry, Patrick. You should be used to our dodgy pronunciations by now.
I wonder if there's ever an alignment with multiple classes where they all pit at the same time. So, it cycles around that so many laps in one type of car and so many laps in another, end up with them pitting on the same lap.
I think, yeah.
Does that make a busy pit lane, wouldn't it?
Yeah, at some point it would have to happen, wouldn't it, if you raced long enough?
Yeah.
So Satellite Racing are now joining the track again, and I'll wait for them to cycle round to see what the gap is.
Well, I'm on live, and they're Sorga at the tight turn before the drop down the hill, and the left turn towards the turn before the not straight. So I think they've gained some time there.
Yeah, it was down to 16 seconds. Looking at the live timing is telling me 18.
I'm focused on the leader now, so it's probably 18 years.
So they got a little bit of traffic in front of them at the moment.
Whereas the Sorg team have just bypassed two cars with no incident whatsoever and just nailed it down the...
Yeah, although Satellite are currently behind two other P1 cars, so I would guess they're going to get a hell of a drag down the not straight.
Without a doubt, that'll be like putting a massive hole in the air.
So yeah, over the line I've got 17.9 seconds, so I think they lost a couple of seconds in that pit stop. And the Iceman is back in the Sorg Rensport car as well, so I'll keep an eye on the gap and see whether Satellite can carry on with their winding in of the Sorg team.
Meanwhile, in a car classification a million miles away, Full Send Racing are now leading the GTs after L1 Esports have boxed the car, apparently. Marco Rinko still at the wheel of that team.
I saw in the chat they had a bit of contact between two teams, but I don't know which one.
Contact with who?
I don't know, Ale, but I don't know which team. It's the Full Send Racing GT. And the
So L1 Esports came together with Full Send?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'll try to find it, but...
Yeah, I'll go hunting for that one, because that'll be quite a defining moment if we can find that. It must have been recent, because it wasn't like that shortly before.
I just noticed Full Send GT also has gained 10 positions since the start of the race. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, that is one of the better ones with only Phantom, ironically, with a greater amount of positions gained.
Yeah.
I can't rewind to any instance because my buffer's not kept that timing.
Yeah, I couldn't find it either, so...
But that does change dramatically what's going on, to be honest, because you got like 6 cars? No, 5 cars in GT3, all on 19 laps down. Full Send Racing now leading that. Overdrive Performance GT1, driven by Dennis Schroeder in second, and now L1 Esports, driven by Marco Rinko in third. Harley Horton still leading that now leading that category in Full Sun Racing. Car number 412.
And our second place Satellite Racing in P1 has taken 4 seconds out of Florian Kruger on that last lap.
How is that possible?
I'm just going to rewind and have a look at that.
Could be traffic. Who knows?
Sorg was in the middle of nowhere, as in
Oh, okay.
there was no traffic around them at all.
Huh. Satellite
Oh
showing.
no, he caught an absolute bunch of traffic.
Must have got past them relatively quickly.
No, he's gone past 3, 4. There's a 5th one, a 6th one. These are all P2s he's battling against. Then
Are
there's
you looking at
GT3.
Sorg, are you?
No, it's the Satellite racing in this traffic, so they are losing time, and the gap is all the way back to 18 seconds now.
Yeah, they've just both caught the same bit of traffic there. And I think, unfortunately for Sorg, they caught it in the twisty section of the track and had to pick their way through about 9 different cars.
Wow.
Florian is back to, Florian next lap did a 119, whereas Patrick did a 122. So a net gain there for Satellite. But I think they both caught the traffic just where they didn't want to.
That's interesting. So Jonathan Zamora Garcia has got onto the back of Nathaniel Schramm in the TCR car and is about to unlap himself where he was before he leapt on the brakes in dramatic style. And weaving through them all is Johnny Vierhoff in the Full Sun Racing P1 car in third place.
Well, Jonathan Zamora Garcia will have to do that 12 more times. He's down 27 laps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You never know, there might be an earthquake.
That's true.
There's a whole gaggle of P1 cars around that same car as well. So you've got the Simtep car who's just busy finding himself up the hill. He's in 6th place, and then behind, in front is the Satellite car. Laps different, of course.
Sure.
So in that GT battle, if the timing screen is to be believed, Mick Mullard is starting to close in on Till Norwig now. under 14 seconds. I'm sure it was about 20 seconds the last time I looked at it.
It was, yeah. There's quite a lot going on in those 5 cars. They're all on the same lap. Obviously there's quite a lot of distance between them and such, but I'm just trying to get back to live now to see where everything actually is, because I was looking at a replay of something else. But it's going to take an awful lot of effort to catch up, because that's the best part of I think a third of a lap or something like that.
Yeah, and you've got obviously the 2 German sim racing cars, red and green, which we was wondering whether there would be any team orders there. It doesn't seem to be, because they're still racing each other. They're still within a couple of seconds, but I don't know whether they're... Obviously, I'm not concentrating on the GT battle. I don't know if they're holding each other up, and that's what's helping Mick to close in on them.
Yeah, they've been line of stern for a while, really. They were closer at one point, and that's when I thought that there might be some sort of team orders. The team in front of them at the moment is Team Motorsport Dreams, which have not featured that much in any of the commentaries. They're driven by Oliver. I've mentioned him before, but they're a bit down the order in front of another team, which isn't that far behind them, to be fair. It's only like half a corner, really, behind them, or half a straight now. And that's the World of Sim Racing Team Junior, which is Nicolas Pacheco? We'll go for Pacheco. There you go. I've given up apologising for saying people's names wrong. And the car in front of them is Ben Llewellyn in the Abruzzi team. And they were blinking and flashing in and out of existence, and they still are, quite badly at the moment.
Mass Devils Esports, who was in second place in the PT, is in pits at the moment. He's on his way out now.
Full Sun Racing are in the pits as well. So that's the leader of the GT class at the moment. In the pits, Harley Horton has just got out of the car.
What car did you say Ben Llewellyn was driving?
Oh, hang on a minute.
The HPD, the P2.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's in the Abruzzi Esports.
Yes.
P2.
Yeah.
Oh, he just went off course braking because somebody broke in front of him real short.
So, Einar Marinsky takes over the wheel of the Full Sun Racing GT3 Porsche.
Sorry, Pete, I misunderstood you. I thought you told me thought you said Ben Llewellyn was driving a GT car. Okay, my fault.
He was the one.
I didn't hear you.
He was the one that was blinking all the way down the back straight.
All right.
So it looks like the P1 excitement might be over for a little while. Florian is roughly a second a lap quicker than Patrick at the moment, so starting to extend the gap again. Somebody's got some really dodgy tones on their phone as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that'd be me then. I'm a very popular person.
Florian managed to grab 3 seconds on the last 5th lap.
I'm that popular, I look forward to getting the text messages, "Have you had an accident?"
Yeah. All the cold callers and stuff. They're brilliant, aren't they? I just keep them talking for ages.
I did once. I had she sounded, I don't know, Japanese or something, Chinese or something, asking me about this accident I've had, And I finally said to her, yes, I have had an accident. And she said, how bad was it? And I said, well, it was that bad I died. And she then carried on with her questions, even though I'd said I'd died in this accident. So, yeah, that was brilliant.
Yeah. Did you get?
What did she want to do? Be your solicitor or something, or what?
Yeah, we get a lot of them in this country, Bill.
Okay.
I think one of the funniest ones I ever did was I had a guy from British Gas knock on our door, and he was telling me, went into great lengths to tell me that British Gas could supply my gas and electricity, all part of the same company. And I sort of gave him a puzzled look, and he said, what do you think then? I said, well, no, I think it's too dangerous, if I'm honest. And he says, what do you mean dangerous? I said, well, running gas and electricity through the same pipes. And he sort of looked at me like, are you for real? And then went, I'll tell you what, we'll leave it for today. And I went, yeah, okay then.
He won't be returning.
No. And back to the racing. So, guys, let's have a quick run through our respective classes. So, P1 has, as it's been for a while, we've got Sorg Rensport Esports number 1 in the lead, followed by Satellite Racing. They are the only 2 cars on the lead lap at the moment. Full Send Racing 187 is in 3rd place. Gold Racing Team LMP 1 in 4th. Lone Wolf Motorsports 147 in 5th. And after their wrath of stop and go penalties, the Simtech Motorsport LMP 1 team currently in 6th place in the P1s, 5 laps down. And over to the P2s.
Okay, P2, we got German Sim Racing Purple, still soldiering on in 1st place. Mass Devils Esports in 2nd, Abruzzi Esports in 3rd. Joker Sim Racing Purple in 4th. TCR is 5th. And Mass Devils Esports AM soldiering on in last place. He's several laps down though. Take it, Pete.
And in GT3, we've just had Full Send Racing give a nudge to... Is that the right car? Yeah. Overdrive Performance GT1 to move them out of the way, which was quite amusing from a bystander. They've actually taken that position on track and in the racing. But as far as the standings go, L1 Esports are now back at the pointy end of GT. Overdrive Performance GT1 are in 2nd with Holger Geiger at the wheel. Full Send Racing 412, who we've just mentioned, with Inar Marinsky, are in 2nd place. Yeah, Overdrive with Holger Geiger in 3rd. Joker Sim Racing Black with Stefan Mienka, that's how I'm saying that, so sorry mate, is in 4th, and they were the car that was leading that class for quite a long time as well, so I'm sure they'll want to get back up there at some point. They are 1 lap down from L1 Esports, which is the class leader at the moment. Behind that, because there's far more GT cars still racing than the other 2 classes, we have German Sim Racing Red with Julian Breuer, and German Sim Racing Green, still Linus Stern, with their sister car, with Chris Toms driving that, and some way back behind them is Phantom Sim Racing with DJ behind the wheel.
Yeah, I've just noted Shouty Dave's back behind the wheel. Just over 15 seconds behind Chris Toms, so they're still chasing the same cars.
Yeah, they've lost some time somewhere, haven't they? Because they were 4th before, and now they're 6th or 7th in that class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th now. So something's happened to shuffle them.
Just the pit stops, maybe?
likely. I mean, everybody's very out of sync with one another in GTs at the moment.
Well, things seem a little calm at the moment, but as we close in on the end of the race, people are going to start pushing a little bit and trying to move up and maybe take a little chance that they didn't take earlier in the race. So it could get exciting. Well, stay tuned. We'll see what happens. German Sim Racing Purple with Julien Augier at the wheel is still soldiering on, has a substantial lead at this point.
Yeah, I was just checking in on the SimTech Motorsports team, who were right up there at the start of the race, but then had a load of stop-and-go penalties imposed on them. They're sort of they're running quicker than the two cars in front of them, but obviously still a few laps down. So they're going to be hoping for something to happen, shall we say, so they can get in with a chance of a podium.
You see, they actually started second in class. Wow.
They've got a long way to go to pull back 3 laps on anybody else, though, haven't they? 4 laps, sorry. 4
Yeah,
laps.
they certainly have, yeah.
One thing I've just noticed that I hadn't noticed before is, and I don't know why I've only noticed it now, is the amount of marbles that are now built up off the racing line. Is this a new thing for the new build in iRacing, or has this been around for a while and I've just not done an endurance race for long enough to see it?
If you did not put your car in the wall at battles, you will notice it, I think, because it's there since a few years now.
Right.
Yeah, the marbles build-up has been there. I don't actually know if...
I'm usually driving through that bit of... sliding sideways through that track, so...
Yeah, he's usually going backwards when he gets to the marbles. I'm not sure whether the track physics make the marbles as slippery as marbles are in real life, but visually it starts to look good. And you can also see the rubber build up now in the braking zones and the apexes of the corners.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's very clear. And one thing that you were talking about before was... Oh, hang on. SimTech are boxing the car. One thing you were talking about before was the day-night transitions, and I hope there's a plan for iRacing to put proper weather in, as in rain and things like that, because that is a fantastic development in any sim race, or simulator rather, and gives a much different dynamic to the racing environment.
Now, I've got a slightly different view to you on that, Pete. I've had this discussion with...
It's fine.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I've had this discussion with Chris Jackson before, and it does make me giggle with everybody that says, "Oh, I want rain, I want rain, I want rain," and people can't drive in the dry. So what the hell are they going to be like in the wet?
Well, when we used to do R Factor and we used to get rain and we were going around at 4 miles an hour in a Ferrari around tracks in the rain, I perform better than I do in the dry. So bring on the rain. That's brilliant.
Yeah, but you guys from the UK have a definite advantage. You get more rain than most of the rest of the world, yeah. So you have an advantage.
We have an 11-month monsoon season.
Well, I don't think it's quite that bad, but you get a lot more precipitation than a lot of other places.
I just think you get the all the people shouting for rain, and then especially official races, people will go, "Oh, it's raining. Yeah, I don't think I'll bother."
Yeah, that
Yeah,
means I
yeah.
win. I'm the only idiot that goes into the race. So,
Yeah,
GT3, we've got L1 Esports still heading the field. They're 21 laps down on the overall leader. That's Marco Rinko driving that car. Einar Marinsky is in second place in that class at the minute. Full Send Racing car 412. Overdrive Performance GT1 with Holger Geiger following. On the same lap as Full Send Racing, who are a lap down on L1 Esports. And then Joker Sim Racing Black still trying to make their way back to the front of that field. We've got a long way to go to get there. And that's with Stefan Mienka. German Sim Racing Red with Julian Breuer are in 5th in that class at the moment, followed by their own team, German Sim Racing Green with Chris Toms, and then DJ driving Phantom Sim Racing, chasing them down, but he's a lap behind.
So have the L1 Esports team lapped the whole field in the GTs?
According to iRacing, they are 21 laps down from the leader, and the next car in that class is Full Send Racing, 22 laps down from the leader. So you can only take from that yes, they have lapped their entire competitors, or rather, between one and the other is the leader.
They have
On the
45
timing screen, it says that the Full Send car is 42 seconds behind.
Yep.
Right, I'm going to go and find where. Who is it in the Full Send?
It's probably because
is
Einar
Marinsky.
Yeah, the Sorg.
So I'm expecting to find the race leader in between. Oh yes, there he is. So Florian Kruger, who is going to put L1 Esports onto the same lap as Full Send Racing shortly, is between the two of them. That's why they look like they're on different laps.
That's what it is then, yeah. It's our race leader lapping cars that has made it look weird.
Yeah. Clearly you need my degree in order to figure that out.
Yeah, I was just thinking, that's a hell of a race if you can lap the whole field in your class, and there obviously being that many GT cars as well.
Yeah. I mean, 40 odd seconds ahead is an epic performance, isn't it?
Yeah, don't forget they are doing shorter pit stop at the moment, and they will have to go for a longer one at the end of the race. So
yeah, true enough.
It's to keep in mind.
You always have to spoil it with tactics, don't you, Sam?
You know, it's part of my race analytics.
And as prescribed, L1 Esports are now 22 laps down from the leader, the same as the 3 cars behind them in the GT class.
So, lead in the P1 is around 21 seconds at the moment. So, Florian is some laps he's quicker than Patrick, other laps he's slightly slower. So, that looks like a bit of a stable gap. 167 laps these guys have done now.
Yeah, I mean, hats off to him. That's an epic amount of racing, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've still got over 2 hours to go.
There's a few new names appearing in the little box at the bottom right-hand corner. Norman King, never seen him behind the wheel yet. Nelson Inacio, him either. So I think we're up for some pit stops soon, I would think.
And I saw a name that we recognized a little while ago. Jose Borges just signed in a little bit ago, too.
Ah, good. The crashing's going to start soon, then.
Yeah, and the P1 leader has just had a moment behind a GT car coming onto the not straight. but didn't make any contact. But I think it cost him a little bit of time.
I don't think he'll be that worried. He's, well, according to the iRacing time screen at least, he's 20 odd seconds down the road, so that won't threaten him too much.
Yeah, I think barring any major disasters, you know, they're definitely favourites to win the race. Although Satellite Racing are doing well, they're keeping them honest. They're not letting the gap get out to 40 and 50 seconds. So I think Soar's drivers, especially Florian, who's in at the moment and stuck behind another GT, you know, they're still going to have to keep their eyes on the timing screens. Oh,
we've had an impact. Oh, goodness.
A
That looked like the leader,
car just turned straight into them.
Was that Oliver Schlaps, by any chance?
Let me wind it back and have a look.
It
That was
was.
your leader, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was everybody's leader.
Wow.
So let's have a look. He goes up the inside, round the hairpin.
Almost as if he didn't know he was there.
Yeah, and the GT car tried to take the outside for the next turn, and bang. That's how quickly things can change.
Wow.
I know I was saying that you stick to your line, but not if there's a car there. I'm just on board with Oliver at the moment, just to see what he could see. He saw one car come through, and yeah, just wiped out the leader.
Wow.
Crazy.
So that's taken the lead down to 6 seconds, and I'm just gonna bear with me. I'm just gonna have a spin round the car and see if there's any damage.
Yeah, that wasn't an insignificant amount of damage, and he went across the grass afterwards. Which, as if you're a racer of iRacing, you'll know that will do damage to the car. And he has he's not boxed it. He's carried on, hasn't he?
No, visually anyway, it doesn't look like too much damage. The front splitter's a bit crinkled on the left-hand side. I'll have a look what sort of speed they're doing down the start-finish straight.
I can't see possibly how that couldn't have gotten damaged. Wow.
Yeah.
That was a heck of an impact.
Yeah, the front of the car is, like bent, like you're saying. Not massively, though, is it? I mean,
no. Well, he's now going on to the start-finish straight, and we know from earlier on they was getting up to. Oh, he's nearly lost it there.
Did you see that? He's got to box this.
Yeah, there's got to be damage on that car.
That was
a hell of a
frightening. And I'm a spectator.
So this is going to hand the lead to Satellite Racing.
Without a doubt, this is probably one of the most important bits of footage you're going to see, folks. So let's see what happens.
So I would expect they're going to be stationary for a while to get that damage repaired, and then it's gonna be a chase down job for Florian.
Yeah, I think Oliver's going to see some penalty come his way because is it?
Yeah, we'll have a bit of work for the race control because we also have an issue between the overdrive performance, GT1 and the Simtech Motorsports.
Simtech Motorsports. Right, so that's two classes apart, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that just shows how quickly things can change in an endurance race.
Absolutely. So I'm guessing that Satellite have now taken that lead.
Satellite have taken the lead. Sorg are still in the pits. They're now leaving the pits. And Andreas Schwartz 2 was black flag for 30 seconds for causing a collision.
Who was, sorry?
Andreas Schwartz.
Andreas Schwartz. Just a minute, I'm trying to find him.
Isn't that that's a GT car, isn't it?
The GT car is who made contact with the Soul car.
Yep, gotcha.
Yeah, so that was the car that took the leader out.
I thought that was Oliver Schlab.
Yeah.
Sam's talking about the other one with SimTech Motorsport.
Oh, sorry. Right, okay.
Just waiting for Sorg to come round and we'll see what the gap is. It's looking like about 40 seconds.
So considering the problem he had, he's gotten in and out pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah, definitely. And his car looks brilliant now. It looks brand new.
Yeah, so it's iRacing is showing us as a 1 minute 14 seconds
Yeah.
drift.
Well, he's still got 2 hours to go. I'm certain he can put his foot to the metal and get it going again.
Yeah, and I think in Florian's last stints, he was probably the quickest car on the track. It's just, can he afford the patience behind the other cars now, or is he going to have to start sticking his nose in where it's not supposed to be?
Right, that's Team Motorsport Dreams pitting in order to serve their penalty, I think. Or are they pitting for damage? I'm not that sure yet. There's nothing come out about their car yet, is there? And they've overshot their pit box. That's embarrassing, just in case you got that on the mainstream. I've never done that.
I did not show this
Right.
in the broadcast, but as you were saying, it's
just as bad.
It's in, yeah. Yeah, we had a good battle between the H2 Performance and the R3T Racing Team for the 5th. They are now fighting for the 4th position in GTM. And yeah, the R3T just lost 2 seconds on the last lap. I don't know what happened to them, but
right.
It's significant lose on 1 lap without traffic. That's a bit surprising.
Okay, so this time round, folks, we'll have a look at the Sorg car across the start-finish line, see if they're still getting up to that 185 miles an hour or not. Right, so here they go up the hill. A couple of cars in front of them. It's going to cut a hole in the air.
Just had H2 Performance go wide and then off track, right in front of is it SimTech? Yeah. The Ferrari's less than stable, I think.
Yeah, so Sorg could be down a couple of miles an hour on top speed. 181 across the line that time. I hope they're not, because this could turn into a fascinating battle, because there's still 2 hours to go, which is enough time for Sorg to chase down Satellite. We could have a 2-3 lap shootout at the end.
Yeah, and Florian's not exactly being gentle with the people around him at the minute. He clearly wants that lead back. He just went round H2 like they were standing still, so...
Yeah, I don't think he could afford the patience that he had when he had a 30-second lead now. Definitely. I think sort of all or nothing now.
Yeah, he's got SimTech, which the last car in the P1's right, well, not right in front of him, but next car on track. I think he's got quite a lot of distance to cover before he can catch up with... still can't find him at the minute.
And of course, when they come in for their damage repair, they could have filled the car up and put new tyres on as well. So it could also put them off sequence in the pit stops, which will either help or hinder.
Yeah, depending on when it happens, or when it happened rather, will mean that they've got a bizarre advantage, won't it? Because they might not need to pit as many times.
Yeah, if it happens in your pit stop window, you can pull a silver lining from it. But if it's outside of your pit stop window, it can cost you dear.
Yeah, definitely. And according to iRacing, at least, there's 1:13 between them at the moment. I'm just trying to find it on here now. 1:12 according to the live timing screen. I mean, that's an eon, isn't it? When you're traveling at similar speeds.
That is, but he's taken 3 seconds out of him in a couple of laps. So, yeah. We took a second out of him in that lap, so we had a 1:20.9 from Patrick and a 1:19.6.
Yeah, I mean that's quite a difference. Obviously, what you're racing in between makes a difference. The traffic can be your friend or your enemy, slipstream from them, or you can get blocked by them. So it'd be an interesting equation by the time we get to the end. L1 Esports look to be a lap ahead, but they're not for anybody watching the timing screens. Just that they've got the new race leader in between them and Full Send Racing for the GT class. Sorry.
It would be great for the L1 Esport to win this one because they are from Brazil and the race is held at Interlagos, which is in Brazil. So I think it will be a good shootout for them.
Yeah, that'd be geographically a good place for them to win, wouldn't it?
Yeah, for sure, it's something you want to do when at your own track. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Sorg Rensport picked up maybe a second or a little bit more on that last lap.
Yeah, Florian's certainly not hanging about at the moment. He's lapping in the 1:19s. I think quick basic maths though, he needs more than 1 second a lap. He needs more like 1 second every minute to close that gap.
Well, it's been several laps, but maybe after the little incident, you're gaining your composure and your timing and all that. So he could be still a little bit off and getting back in the groove.
Yeah, that's right. When you've been taken out, you tend to overdrive the car because you're angry, but once you've calmed down, like you say, get back into your groove.
Right.
He's banged in another 1:19 there. That's 3 on the trot now, and the gap's down to just under 1:11.
Yeah, in GT3, Joker Sim Racing, once upon a time long-term leader, are turning slower laps than the 3 cars in front of them, so it's going to be a challenge for them to get back on par with the likes of Overdrive Performance GT1, driven by Holger Geiger, and then in front of them, in second place in that category, or that class rather, Full Send Racing, car 412, driven by Einar Marinsky, and then L1 Esports, as we were discussing before with Marco Rinko. They're leading that class at the moment. And they're ironically closing in on L1 Esports Red, so I don't think there's going to be too much distance provided between those 2 cars once they get together.
And another 1:19 from Florian, although Patrick did match him on the last lap, but he's done a slow one this time round with a 1:21.44. So it looks like I think Florian is cutting through the traffic a little bit better than Patrick is, and obviously all the traffic that Florian is coming up to now, Patrick is getting that about 10 seconds later. So if Florian catches it in the right position, it will be the wrong position for Patrick, and the other way round as well.
Yeah, that's very true, actually.
In P2, I got Julian Oja in the German sim racing purple. He's he's in the pits, by the way. Pardon me. He was turning much better laps than the rest of his group. So
We just had the multi-21 pulled between L1 Esports cars.
So Florian's over the line again with another 1:19.
Oliver Kemisat's back in German sim racing purple, so they've had a driver change.
Patrick is a 1:20, so slower than Florian, but better than the last lap. The gap over the line was 1:08.7. So it is coming down.
I was going to say, that's a big drop. I mean, not that long ago it was 1:12. So he's reeling him in.
He's knocking it down pretty good, that's for sure.
He's on better tyres. He's now got probably a full tank of fuel to carry him further in laps, and like we said before, towards the end of the race will play to his advantage.
Yeah, but possibly in a more dangerous position, because when he was 20 and 30 seconds ahead, they could afford to take the time behind the traffic. Whereas now it is, pedal to the metal, and we need to close this gap. So there's always the possibility of another mishap.
True.
But he's now passing a gaggle of GT cars, he's weaving through them, and another 1:19.
Yeah, they got some tow down there as well off those GT cars, which will be to his benefit. You can see all the marbles by the side of the track that I was fascinated by before. You don't want to come offline if they do have an effect on your car, do you?
No, that's right. Patrick, another 1:20. At the moment, I believe that Patrick is doing enough to maintain this lead at the end of the race, but we still don't know about pit stops and whether that did actually play into Sorg's hands and they can do one less pit stop or not. I'm sure we're not going to find out until the very last stint, so everybody get your calculators out.
Well, after the pit stop by German Sim Racing 2, Purple, they're still in the lead in their class, now with Oliver Kemazat at the helm.
In GT, Pete, have L1 Esports pitted?
Yeah, I think they have.
Full send ahead of.
Full Sender is still behind them.
Yeah, see, I'm seeing on the broadcast that Full Send are now first in class.
Yeah, they've always been first in class in the GT in fact. Don't forget, we have two categories.
Yeah, you got two different classes. So on the live time, you got one in yellow and one in green.
Yeah, exactly. The number 300s are the GT Pro, and the 400s are the GT Am. So the L1 Esports is 321, sorry, Is the first in GT Pro, and the Full Send Racing 412 is the first in GT Am.
Yeah, get with the program, Clyde. Yeah.
I'm confused.
I'll be back shortly. One sec.
Yeah, the 400 cars are a different grouping than the 300 cars. Yep.
Okay, let me go back to the P1s because I nearly know what I'm talking about with them. So both Florian and Patrick did 1 minute 20s, with Patrick slightly faster than Florian on the last lap. So gap is at around the 1 minute 6 second mark.
Yeah, I think your analogy was right, Clyde. I think right now they're playing cat and mouse, and I think probably your satellite racing's keeping just the right buffer zone till, with a little cushion till we get down near the end.
Yeah, I think the pit stops are gonna pretty much decide who wins this race now. Even though Satellite have got that big lead on track, it's possible that they may have to do an extra pit stop. So, unfortunately, that's not going to play out until the end. And once we get a bit closer to the end, like I say, we'll try and work it out based on the fact that these cars can do 36 to 38 laps on a tank of fuel. We'll know a bit more, I think, after the next pit stop.
And obviously, it's going to also bar having an incident as well.
So we've got our leader in P1 now in the pits. So that will be for a scheduled stop. And Sorg Rensport are now coming past the pit entrance. And let's see if I can spot.
The satellite is already off.
Satellite have already left the pits. So I'm seeing Satellite about 10 seconds ahead of Sorg, bearing in mind they've now both done their pit stop. So yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting now to see whether Florian can claw something back. They're pretty much on the same piece of track now, so Florian can see his target, but obviously Florian is going to have to pit again before the Satellite Racing team, which is going to grow that gap again. So it's going to be a bit cat and mouse for a little while, folks.
It makes it a little more exciting when you can see your competition ahead of you, that's for sure.
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, from being the nut behind the wheel, you know, you look at the car, you know, if there's a car in front of you who is the car you're racing on track, you can judge where you are behind them in different places on the track and see where you're faster, see where you're slower, where you need to get better. It certainly does help when, you know, you can see that gap in front and you can visually see it coming down.
Exactly.
Although I'm pretty sure that the team is going to be on the radio to Florian, letting him know exactly what's going on anyway.
Yep.
And I think sometimes it can be a hindrance because it makes you drive that much harder because you can see that car in front of you. Although I don't think...
Get him now.
Yeah, I don't think from the 4 hours that we've had so far that Florian is that type of driver.
No. No, I agree. He wasn't wasting any time, though. He just passed my leader, Oliver, and he went by like Oliver was standing still. Boy, he's not wasting any time either as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here because obviously Satellite Racing and Patrick have got half a stint newer tyres than Sorg and Florian, although Florian will have half a fuel tank lighter than the Satellite Racing
Yeah,
team.
that's right. It's definitely a mixed bag at this point.
Yeah, certainly. And it looks like there was a second in it in that last lap, with Florian taking a second out of Patrick.
Yeah,
Bear in mind that Patrick is getting his tyres up to temperature and up to pressure,
Right.
but that has brought the gap down to 8.5 seconds.
Correct.
And Florian isn't taking any prisoners with this traffic now. He's picking them up and putting them down. So another 1 minute 20 from Patrick. And a 1 minute 20 from Florian, but 8/10 quicker. So, oh, that was close. Sorry, down to 7.5 seconds now.
Right, getting tasty at the top then, yeah?
Yes, it
Yeah, it
is.
certainly is. So, Satellite have made their pit stop, and the gap's now down to about 8 seconds. And before this gets too interesting, I'm just going to go and fill my glass.
Is that a euphemism?
No, that's waxing the dolphin.
Didn't that come up the other day as well?
Was well done on the TCR driver in P2, letting by the leader of the class, Oliver, in the German sim racing purple. Moved over nicely instead of fighting him.
Yeah, you just got to know which is your race to fight.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It's easy to want to defend everything, but it's not always in your best interest to. You'll gain more time by letting them pass. It's going to be similar when Johnny Veerhoff sees the Sorg Rennsport car appear in his rearview mirror shortly. What's he going to do? Is he going to stay on his racing line and block, or is he going to realise that it's not his race right now and pull to one side?
And by what we've seen today, that happens very quickly, Pete.
Yeah, very much so. But they're in the same car, so it'll be a few corners before that. Yeah.
Big moment a few minutes ago for the L1 Esports Red car 422. They hit hard the wall in the not straight.
Right. Was that the red version of that team,
Yeah,
did you say?
the red
Yeah,
version.
422. And they're boxed now. Oh, yes, and there's a significant amount of damage on the front of that car.
Yeah, they hit the grass on the exit of on the right side of the fast turn, and then hit the wall on the inside.
Just rewinding to see if I've got footage of that. You don't always get it, do you? Because it seems to lose a lot of its time. Although I have got it.
And I'm back. So just looking at my P1 battle, I can see last lap, again, Florian's in the 119s, Patrick in the 120s, and the gap at the end of the lap was 7.5 seconds.
Yeah, I was just watching that L1 Esports red car lose it on the grass. That's just not paying attention, that, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, it's what it looks like. Maybe he saw something on his mirror or something like that, and he didn't pay attention to the track in front of him and forgot the left.
That N-Race Esports car followed him into the pits at that point.
Yeah, this brings the battle in the past for 5th position, for now for 2nd position in GTM between the H2 Performance and the R3D Racing Team.
Yep, that's true. They're now... Well, they're not separated by much either, are they?
No, they are 1 second apart from each other since a long way ago now.
Yep.
Clyde, did you say you're back?
I'm back.
All right, I've got to leave for a couple minutes here. Take over, please. Thank you.
Not a problem.
That's you giving your orders, Clyde.
Yeah.
Yeah, H2 Performance SRT green. They were quite wide in that last corner. That's allowed R3T Racing Team with Martin. Go on, Clyde, say that name.
Who are you looking at?
Car number 409 is the best way to describe that. Is that the best you're gonna do?
Yeah.
Kruzershik?
Sam, you got any advances on that?
Sorry, Martin, but I would say
Smith.
Smith.
No, it's bad, Clyde.
Martin Smith in the 409.
Yeah, Martin Smith has managed to close in even further onto the H2 Performance SRT green car of Peter Boerge. And he's going to do him here, isn't he? He's lining him up good and proper.
Yeah, he made a couple of mistakes on the last lap, so...
Yeah, he went wide in a few places, actually, or wider than I would. And that's that. Deal done. Or is it? He's coming back. There's a bit of... Oh, and there's contact, and that's going to end in tears. The Ferrari manages to just about avoid that wall. I don't know whether there's going to be a protest there. That's going to be a hard one to pick the bones out of, I think. I'm pretty sure that Peter Boerge will be annoyed at whatever happened there.
Yeah, let me just have a look back at that. So he does a switcheroo on him, goes up the inside.
Yep. And then does he drift out to him, or does the other one come in?
To me, it looks like he understeers outwards.
Yeah, I'm just going to look at the other version of events.
Seems to give the Ferrari a lot of room,
but then not at the exit of the corner. He does at the apex, but then he's he's online, isn't he?
Yeah, even when they make contact, there's over a car's width on the inside of the Ferrari.
Yes. So you've got to place the blame there, haven't you? Really. I think that deal was going to be done in the favour of the Porsche anyway, in favour of Martin, whose name we cannot mention. Call him Voldemort. So that was an avoidable incident, and I think the R3T Racing Team number 2 car is probably in the ascendancy there. I don't think there was any fault to be put in his
No,
account.
I think, yeah, my eyes, that's racing incident all day. But if you had to put blame on a car, it would be the Ferrari. I think they drifted out. I don't think the Porsche
Yeah.
did anything wrong.
No.
They are both very fair play teams. I don't think they will have to protest something. I'm pretty sure the drivers already apologized for that, and they will
Right.
carry
Yeah, I
on.
would
And
have thought so.
it's both good team regarding incidents. They are pretty
Yeah.
clean almost every time. So
Mhm.
yeah, that's not an issue, I think.
More new names coming into the chat in the bottom right corner. Isn't Marcus Baumgart the guy that jumped out of the space pod thing and
What?
I don't know.
Can I have some of your drugs?
It's just beer. Nothing more than that.
Well, I see we have a relevant conversation going on. Hey!
You've got to be kidding, right? So a Grand Sport, Clyde.
Yeah, at the moment, the gap has equalised. Obviously, Patrick's tyres are up to temperature and up to pressure. And Florian will be towards the end of his run, obviously with a lighter car but worn tyres. So they're matching each other lap for lap at the moment, and the gap is hovering around the 8-second mark.
Yeah, he's a bit twitchy coming out of turns, Florian, at the moment. Or he was, on the tighter turns, not that last one. I think he's still got... Has he got the top speed? Let's have a quick look. I'm following
He
him
did
as he goes.
181. Quickest I've seen him over the line is 185.
So he's peaked at 183 there. So if he has lost anything, it's not significant.
Yeah, I don't think he has, if I'm honest. I think that 185 was with a bit of draft assistant.
Yeah, or a bit of a breeze.
Yeah. And the front of the car obviously looks a lot better than it did. So as we see from that, we were saying that he didn't have that much damage, and he got that massive snap oversteer coming onto the not straight.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, that German sim racing red and German sim racing green battle been going on all afternoon between those two guys. Unbelievable.
It has, yeah.
They look like they're having a blast, though, I'll tell you.
The L1 Esports red car is still in pits.
Ooh.
And how is DJ getting on in that battle with the two German sim racing cars?
He's still behind him.
He is still behind them, yeah. He's not miles behind them.
No. I think he's closer than he was before, don't you, Pete?
Yeah, the problem is he's over half a lap behind them, really.
Yeah.
And they're just... I don't know. They don't seem to be competing with one another, either that or they... although the Porsche was before... Ah, right, they've swapped places at some point.
Yeah, they
So-
do sometimes in the last few
ahead of
laps.
the Porsche now.
Yeah. Oh, and the red one's disappeared off doing some gardening. He's just trimmed the verge and done the pansies and let the Porsche through again. Meanwhile, in another class, Ibon Gonzalo Fernandez passes both of them.
Yeah, he's in second place in P2. He's been trying to claw his way back ever since his first little penalties he had earlier in the race. So not making much ground though, because German Sim Racing Purple is with Oliver Chemisat is tooling right along.
Yeah, it's quite a dominant drive, that, isn't it? He's a full lap ahead.
Yeah, almost a full lap. Yep.
So in the P1s, Patrick has hit a little bit of traffic, putting a lap time of 1:21. Florian's now coming up to that same traffic. His lap was a 1:20.06, which brings the gap down to under 8 seconds again. But he's now got to get through this traffic that Patrick had.
It does seem to me, though, that Florian cuts through the traffic a lot cleaner and quicker than a lot of the other P1 cars, because I've been watching a few of them over the course of the last few hours. And he's very smooth. He knows when to inject some gas into the car in order to get around other people.
Yeah, I think Florian's trouble at the moment is he's getting towards the end of his stint. The car's obviously very light and a bit twitchy. Don't know whether they changed tyres in the last stop, but if they didn't, the tyres are going to be very, very worn as well. So he's, I wouldn't say he's struggling, but his lap times are now 20s and 21s, where he was banging in 1:19 after 1:19 a little while ago.
Yeah. Well, that deterioration's bound to happen eventually. I see the MSM cars back on track with Norman King at the wheel. Just been passed by Sogran Sports Esports #1 vehicle. Dave Johnson's just been passed by the Satellite Racing Patrick Pelchat, who's leading the race.
Yeah, so that means Florian Kruger will be up with Dave soon.
Yeah, there's not much between them. There's a couple of cars. I have to agree with what you said before and build onto it. Florian is very calm going through traffic, knows when to make the decision and knows which decision is the right one, if all that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it certainly does. And that lap, both guys did laps in the 1:20s, but Florian was half a second quicker. He just dealt with that little lump of traffic that Patrick caught better than Patrick did.
Yeah, and there's a definite skill to racecraft, without a doubt. I've not got it. I can watch other people do it and appreciate it, but when you're on track, when I'm on track, sometimes I just can't see those opportunities.
Well, Pete, you and me that can't do it, we can talk about it though.
Yeah. Armchair experts.
And we do it well. Yeah. Armchair expert, exactly. Hats off to these guys in this series. I'm impressed with how respectful they are of each other. Yeah, we've had a few incidents today, but it's a long race, and the speed differential's incredible. I never realized the true difference. I mean, it's really been evident being part of this, I tell you. And hats off to these guys, both the guys that have to go through traffic and the guys that let them by. I'll tell you, they've done an excellent job today so far.
So the gap between the two of them has just increased again.
See, I was just thinking, there's 11 seconds really in lap time between the P1s and the GT cars. So in theory, we could enter a P1 team next season, paint it to look like a GT car, and have some really good races.
Yeah. Could lead that easy. Nobody'd ever notice. All you need is Harry Potter's wand.
So that time round, Patrick was half a second quicker than Florian. So again, keep saying it, but the gap has stabilised this time at about 7.5 seconds. And whilst we carry on watching that, I've just had something delivered that looks very much like sticky toffee pudding and ice cream.
Oh, shut up.
I'm going to pretend
Sorry,
not
it's
to hate you.
salted caramel pudding and ice cream, I've just been told. So I'm going to
Ah.
be quiet for a couple of minutes, guys.
Well, we
Okay,
just
I
had
hope you joke.
we had a coming together of 2 GT cars. I believe it was the
It's the two
German
sim
red
racing
and German
cars.
green, I believe.
Yeah,
You
both
were
of them.
kidding.
No,
Oh dear.
the Porsche went a bit wide on the corners and hit the outside of the track and lose the rear, and then come back losing the cars, and the other one hit them. So it's really unfortunate because they are the same team.
Yep.
There it is, right there.
Yeah.
They did not
Replay.
lose too many times, to be honest. Let's see if they have a lot of damage or not. Doesn't look like. But
Doesn't seem to be, Sam.
Yeah, but it will definitely help the Phantom Sim Racing to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, might help. That's right.
Oh yeah, he let the satellite. Yeah, well, it's a bit embarrassing. It really, isn't it? There was a 6-point turn or whatever that was for the green team in the Porsche, and then they got back going again. I think it's just a nudge. If there's going to be any damage, it'll be on the BMW.
Yep.
Yeah, just a bit of wrinkled front end really on that Beamer.
He kind of lost it on that space that Clyde doesn't like. You know, that grid or whatever is laid down in the ground.
Yeah, it was when he came out of the dip turn. And I'm not sure that any aerodynamics effect from the P1 car that passed, that was the satellite team, I think, would have had any effect on it. I think it's he just probably got on the gas a bit too soon.
Yeah. I don't think it's aerodynamics there, to be honest with you. Could be, though.
I suppose so, but it'd be a dramatic effect at those speeds. So the gap between first and second is now down to just 6 seconds. So something somewhere has happened to delay the satellite team. And we're about to find out what the new gap is.
They lost 1 point, almost 3 seconds 2 laps ago.
Yep. And they've lost more now, but not too much. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, he just picked up a minimal amount that time.
Yeah, it was like 0.1 of a second, wasn't it? On that lap.
Yeah, exactly.
But they keep eating away at one another, and of course the Sorg Rensport Esport team still needs to pit sometime soon, so that will extend it out again. We've done 4 hours, nearly 40 minutes. There's an hour and 20 of racing to go.
Still a lot of time left. Whoa.
Just gonna have a look at that.
Yeah, he lose the cars on the brake and hit the barrier, and I don't know if he was stuck or not.
Right.
Whoa! We got a P2. It looks like a bruisey into the inside guardrail just before turn 1. Looked like a GT Looked like a GT car kind of squeezed him in there.
I think that's what Sam was referring to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was exactly that. Thank you, Bill.
Sorry, Sam.
No worries, mate. No worries.
Must have been asleep there for a minute.
Yeah, Clive would say it's my English, so don't worry about that.
Nah, it's my not paying attention.
Unfortunately, and I don't understand why, but I've got no footage of that. It just kind of blanks out. It's weird how that happens sometimes.
Yeah, maybe because you have set the limit of cars too low and you don't see everybody on track.
Oh, I see. I'll just increase that at some point.
If you increase it to 33,
Yeah,
you should see everybody on track right now.
I'm going to do that now. Then. The L1 Esports red car is still in the pits, or is that a return to the pits, Sam? Can you see that or not?
I think they are in the pits since the hits they had. Let me check pit strategy and pit stop time. I'm not sure. I'm not. I don't quite know how this works yet. So it looks like they are in the pits till 24 minutes now. So it's the result of the incident they had before.
Yeah, it's the other one, isn't it, where they lost it on the grass.
Yeah, exactly. They will probably go back on track, but yeah, they have lost almost everything.
Yeah, there's nobody assigned to that car at the moment, so they must be just waiting. The state of it's probably got several minutes worth of repairs associated with it, so.
Looks like Sorg's got it down to just a little bit over 5 seconds now. The lead.
Yeah, he's got 0.7 of a second on that last lap off him. In GT, we have Full Send Racing 412, leading the field at the moment, with Overdrive Performance GT1 with Holger Geiger in pursuit of them.
Right, I'm back, guys. I'm all salted carameled out. And just as I come back, I've seen Florian has entered the pits.
Along with Overdrive, GT1, funnily enough, from the GT class as well. They're in second when they pitted. Dennis Schroeder has taken over that vehicle. Florian looks to be keeping that vehicle, Clyde.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a driver swap going on.
They probably need the time, do you think?
Yeah, it looks like they're definitely taking tyres. I've just seen the car go up on the jacks. So I'm presuming with these cars, I'm sure Sam will correct me, they fuel them and tyre them separately.
It was before the build, I think. I don't think they did touch these rules, so yeah.
Yeah, it just looked like he was stationary for quite a while before it went up on the jacks to change the tyres. So I think last time the P1s were on this equal strategy, I believe Sorge were about 1 minute 14 seconds behind. So be interested to see what the relative gap is now and whether they have actually gained anything.
Full Send Racing boxed at the moment. Are they changing drivers, or is it still Harley Horton? Still Harley Horton behind that, behind the wheel of that car.
I could eat another one of those caramel puddings, you know.
I'm sure you could, you fat sod. In the L1 Esports red car now has a front end on it, even if it doesn't have any bonnet on it. So that's still in there. Sebastian Chudek is in with the German Sim Racing red car.
So
What's
sorry to
happened there? Sorry.
interrupt.
I'm going to have to interrupt you again
Sure.
because Harley Horton's just pulled up in pit lane. As in, just stopped the car in pit lane. That was really weird. I don't know whether you can cycle back to that, Sam.
Sorry.
Okay, just while you're doing that, the gap between Satellite and Sorge is 1 minute. So in that stint there, they did get 14 seconds back.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty decent. Yeah.
That is good. Did you get that, Sam, on the footage? It was the full send racing car. When they were in the pits, they exited their pit box, got 3/4 of the way down the pit lane, and stopped the car. And it was... I don't understand why.
Yeah, I'm just watching that now. It's as if perhaps there was a bit of a hardware issue or something that needed to be fixed before they could carry on.
Maybe, but there wasn't a driver swap, so Harley Horton carried on in the manner that he
I
did.
try to find out. Let's see.
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
stationary for a good 5 seconds.
Yeah, and that's just very odd.
Yeah, maybe reboot something to get it sorted and just carry on after that.
Or the dog jumped on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had that with the cats a few times. Get off the sodding keyboard.
I just saw the notice that L1E Sports Red retired because of excessive damage.
Right. Yes, they've dropped quite a lot now.
Yeah, maybe we can have some information about the 5-second stop of the full send racing in the chat.
Have you got anybody you want to bring into the chat, Sam, from the other teams or not? You mentioned about live interviews while they're racing or
Yeah,
something.
we may have some live interviews. Yes, of course. I was waiting for you guys to bring it on the
Who
table.
do we want to drag in? Who's driving that Phantom car right now? In fact, where is that? Where is the Phantom car?
We will
Oh, it's
drag
there.
everybody who wants to join us. Not. I will not
Well,
go grab.
Jose is
guy
driving
racing.
that car at the minute, so we'll avoid that one because that'll go on forever. Who are we gonna get?
Oh, we will wait for someone to show up in the interview room, and we will grab them.
Yeah, cool. Let us know when they land in there.
Yeah, they know how it works, so they did it in the past with Paddock TV, so, you know. Guys, if you want some interviews, just come in. We'll talk a little bit with you.
Yeah, with the celebrity announcers you have to interview you, boy. don't miss your chance.
How could you resist? So, Jose Borges takes on the Phantom Sim Racing car and joins the track.
Guys, I think the satellite racing just pit a few laps ago, and they catch the strategy of the Sorg car because they are only 12 seconds in front of the Sorg.
Yeah, perhaps it's what we were saying, and although it was unfortunate that Sorg did get hit, that it might have played into their hands with strategy, and perhaps Satellite have noticed that and decided that they're in front of them on the track, and if they match them on pit strategy, they should hopefully stay in front of them.
Yep. Makes sense.
Okay, so the information about the full send racing car, the drivers forgot his gloves, so he had to stop for the time to put it back.
So anybody sat at home thinking that people don't get kitted up properly for racing, we have many different things that happen, right, when people get behind the wheel of a sim racing car. One is to take your shoes off. So anybody that knows Ronald Moons from the VA ESC League knows that he races in his socks, as do I, but nobody's allowed to ever mention that again. Other people, like Clyde, are freakish enough to put gloves on. When
just
they race.
Gloves, though. I race butt naked and just gloves.
So for those of you that didn't just vomit in your own mouths, that's right. There's quite a few of us, not me included, that race in gloves and apparently in nothing else at all. Birthday suits and gloves.
Goodness. I'm scarred for life.
We have Rafael Russo from the L1 Esports Red, the cars retired with all the damage. In the interview room, guys, if you're ready, we can grab him in.
Well, Pete, we'll leave that to you as you're the chatterbot.
Yeah, sure.
I will let you ask him question, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, Rafael.
Hey guys, how are you?
Fine.
Hey, Raphael.
Maybe better than you. What happened to your car?
Yeah, our driver probably lose the focus in their last two lap, and so you saw you saw the image, they lose control. It's we are in P2, so it's not good for the team, but this thing has happened, so um, we have to move on, and now just cheering for the GT Pro car to see if they can win this race.
So, who was behind the wheel when you went gardening on the grass?
Yeah, I saw the was in their onboard. Probably he said that he lose the concentration, and in that turn to the left, they they go too much outside, and then with the tires not in their best condition, so the car spin off a little bit, and when they touch the grass, you saw they lose totally the car control, and we went to the box, but it was almost 1 hour of repair, so we decided to retire. What was the best decision to do.
Right, yeah, that's unfortunate. So, I mean, you were fairly competitive for quite a lot of the race until that point. How did you find racing with the other two classes today? Do you think that everybody was fair in their approach to the overtaking and the way that they passed all the slower GT cars, or do you think there's some lessons to be learnt along the way?
Well, I started the race. I did the first 2 hours. We have some issue with P1 that was caused by a net code. I think you saw in the race, but the P1s and P2s are fine. You just have to understand where they will pass you and prepare to make the right line. So we, you know, in overall we don't have problems with P1s and P2s. The main issue is with GT Pros, because I think you saw I received a warning said that we are not competing with GT Pros, but we are faster than one, and he didn't let us go. So it was a few laps with a lot of tension there, but anyway, we have to deal with this, with some different behaviors from other drivers. That's normal.
Yeah, and I'd forgotten actually that it was your car that was involved in taking out one of the P1 cars, but it was quite clearly a netcode issue because your car
Yeah.
just snapped, even though Sam was informing us that your steering was still straight. How do you feel when kind of the technology fights back and you end up the unfortunate recipient of a crash as a result of that?
Yeah, uh, it's it's a problem in iRacing, but in their situation, the the MP1 tried I think a risky movement, and we all know that iRacing has these netcode problems, and I was the lucky one, but it happens. We are not mad with anyone. So it's a problem of the game. But I don't know. We have to move on.
Yeah, definitely. So, anybody you'd like to thank other than Luciano and Bruno?
Sorry.
Anybody you'd like to thank while you're on
Yeah,
air
all
instead
the
of other
drivers
than
that.
Luciano?
First of all, you guys that made a terrific organization. We say that because we ran in another endurance league in here in Brazil, and we can see the difference in organization. Is you are in a other level. So first of all, congrats to all of you guys, and of course all of our drivers that ran during the seasons, all of the other teams that participates, and I think in a overall way it was a great season, and we are very excited for the next one.
Excellent, that's good. Anybody else got any questions for Raphael?
No, we're all good. Good job, Raphael.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, good job, Raphael. Thanks for the feedback.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. See you.
Seems like a nice chap.
And amazingly sounded exactly like Jose Borges.
I know, yeah. What are
was
the,
really
what are the
weird.
chances? What are the chances?
Just while Pete has been doing that interview, I think I've managed through my immense powers of deduction to work out why satellite racing came in early. And I believe that coming in then meant they only had one more pit stop to do before the end of the race, and that matched what Sorg were doing. So they've got track position, they wanted to keep track position and not leave anything to chance. So get in early, get the car filled up, get out again, make sure you're in front, and then stay in front with only one more stop to go.
It's an odd gamble, isn't it? Because I've done stuff like this before when I've made it beyond 50 laps, and you have to make a decision there whether it's stay out just in case there's an incident, because then you've shown your hand at that point, haven't you? Right?
Yeah, I think they was down to just before Sorg pitted. So I believe Sorg needed to do 2 full pit stops, and Satellite needed to do a full one and a splash, not really a splash and dash, but a half pit stop. So it was whether they stayed the 1 minute ahead and used up their half a pit stop as their second one, or just swapped it round and said, right, now we're on exactly the same strategy. We can see on the timing board exactly how far we are in front. There's no more guesswork involved if we do it this way round.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. I've always not wavered between the decisions, but yeah, I've always thought, well, if I stay out for as long as my stint will go on for, then if there is an incident, I've got that in the bag and I can just pit whenever I want to, and I'm maximising the current stint that I'm on. But what you say makes sense. You're gonna have to excuse me for a bit because my iRacing won't let me actually focus on any one car at the moment, which is odd.
The satellite racing lose almost 1 second every laps since 3 laps now. We'll see when Sorg pass the line, but yeah, another 8 tenths. Sorg is filling the gap very, very quickly with 1 hour left. It's gonna be short.
Yeah, I think Sorg have got their obviously their quickest, most consistent driver in Florian, and not saying that Pierre is not quick, because he's obviously in a different league to my racing, but perhaps he's not quite as quick on a stint as what Patrick was. But as we say in all racing, catching somebody is one thing and passing them is another. There's an hour left to go. They're going to be on their tails in under 10 minutes. So, the end of this race could get very, very exciting.
Clyde, your theory about the difference between satellite and sword there with their stops makes a lot of sense, because the way they did it, they have less time at the end to be doing that toe-to-toe battle. Doing it this way, you're going to have less time that you're going to be, what should I say, bumper to tail or whatever.
Yeah, and I think as well, either way, whichever way round Satellite did their pit stops, they were going to have on-track advantage. But whilst they were out of sync and like a minute ahead, there's always that guesswork going on as to how long is our pit stop going to take? Are we going to come out in front of them? And I think they've done exactly what I would have done and gone, right, let's get that quick pit stop out of the way now, get out on track in front of these guys, and we know what the gap is, and then we'll attempt to manage the gap from there rather than guessing what the gap is going to be once all the pit stops are done.
Absolutely. And also, not having to go for 2 full stints, fender to fender either. So you're out there by yourself basically in clean air, which is a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, Florian is putting in at the moment quicker lap times than what Pierre is. But, you don't know what's going on inside Pierre's car. Florian is obviously driving, with his eyeballs sticking out on sticks, using up everything he's got. It may be that Pierre is just lapping within himself at 98%, waiting for the gap to drop down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and then say, right, now I'm going to go at 100%, and my stuff is now better than your stuff because you've used all your stuff up.
I think your strategy's right on. I think that's exactly the way they're doing it. Pretty interesting tussle there.
Yeah, and it always amazes me. I watch a bit of endurance racing on the TV. Things like the Le Mans 24 and the Rolex 24. And, all right, this is only a 6-hour race. Only a 6-hour race, we say. But, we're 5 hours in and there's 5 seconds between first and second.
That's pretty amazing, isn't it, when you think about it?
And just looking at those marbles, Pete, they now look like gravel on the track.
Yeah, there's a lot of it there.
Yeah, this is what I was meaning. I don't know whether there's any dynamic for that. Clearly, I've never been in a race long enough to actually experience the effect of it. But somebody's entering the pits. Sorry, I didn't see which car it was now. But that's got to have a dramatic effect on you, even if it doesn't have a physical effect. Mentally, if you can see that as a race driver, you're going to want to keep off that, right?
Yeah, although, I don't, perhaps it's just me and tunnel vision, but I don't notice things like that when I'm racing.
Right.
I'm focused on the next place I'm going to crash, or which balls will I hit next, or let's have a go at that bit of grass because I haven't been on that yet. I don't tend to notice the little details.
Yeah, it's really noticeable where we are today, though.
Yeah, there's that little S's section.
It's really obvious in there, isn't it?
and it's terrible. It's like somebody's thrown a load of gravel over the track.
Yeah, I'm watching German Sim Racing Green with Till Norvig at the moment, and he's in that section, that snake, and he's gaining on his teammate, or if you can call him that, in the Porsche ahead of him after they had that embarrassing little come together before, and you can see the marbles all over the track. There's more than you think as well. When the camera stills, you can see it even more obvious.
It seems more prevalent, like you said, in that one section of track. I mean, you don't see it you don't see much of it anywhere else, really.
Yeah, especially on the outside of there's like a left-hand hairpin just before that horrible right-hand hairpin.
Exactly.
There it is. It's terrible.
Yep.
So any drivers watching that are waiting to jump back into the car for the final stint, do us a favour and drive through it and see if it's slippery or not.
Or better still, join us in the box for an interview.
Whilst you're driving
Whilst
through
you're
the
driving.
marbles sideways.
Nope, no takers, nobody in the interview room. Oh well.
I guess there's nobody as foolish as we are, apparently. Okay.
So, is that L1 Esports boxing?
Yeah, last one for them in the pits.
Yep.
Oh,
overshot
and
that
they missed
box.
the marker, yeah.
Sorry about that, L1 Esports.
I was on board with them the last
Oh, yeah.
lap.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that now. They is it me or have they got damage on the left-hand side of that car?
Hang on. Let me have a look.
Looks like the left front is crumpled.
Looks alright to me. It certainly looks better than the L1 Esports red car
Yeah, it
behind
might just
it,
be
like.
the view from inside.
From inside, let's have a look. Cockpit car. Oh, I see what you mean, but no, I think that's how it looks normally.
Just dodgy.
Wing mirrors on that car look crazy.
It doesn't look like it would take much to make them come adrift, does it?
No. So, Louise Payme, sorry. My apologies, Jr. Takes the L1 Esports car back onto the track for what will be the last stint for that car.
Yeah, and just an update on the P1s. Florian continues to eat into Pierre's lead. It's currently down to 3 seconds. And he's sort of taking half a second out of him every lap. So at certain points on the track now, he's going to be able to see him in the distance. And in around 6 laps' time, he should be right on him.
Might be before that, you know. He's carving quite a lot of time out of that lead.
Also, our leader in P2 has just finished the pit stop, and Julien Ojean is back at the wheel.
Yeah, I think the difference, Pete, is Florian is better through traffic than Pierre. When they both get a clean lap, Pierre can lap just as quick as Florian.
Right. And the new leader of GT is Harley Horton in the full send racing car number 42. Obviously, that's subject to future pit stops.
Yeah, and Norma King went off track with the Mustard Seed Mavericks for GT. Saw it in the background of the satellite racing.
All right.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, going back to what I was talking about in the P1 tactics, third place Gold Racing team have just pitted, and looking at the time to go, they are, I would expect, going to have to splash and dash 4 or 5 laps from the end. So I think that might be what Satellite were trying to avoid.
So you're saying Gold Racing have just pitted?
I believe it is. It's Rick Verbeesen.
Yeah. So if they're pitting now, they won't need to pit again, right?
No, I think they will. I don't think they can do... they're doing it about 45 to 47 minutes on a full tank.
Right.
So
Honestly,
I think
I'm
they're
on
going to
board
have
with
to
them at the
splash
minute.
and dash.
Yeah, I'm on board with them at the minute, leaving pit lane. They've just come out next to one of the other P1 cars. It was the most terrifying pit exit I've ever experienced. It was just horrendous. They were travelling through it at like 120 miles an hour.
So that last lap, both the leaders in the 119s, but again, Florian half a second quicker than Pierre. So the gap is just over 2.5 seconds at the moment.
So there's quite a few people approaching the back tail of Harley Horton, who's currently leading the GT class. A whole bunch of cars just overtook him. He's not boxed the car, so he's going around again. Dennis Schroeder in the Overdrive Performance GT1 car is probably the full length of the not straight behind the behind the lead car there. And the same goes for the L1 Esports car, who has pitted, so is probably a significant advantage.
Yeah, and Florian took a second out of Pierre on that lap, so it's about 1.5 seconds now. So, yeah, Florian can definitely see his target in front of him.
Getting a little friendly there.
Pierre's having a bit of trouble with some GT traffic.
Yeah, he's fully on him now. That's not 1.6 seconds anymore.
With Florian. No, I'm not. I'm going to carry on watching it from where I am. Oh, he's going to have to weave through some GTs. Well done.
There's one down.
Yeah, you can definitely see him now.
Oh, without a doubt. He's only got one portion between them.
Just a little over a second. There he is, right in front of him.
I don't think that's a second anymore, is it?
I got 1.2.
Yeah, it's just about 1.2 at the moment. Florian's caught that Porsche in the wrong place.
Yes.
So, Pierre, I know you won't be listening, but it'd be good if you was listening whilst you're racing. It is time to engage hyperdrive.
Really? Up.
I think Florian's caught that traffic just right that time, whereas Pierre caught it wrong. Probably picking up a bit of toe as well.
Yeah, it'll be even more pronounced around this corner, won't it?
So, guys, what does Pierre do now? Florian is obviously quicker than him at the moment. Does he fight tooth and nail to stop him getting past? Does he let him past and then settle in his tracks? Or does he just carry on doing what he's doing?
There's no advantage to giving that track position up. It is that simple. He's going to have to position his car advantageously. He's got how long left? 45 minutes?
There's a good 45 minutes left.
So make your car as wide as you can. You've got all the advantage as long as you're ahead on the track. I think it's going to be very interesting what they manage to achieve. The fact that we've done 5 hours and 14 minutes worth of racing, and the two leaders are within 1 second of one another right now.
Incredible.
Isn't it? It's just unbelievable. It's an astonishing situation. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting. But if I was Pierre Benoit, I'd be making my car as wide as possible, not letting him through. Hopefully he'll make a mistake and go gardening, like so many others have done before him, and stick on my line.
Interesting enough, the last 3 laps have been about the same spread of time, so I wonder maybe if Pierre's turned the wick up a little bit also.
No, I think that's traffic based. I think where he approached that Porsche just then was not advantageous to him, and Florian will be able to cut through this traffic a lot easier just from the timing that he's joining them. Nothing more than that.
I think where Pierre is being lucky is every time Florian gets that gap down to under a second, Pierre manages to get past another car and put another obstacle in Florian's way.
Yeah, that's true.
And Florian's just ended up behind that MSM car, which has hindered him. His approach to that corner was impaired.
And again, all the tactics we've talked about and Satellite doing that short stop, we don't exactly know how long these guys are going to have to stop for their last stop. So, there could be a few seconds in that as well. Stop now and make it to the end. So, does one blink?
Well, you've got to think, does the undercut work here? So if Sorg pitted at the very beginning of the final pit window, is he going to be an advantage? Because he's not having to overtake the same cars that the Satellite team are doing.
Yeah, or do you look at it from the other end of the spectrum, and if you're Florian, you just, you want to be in Pierre's mirrors and, making Pierre look behind him instead of what's going on in front and maybe coming up, making a mistake.
But unless I'm very wrong, Florian's next pit stop, or the pit stop for that team, is going to be longer than the one Satellite team pitted most recently. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure because Satellite pitted early, so if they filled the tank, their stop is going to be shorter than the Sorg team.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Because the Sorg team, obviously their pit strategy was had to be based around the damage and the pit stop that they had to make.
True. So I think if I was the Sorg team right now, and I don't know, I couldn't honestly tell you why I think this, but I think they need to be pitting first, unless they're getting some sort of tow off that car in front, and when that tow expires, as in they're underneath the rear wing of that car, I'd be peeling off towards the pits, do my final pit stop, get out, hope that my new tyres propel me around the track faster than they can while they're still out, and take an advantage anywhere that I can.
Yeah, that's not a bad call.
They're now going by the P2 leader.
Ah, right, that's the P2 leader. Who's that now, Bill?
What's going on?
That's German purple. It's Julian. Sorry, I forgot his last name.
Ogian.
That's it. Yep. Thank you.
Cool.
We have the battle between the two German sim racing car, the GT ones. Going back.
Yes. We've been here before in various levels of hilarity. So.
Here's last time.
Yeah. So they've switched positions again. You can only hope that Sebastian Schudek doesn't make the same mistake that the chap driving the last time made in the penultimate turn.
Florian's getting very close now.
He's close, but he doesn't seem to be able to do anything with it. Whether that is Pierre is now going, right, that's it, I'm going 100%, or whether there's, are these cars that dependent on aero? When they get some dirty air, they don't handle as well. I think we might find out at the end of this straight.
Yeah, and like I was saying before, if I was the Sorg Run Sport car, I'd get under his rear wing and then box the car.
Yeah, see,
there's an advantage to that.
Just watching the interval.
Sorry, Sam? Roger that.
I don't know if it's...
off track for Sorg. Sorry.
It's all right.
Sorg, off track, yep.
I think that just proves he's pushing.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
He lost a little time there.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to panic. He's pulled in that car once already from a mile back. He's going to be able to do it again. It's just where he can get the advantage.
Yeah, I think I agree with you though, Pete. And I think if I was in Florian's seat, I would be pitting now and saying, right, get me new tyres on, fill the car up with fuel. This is what I've got to the end of the race. If it's not enough, it's not enough. That's fair enough.
Whoops,
sorry, just watching the satellite team, and they ended up right under the rear bumper of a Porsche just then.
Almost got his nose chopped off.
Yeah.
But they're both staying out again.
Well, I think he's got to draw right up to the back of that car before he boxes it properly.
I think Pierre has to stay out because he's going to have the shorter pit stop, whatever happens. So, if they both pit on the same lap, then Pierre should easily get out in front of Florian. I think the onus is on Florian here to do something different.
Exactly that, because
do what Satellite don't do.
Yes, because Pierre at the moment has fresher tyres and more fuel because he pitted later than the Sorg car, later than Florian did. So Florian's got to reverse that. He's got to put something in the head of the driver of the car in front, and if he pits, that's ultimately it, isn't it? It's where did that car go? What advantage has he just got? Do I need to pit next? Do I need to start pushing really hard in order to counteract this undercut? And unfortunately, at the end of this lap, unless that Porsche there delays that satellite car, he's not got close enough, Florian, to make that a reality yet.
Yeah, and I think as well from Pierre's point of view, he can see exactly what Florian is doing at the moment, how far he is behind him. If Florian pits, then that puts a bit of doubt into Pierre's head. Where is he on the track? Is he gaining on me? Is he losing? Whereas at the moment, he can see that.
Yeah, exactly that.
We also
the only
have
other way you can
battles for fourth in LMP1 between the Lone Wolf and the Full Send Racing. So it's unexpected for me to have two battles so close in LMP1 and nothing, almost nothing in the trios categories.
Yeah, they are super close together, and that might result in the same sort of thing. Getting a pit stop now might hand you the advantage. It just depends when that pit window is, and we're well within it, aren't we? Because they were doing 45 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. They're well within it. I from Pierre's point of view, I would be running it dry now, and just my last pit stop is going to be the shortest possible pit stop.
I don't see what advantage Florian's getting by staying out there now.
No, I think if Florian was at the point where he was all over the back of Pierre and going to make a pass.
Going to interrupt because the Lone Wolf car is about to advance his position. and has done so. He's put the car on the inside, and he's completed that. Ooh, or has he? Ooh, what are you doing? Careful, boys. There is a massive fight back there. That didn't work out like I thought it would. And that probably shows how difficult it is for two LMP1 cars to pass one another.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking at the moment. You know, Florian was pulling in Pierre at a second a lap. And, you know, he's got behind him now, but he's not really in a position that he can do anything. And he doesn't get that pull down the straight that you would expect him to get and be able to get past Pierre.
No, and this is the closest he's been right now. And this would be where I'd be peeling off to pit, and he hasn't done. So he must have a better tactic than I've got in my head.
Do you think as it gets closer, he's losing aero on the front? And can't...
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, Bill. You know, these cars are obviously aero beasts. They're so aero dependent.
Yeah.
Does the iRacing physics, you know, go that far into detail? That, you know, they're in. I know, for instance, from racing the NASCAR that we do on here.
Yeah.
You know, you get behind another car and you just get crazy understeer. So
Yep.
I'm wondering if that's what Florian's experiencing now.
Might be, because on the slower sections, you know, look how close he is right now. I mean, he's very close.
He can taste the oil fumes, can't he?
Exactly.
Nicely done by the TCR car.
I just don't think he's.
Wow.
What's this? Oh, we were doing this. We may still do by the end of the lap.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Pierre got some massive wheel spin coming out of that corner.
Yeah, and I think
We'll see what the
Florian's
aero's
pushing
like
him.
now.
The lead.
Oh, what are you doing, boy?
Wow, that was close.
Easy, Tigers. It should be an easy pass from here, although
Don't know about that.
Pierre will be able to have a go back at him if he can stick around the outside, which he can't. So for me, Pierre has got to pit this lap.
Yes. Because
No,
Florian's
that
just going to
decision
naff off down the road.
Yeah, the decision has been made for him.
Does he know that, though? That's the decision, isn't it?
And even from Florian as well, you could argue, you know, pit now, because Pierre should pit now. So if I pit now, you know, I've already overtaken you once, mate. That's in your head.
Yeah, definitely. That was a defensive
Pierre's
line
not
from
giving it
Florian.
up.
Ooh, was that a nudge? Don't know.
I don't think there was a touch there.
This is nail-biting stuff. In the lone wolf situation, Full Send Racing have cleared that problem. In GT, we've still got Full Send Racing with Harley Horton leading that. Pierre's in. See, that could be the defining factor of this race.
Yep, he
Because
pitted.
the undercut might be worth everything. GT position 2, Overdrive Performance GT1 with Dennis Schroeder in second, and the L1 Esports car with Louise Payne Jr. in third. In terms of how that stacks up, GTM, I think GTM's yellow on here, isn't it, Sam?
Yep, yellow. Orange, more orange, but yellow.
Yeah, orange, yeah. So Harley Horton very much on top of that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9 cars between him and his nearest competitor in the H2 car, who's now just boxed, actually. So there's even more between them now. So Dennis Schroeder in the lead car for GT Pro. And Louis Payne in the L1 Esports car in 2, and Kai Hitchler from the Joker Sim Racing Black team is in 3rd. Sorry, Clyde.
No, I was just going to say Pierre did a 35.8 second pit stop. So
Okay, that's
we
the
will now
measure.
wait and see what Florian does. Florian stayed out the next lap.
He's in a lot of traffic, mind. It's probably not in his advantage to have stayed out. That MSM car taking a wide line around there. Just got in the way of another Porsche. I don't believe that this Sorg Rennsport car can make it to the end. They must have to fuel
No,
again.
most definitely not.
And
Not even with Mike Talianchich driving it.
No.
the other
Sorry,
drive
Sam.
performance just went back to pits, and L1 Esports took the lead back for the GT Pro, and they have 5 seconds leads
Interesting.
over the overdrive performance. So it's a battle to see for the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely. We've got exactly half an hour to go, folks. So
Florian's in. Florian's
is.
in.
Don't leave this channel, folks. This is going to get interesting.
This is it right here.
Yeah, hit your marks. This could be the money stop. So 35.
They're changing drivers.
They are changing
Yeah,
drivers.
they are.
Nicholas Schneider.
Schneider.
That might be a problem. Where is the other car?
On the not straight line.
Yep,
Oh,
he's
boy.
Left.
just joined it. Second kink.
Okay, they're leaving the pits with a
Better get out of there
33.32.
Right then, this is going to be proper tasty. I think the Sorg Sport car is going to be in the lead. By quite a long way, even though they swapped drivers. What's
It's only
that about?
a couple of seconds.
They have 2 seconds for now.
Yeah.
So somebody explain that to me. They've just swapped drivers as well as everything else. Did they reduce their fuel?
They don't need to take a full load, do they, this time?
Yeah, they short stopped there because their pit stop was 2.5 seconds quicker than Pierre's.
So what's that? Did they not take tyres?
No, I see the car go up on jack, so I assume
Alright.
that they took tyres and they must have just taken less fuel.
So is... well, we'd have to see.
And I can't remember seeing Nicholas in the car, so I don't know what sort of speed he has as a driver.
This is his first lap. So maybe he's their magic boy. I don't know about the history of the team. Sam, do you know anything about Nicholas?
It's pretty fast. They are all fast, in fact, in this car. So yeah.
Fair enough.
At least compared to me, they are way faster.
Right, well, I'm going to go and grab a drink whilst we wait for these guys to get up to speed, and then we'll see if we've got an exciting battle to the...
Excellent, yeah.
The deficit after the first lap's just after 2 seconds. Pretty close. Yeah,
Meanwhile, go on.
maybe Nicholas is ace in the hole, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. So Full Send Racing still leading GT with Harley Horton. They've got 35-second lead over L1 Esports with Lewis Payne Jr. Overdrive Performance GT1 car with Dennis Schroeder follows them 3 seconds behind them. That is quite close, and it's been quite close for quite a while. not close enough to see them both in the same screenshot, of course, but because 3 seconds is worth more in this class than it is in the other ones.
Oh yeah.
Then we've got Joker Sim Racing, black with nearly forgot the driver's name. Kai Hitchler. I think they're going to be quite disappointed by the end of this because they were leading for so long. I've had a few other leaders like Esports since, and now Full Send Racing. So I think they'll think that they've cheated themselves or been cheated out of that lead.
Yeah, the Full Send Racing still have to pit, but it will be short.
Yeah,
So
that'll be much
we'll
reduced stop.
Yeah.
They've gone round again though.
Yeah, not to slight the P2 fans out there, but the German Sim Racing Purple is still in command. Julian Ojan at the wheel, and they're still almost a lap or more ahead of Mass Devil Esports. They've pretty much run flawless all day. They've done a great job.
And I'll be back in 1 second.
Okay. And the difference between Sorge and Satellite is still holding at a little bit more than 2 seconds. But I'm sure we have tire temperatures regulating and everything else, so that could change.
Yeah, the Clyde Racing is losing time, just a few times per lap, but they're losing time on the Sorg. I'm currently watching the GT Pro battle between L1 Esports and Overdraft Performance. They are running almost the same lap times. The L1 Esports took 2.5 tenths on the overdrive, and then the overdrive took
overdrive. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
So it's in one way and then the other way. It's still 5 seconds between the two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still half an hour to go.
Pretty amazing. Some of the battles still going out here. Like you mentioned before, Sam. LP1 usually is one guy way out in front, and it's amazing how close these guys after so much time.
Yeah, in the GT, we have all the pit stop strategy going on. In P1, they are almost all the same. The incident between the Sorg and the other car earlier on put this in the balance and bring us an exciting battle.
Oh yeah, yep, for sure.
It's nice for Sorg. They was able to keep the first place, at least for now. To put it in the balance, the incident they had before, but yeah, it was quite interesting. And now we have this GT battle. The overdrive performance is now 4.1 seconds behind the L1 Esports, so yeah, they are closing in.
Good. Okay. Good. Yeah.
Right, I'm back, guys. I'm fueled till the end. So it looks like our P1 battle. The guys are currently matching each other's lap time. So the battle for the lead, the gap remains between 2 and 3 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, Sam and I were just mentioning it's amazing after, almost 6 hours that we got a couple battles out there pretty darn close. It's pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And I have to chuckle at German Sim Racing Red and Green still going at it out there. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I certainly don't think there's any team orders between them two.
No, I doubt it.
No, because now we're reversed again. I think there's a pit stop happened somewhere, and it's put the Porsche second in line again. I think that's going to go on for a while. Jose Borges in the Phantom Sim car, still chasing them down. That Full Sand Racing car, 412 numbered, yet to pit still, which might put it down the order somewhat.
I think Jose might be fighting a losing battle there because I think the last time I looked at that gap, it was about 29 seconds, and now it's about 49.
Huh.
But not just the Phantom team, all the teams there. These guys are still going. 5 hours
Exactly.
40 into the race, and they're still going.
Something I've never understood, when you look at Jose's time, there's some laps where there's no time recorded by iRacing, and I have no idea why it does that.
No, I can't help you with that one, Pete.
No, just happens every so often. That happens to me sometimes as well.
Well, your laps are not recorded because you don't finish them.
It's because there's big voids in the middle of the lap where they don't know where it's gone. It's over a fence somewhere.
So that time, Pierre was slightly quicker than Nicholas. So still gap is under 3 seconds.
Hats off to Mass Devil Esports AM. They're 35 laps down, and they're still plugging away out there. They're more than they're 15 or 16 laps behind their leader in their class, and they're still plugging along. Good for you guys.
Yeah, I was going to mention them before because they had a bit of a coming together with some other cars, and I think they were stone last at one point of the running cars, and they've made their way back up quite significantly. So, yeah, it's a decent effort, isn't it?
Well, I haven't been in that position before many times. It's it gets discouraging, to be way the hell back there and struggling, and darn well you're not going to get up there, but you soldier on, you finish the race, and good for them.
Little update about the Phantom 71 loss of time. It seems like Jose was blinking and they did lose a bit of time because of that. Few laps ago.
Right.
Ah, okay.
What's his ping at the minute?
I was actually going to say, do you think it's something to do with connections, and if you blink out that iRacing doesn't record your lap time? But then I thought to myself, no, that's stupid, Clyde.
Well, it might not be as stupid as you think.
So that last lap, our two leaders lapped within 100th of a second of each other.
So do we think that the Sorg Rensport team have got it sewn up now?
The way things stand, I don't think that Pierre has got anything for Nicholas, but
Right.
traffic. You can quite easily gain or lose a couple of seconds getting the traffic in the wrong place. So it's, we've got, I don't know, over 15 minutes left. It's not over.
Yeah, I've just seen Michael Polasek in the Lone Wolf car do the most amazing dive bomb on a GT car. It was epic. So he dive bombed it, went utterly wide into turn. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then rejoined the track and overtook another car. He's on a proper mission. Hilarious.
it's hard to tell the driver's mindset at this stage of the race. That there'll be some drivers that are there's only 15 minutes left, let's get as much as we can, and then there'll be other drivers that there's only 15 minutes left, we've been going at this for 5 hours 45 minutes, let's just get to the end.
Yeah.
We have an incident between 3 cars.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the ESK Motorsports, the Simtech, and another one. I think it was the TCR car.
Oh goodness.
That TCR car's been in some scrapes today.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they were unfortunate with all the incidents.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah, let's have
Whoa.
a look.
Well, I didn't see the crash. I saw the aftermath where they were both parked in that service lane, or whatever you call that. The
It
runoff.
looked like the LMP got in the back of both of them. Actually, came in a little too hard.
Yeah, it looks like the P2 makes a late lunge on the BMW, and then the P1 just outbrakes himself, and just ends up in a mess.
He did make a little bit of a lunge there at TCR, you're right.
If he was bowling, that would have been a strike. And then if you look at that, guys, have a look at the P1 and then watch the rejoin that he manages to make a total hash of.
I know, yeah,
and ends up on the grass again.
Yeah.
You say it was the TCR P2 car that was in that?
Yep.
He's a little bit all over the place, is Terry Taylor at the minute. He's going wide on a lot of corners.
Yeah, he must have some rear end damage on that car.
Mm.
I would think so.
So back to the front, and Sorg have pulled a 4-second gap now on Satellite Racing.
Yeah, they seem to be ever so slightly increasing their lead.
Yes, I think Satellite needs some help from the racing gods if they're going to take the victory here.
Well, like you mentioned before, if Nicholas runs into a big gaggle of lap cars, might have a good chance.
Yeah, and we have the information from race control that the Simtech Motorsport will earn a 30-second stop and hold for the collision with the
because of that
LMP2
incident,
and the
yeah.
GT. Yeah.
I think
And we've got information from the TCR team that they've had damage from their first big incident, and they've been nursing it for the whole of the race. So that little incident there obviously didn't help.
No.
I think that's a good call by race control. Looked like he got right into the back of those guys.
Yeah, he just seemed to miss his braking point to me.
Definitely.
And that was it. I sort of half get that it didn't look like the P2 was going to make that lunge, so perhaps he was coming in a bit hot, with the intention of going down the inside of both of them, and then the P2 pulled out, and by that time he was just going too fast to slow down.
That looked possible also, right?
I think one of the unluckiest cars that we've got on the track at the moment is the GTRS Racing Spirit #1 car. So they started top of their class, and now they are literally bottom of their class. They had an enormous amount of repairs to do. I suppose, do you still get points that low down, Sam? Or are you just on bragging rights?
They still get points.
Right.
if they finish the race, they will earn points. Yeah.
Okay.
It's already very penalized when you have to prepare for hours and the difference between the first place and the 10. It's quite hard on the points, so yeah,
Right.
we still give some points if you finish the race.
Oh, okay. Because they're like just a small amount of 218 laps behind. But you got to give them some credit for getting back in the car.
Yeah, and 125 laps behind the next person in their class. So
Yeah.
10 minutes to go, they might make it.
Where is that earthquake?
We have another battle going on, guys, for the second place of GTM. The
Overdrive.
the F3T Racing and the Wolf of Sim Racing Team Junior.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
And we can see the GTRS just putting the car off the track to let them pass by.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice. You have nothing to play with. And they just
Yeah.
leave the
It's a good
space. It's
move.
good. Yep.
Yeah, don't get involved in somebody else's fight. Very sensible way to drive. But yeah, World of Sim Racing Team Junior with Nacho LDR. No idea what that means. Apparently that's the name. Putting a lot of pressure on Thomas Mola of R3T Racing Team.
Sounds more like an order to me, a food order.
Don't let me laugh. Sebastian Tudek from German Sim Racing peeled off behind them to take what will be his last pit stop of the night. Is that Standard Senal serving their penalty, or are they repairing?
I would guess it's them serving their penalty because they don't get many laps to take it.
Right.
All right, we're under 10 minutes, guys. Any big shakeups you think going to happen here?
Well, I think Sorg Rensport have got it sewn up because they've pulled out a 6-second lead or there or thereabouts. I think there's still a bit of GT competitiveness going on. Although I've now lost the R3T Racing Team car with Thomas Smola. So I found him again. In with the World of Sim Racing. Oh, there's exchanging positions constantly at the moment, which is making for good viewing, but I don't think it's doing either of their tyres any good. So, World of Sim Racing Team Junior with Nacho have now taken the lead in that battle for 21st place. Approaching at rate behind them, flashing those lights, is Michael Polasek of Lone Wolf Motorsport, who was taking no prisoners earlier either.
Yeah, and I think Sorg are believing that they've got this in the bag as well because they've gone back to patience mode.
Right.
There's nothing forceful going on anymore.
No.
Yep.
I have a crash noticed in the app of the SimTech Motorsport. What happened?
SimTech, weren't they just in the box
Oh,
for
he
repairs?
used the car when exiting the pit lane. Oh, that's yeah. It's a bit weird.
I've not got any footage of that because for some reason my PC doesn't retain it.
Sorry, standard to show this, but yeah, that was a bit surprising.
He crashed exiting pit lane.
And
I'd love to say I've never done that before.
Guilty. Oh,
Yeah,
there's
I've got the
replay.
same
Here's the
problem
replay.
as you, Pete, as well. I can't see it.
No?
That's his own fault for hitting the cone.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah.
Boom! Yep, he spun it coming out. Yep,
Really? Wow.
he's trying to do a power move
Yeah,
to
he
turn
tried to
around,
do a
waste
spin
another.
turn and failed.
Didn't quite make it.
At the same time, we had the Wolf of Sim Racing Junior, who passed the F3 team with a bold move, I could say. But
Which
yeah,
one was that?
as
Sorry?
the battle for second place of GTR
Oh.
of the World of Sim Racing.
World of Sim Racing.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Whoa! Yeah, that was really bold. You're right.
He got on the brakes hard as well, didn't he?
Whoa!
I'm not seeing what you guys are seeing. What lap are you on?
I'm
Watch
just
the
seeing it on the broadcast.
On the
Oh, I
broadcast,
see.
it shows it. Sam showed a replay.
What do we have going on? We still have the battle for the first place in GT Pro between L1 Esports and the Overdrive Performance. The Overdrive Performance is closing in 2.5 seconds now between the two of them.
Yeah, the overdrive car just got blocked by the P2 car that was following, which was German Sim Racing Green. Was it? No, it wasn't. Alright, it was Mass Devils eSport AM.
Ah.
Overdrive Performance GT1 need to up their game significantly if they want to pull that position back off L1 Esports. There's a car going very slow on that straight there.
Yep.
Oh, it's yeah, it's Eric Marsowen again with the GTRS Racing Spirit 1. They started number 1 in their class and they're going to end probably the last running of their class.
Huh.
Holy shit.
Well,
Just on board with Nicholas Schneider in the Sorg car, coming down the not straight, and there's a GT car in front, and you think he's going to brake in a minute, he's going to brake in a minute, he's going to brake in a minute, and then he brakes when it seems like it's impossible, but the car just stops.
right.
I had a code brown, and I'm just watching.
On my screen, everything stops just at the point that you're describing.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, when they were doing the one and done qualifying, they go by the start finish line at 180 whatever it was miles an hour, and within looked like 50 feet they could stop. I thought, holy man,
It's just bizarre, isn't it?
it is.
Magic of ultra downforce.
Yep.
You listen to the engine in
Here we
that
go
car and
again.
it's not even trying. Yeah, I'm on board now. There's a push getting rather large, and then oh dear.
It's amazing, isn't it? How well it brakes.
This P2 car's not going to last much longer either.
That's our leader.
Ah, right.
Bye.
The visibility out of the car looks horrible.
It's awful, isn't it? You've got like a letterbox to look through.
Like wearing one of them burqa things, isn't it?
Oh dear. Only Clyde Whiting could come out with something like that.
So, does that mean that Muslim women would make brilliant LMP driving?
I think it would, yeah. He says trying not to laugh.
Engine has a very unusual sound on that car.
It does. It's like it's not trying. It's very strange. Whereas on board with the Overdrive Performance GT1 car of Dennis Schroeder, that thing's screaming its pipes off.
So, have we just started the final lap, Sam, or have we got one more after this?
We still have 4 minutes to go, sorry. So, maybe way more than that.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, it didn't start bang on time, did it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, because I'm showing 6 hours right now, but I got you. You started a little bit late. Okay.
I'm on board right now with the Overdrive Performance GT1, and we can see the L1 Esports just in front.
Yeah, he's definitely catching him, but I don't think he's going to have the do it at. But he'd be expecting a miracle, and GT3, the GT cars, they don't come across obstacles as such unless you get a. There's a bit of wheel spin coming out of that turn, that's for sure. Unless you get a crash in front of you or someone dive bombs you and you've got no way to turn in, there's very little delays. You just got to keep on your line, keep plumbing away at the laps, and hope that the car in front is less skilled than you in the braking zones and in the acceleration, in the turn. Do they roll the corner? Rolling the corner in these cars is essential because you carry that momentum and they carry the speed through, and then get back on the gas whenever you find find that you're able to do that. It'd be interesting to see if he can reel that car in, but it's quite a distance away from him. Something that a lot of people might not understand. So, not these two corners, but the corner before. He didn't get near the apex of the turn. Now, something that I've never understood until some chap who I think's learning to drive cars, called Tony Klusterman, told me is the apex is not the same for every car as you go around these tracks. So you don't necessarily have to hit that point on the rumble strip to take the most effective line through the corner. And that's what some of these drivers are doing. They're staying clear of the bit where it unsettles the car too much, and they're getting better drive out of the corners as a result.
Apexes are overrated. Holy shoozy moosey.
Go on.
Baby.
What have you had?
Oh, the leader nearly got taken out then.
He was halfway on the grass that time.
Let me have a look at that. I've got full footage of this one for once.
Yeah, it's literally coming round onto the not straight.
Yeah. Oh my, he was a quarter of a car off, wasn't he?
Yep. Yeah, his right side was definitely on the grass.
But he did it as though he expected it. What's wrong with this guy? This is Nicholas Schneider as well. With an 8-second lead over the guy behind him.
You know, you got to have pretty good anticipation to drive one of these things. Coming up so fast on a GT car, you think, is he going to move down or isn't he? You know,
Well, I was just going to say, he's just come up against the guy from the Lone Wolf team, Michael Polasek, who was very, very forceful, shall we say, in overtaking certain other cars before. But Michael's done what he needs to in that situation and understood that he's not part of that race and he's got it right out of the way. So,
yeah.
good racing by Michael. Well done, mate.
So guys, we are on the last lap now.
Last lap.
Okey-dokey, last lap. So, lap 266.
Amazing.
I'd love to say it's been a pleasure.
It's been quite an experience, actually.
I've enjoyed this.
Me too.
Sorry, mate.
That's okay. Even though I was lost 3/4 of the time, it was a lot of fun.
Dennis Schroeder's still managing to pull in a little bit on the L1 Esports car, but I think it's beyond his ability now.
Wasn't he in Jaws?
Yeah.
Okay, so our leader, Nicholas Schneider for Sorge Rensport Esports #1 team, is going to go around the final left-hander. Now he's coming up the hill, looking for the checkered flag, and he didn't even flash his lights. He had a little wiggle over the line, and that was it.
I don't think
Good job. Well done, mate.
I don't think you can even donut these cars with the amount of downforce on them.
Well, they certainly played the right strategy.
He's doing some light flashing now.
Yeah, good lad.
He stopped the car. Was he going to try?
Reversing.
And congratulations to our
just laying some 11s down. That's all.
Congratulations to our P2 winner, German Sim Sports Purple, and Julian Ojan at the wheel. Well done, guys. Well, I hear a lot of over revving and spinning. Oh, we just crashed into each other. Perfect. It's like chaos up here. Off the first corner. Julian does pretty good donuts too. Hey, that's very good.
So, people, let me run down your finishing order for the P1 class. So, our winners today, Sorge Rensport Esports #1. In second place, Satellite Racing, who finished just over 8 seconds behind. A lap behind them in third place was Gold Racing Team LMP1. 2 laps down was Full Send Racing #187. 3 laps down was the Lone Wolf Motorsports 147. And the final position, 6th and last in the P1 class, 7 laps down, was Simtech Motorsport LMP1. So congratulations to the P1 field.
Okay, and then P2, we had German Sim Racing Purple. They were 20 laps down from the leader. In second place was Mass Devils Esports. They finished second. Third was Joker Sim Racing Purple. And fourth was TCR after all their ills and issues they had today. Not a bad performance. And fifth was Abruzzo Esports HPD. And let's see, that's 5. And sixth was Mass Devils Esports AM. They were 36 laps down, soldiered from basically in the back of the field to finish. Good for you guys, well done. And Track Friends Racing ended up 8th, and he was out. Let's see, he was 266 laps down. And Trimian Esport by Cast, 266 laps down as well. That's it for the P2 field. Great going, guys.
Okay, so for the GT class, we've got the AMs, who head it up with, where am I at now? Full Send Racing. Harley Horton brought them back to that victory there. Following them in that class was Nacho LDR, and then Thomas Samola. Going back to the pro, we've got Louis Payne Jr., who brought back the L1 Esports car to win that one. Overdrive Performance GT1 with Dennis Schroeder came over the line after that. Kai Hichler, who had been leading for quite a long time with the Joker Sim Racing black car, third in that class. And then in order, the German Sim Racing red car, the German Sim Racing green car followed that, both 36 laps down. Then we've got Phantom Sim Racing, 37 laps down. Overdrive Performance GT2 car, 37 laps down. Then World of Sim Racing Team Junior, R3T Racing Team 2. H2 Performance SRT Green. Team Motorsport Dreams, N-Race Esports, MSM GTE Car 1, SK Motorsport, L1 Esports, red, finished in pit lane after taking an enormous amount of damage, 106 laps down. GTRS, 220 laps back. And then Full Send Racing, car 433, sorry, with no laps recorded.
And let me just get this straight before I make a full arse of myself. Cars starting with 4 are the AMs and 3s are the pros, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
So we had an AM winner of the GTs.
We certainly did.
Excellent.
I think there's a promotion due there somewhere, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think so. it's yeah. They've shown a lot of pace in the GTM. They won the races. And yeah.
That's terrific. Good for those guys.
Are we getting anybody in for some interviews? That's the burning question right now. Philippe Chiramello, he's in the interview room waiting at the minute.
Yeah, let's bring him in.
Cool.
He's all yours, Pete.
He will be in a minute when I find out which team he rides for.
It's the L1 Esport.
L1
GT
Esports.
Winners.
Yeah. Philippe, are you there?
Hey,
Can
guys.
you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent. So all the way from Brazil, L1 Esports, brought it home in the top of your class in the pro division. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was a funny race, man. We started around fifth, I think, in the overall GT class. So we climbed the hill a little bit. Sometime during the race, we struggled a little bit for pace, but we managed to get away from all the chaos and all the incidents.
Yeah.
And
There was a lot
brought
around
it
you at
home.
one point, yeah.
Yeah. But we managed to bring it home. Strategy, a bunch of, so it worked out. We've done it again and works out again. So our strategy here in Interlagos is pretty good. It's our garden anyway. So it was a good race, a great strategy. And in the end there was a little bit intense, more than I would like, but man, that felt good.
Yeah, I bet it did. And what about the overdrive car? They put a lot of laps there towards the end, didn't they?
Yeah, man, they were really quick, but well, in the end it was a great race. But only thing that it made me really think is that we didn't get the overall P1. The M car was so fast. Guys put a hell of a job there. So
yeah,
it
that
was
full sand racing car was a cut above the rest today, wouldn't you say?
yeah, they came a little bit from behind. They started overtaking everyone, and I went out to get a little rest. I got lunch, and when I got back, they were already in front. I was like, what?
Yeah, I've had races like that every race I've ever had. Yeah. So, did you see what happened to your sister car, the red car?
Yeah, unfortunately they made a mistake. It was like the last lap of the stint, but we already had another race yesterday, which was an 8-hour Monza race in a Brazilian championship, and the same driver made like 3 hours, I think, in the car or helping. I don't quite remember. But today he made another 2 hours, so I guess he was really tired and lost a little bit of concentration there. And these kinds of things happen, but it was quite frustrating.